Chapter 365, Sales Department's Party. Chapter 365, Sales Department's Party. Royal Group, Lobby of the Sales Department. Qin Feng seldom appeared at the company ever since he was promoted to group leader. Even if he really did come to work, he would rather play games or pull Ruo Rou into his office to study her body. Wang Chao was very dissatisfied with Qin Feng's laziness. However, he couldn't do anything as Qin Feng's position was superior to his. What angered him the most was that manager Li tended to go easy on Qin Feng. Even though she always bickered with Qin Feng, she never really punished him. Ruo Rou, why don't you come to my office today? It was still working hours, however. Qin Feng leaned his body on Ruo Rou's desk, teasing her without regard for others. I'm not feeling well today. Ruo Rou darted a glance around at her colleagues and slapped away Qin Feng's large hand that was stroking her blushing face. Ruo Rou's not feeling well. Have you caught the flu, or are you in heat? Qin Feng pretended to be worried. Then he squatted down and shoved himself under her table. Ruo Rou was helpless against the large mouse, Qin Feng. She hastily closed her legs to prevent Qin Feng from peeping up her skirt. Champing with rage, she stomped her feet and said, "Quick, get up, Qin Feng. Everybody is looking at us. And you're the one in heat. Don't simply cook up false charges against me." Qin Feng got up after peeping at Ruo Rou's thigh twice and stroking it 3 times. He put his hand on Ruo Rou's forehead and said earnestly, "What I'm asking is, do you have a fever? I didn't say you're in heat or anything. Why don't you just concentrate on your work rather than entertaining dirty thoughts in your head?" Ruo Rou was so angry that she wanted to bite Qin Feng to death. She stomped her feet in fury and said, "What you mean is I'm in heat. I hate you so much." Qin Feng loved the cute yet unbending look of Ruo Rou when she was on the verge of collapse after he teased her. He stroked Ruo Rou's face again. Then he patted her head and said, grinning, "Okay, I should stop teasing our lovely Ruo Rou. I've other things to do tonight, so you go back with Chairman Qin later." Qin Feng left the instant he finished speaking. He'd been spending his nights in by Qing's bed since her return. Looking at Qin Feng's back, Ruo Rou felt something was missing in her heart. A girl in a relationship gets anxious easily. She eagerly hoped that Qin Feng would go away when he was beside her. Now that he really had gone, Ruo Rou couldn't help but start to miss him. Wang Chao also followed Qin Feng with his eyes when Qin Feng left the office. However, unlike Ruo Rou's expression that was full of tender feelings, his gaze was vile and resentful, filled with grudge. "Ruo Rou, still busy?" Wang Chao walked up to Ruo Rou's desk as soon as Qin Feng left. Ruo Rou was absent-minded as she was thinking of Qin Feng. Wang Chao's sudden appearance startled her, so she jumped. "Wang Chao? Is there anything I can help you with?" When Ruo Rou remembered Wang Chao was no longer her group leader and was the same level as her, she hastily recovered her composure and looked at Wang Chao with glassy eyes. Wang Chao was furious in his heart when he noticed her subtle changes. However, he still put on an ingratiating smile and replied, "Nothing much. It's just that the recent performance of the company has been bad and our business model was downsized. As a result, everybody is pretty free lately and we have nothing to do after we go home. Manager Lin of the Financial Investment Department invited everybody to a party tonight. Ruo Rou, you're invited as well. I don't have time. You people enjoy yourselves." Ruo Rou paid no mind to Wang Chao and rejected his invitation coldly. Ruo Rou's attitude had undergone a huge change under Qin Feng's tutelage. She was no longer the silly little girl who didn't know how to reject people or shout for help when she was in danger. She could even go as far as to bicker with Wang Chao or ignore him entirely. A faint chill flitted across Wang Chao's eyes. He continued to persuade Ruo Rou, "Don't be a killjoy, Ruo Rou. How can you not go when everybody else is going? Lin Shuai had taken the initiative to invite all of them to a gathering because he was aiming at Ruo Rou. Wang Chao was afraid that the gathering would be called off if she didn't show up at the party. We in the sales department are nothing more than mere acquaintances of Manager Lin's financial investment department. It'll be less awkward if I don't go, Ruo Rou said indifferently, lowering her head to focus on her desktop instead. Manager Lin invited only the people from our sales department. He didn't invite anyone from the financial investment department. Although Manager Lin is from the financial investment department, he is a humble man, polite and down to earth. He loves to hang around with bottom-tier employees like us in the sales department. Moreover, the purpose of this gathering is to strengthen the bonds between everybody. Since all of us are going Ruo Rou, you mustn't skip out. Big Brother Chow, we're getting off soon. I can't wait to go to the gathering. The ass-kisser, Little Zhang, came forward. He chimed in with Wang Chao to persuade Ruo Rou. Still, Ruo Rou didn't want to go. While she was thinking how to decline Wang Chao's invitation, Wang Chao signaled Ma Rui. Taking her cue, Ma Rui then said, Aya, Ruo Rou, don't be such a workaholic. I know you are the most hard-working and serious among us in the sales department. However, taking a break is for the long run. Since Manager Lin has invited us to a gathering, let's go together. Apart from that, I have very few female colleagues in the sales department. I'd be too embarrassed to go alone if you don't go with me. Ma Rui walked over to Ruo Rou and clung to her arm as if they were twin sisters. Ma Rui put Ruo Rou in dilemma. This was because Ruo Rou always saw her since Ma Rui's desk was right in front of Ruo Rou's. Then you people inform me when you're leaving. Ruo Rou agreed at last. Wang Chao was so excited that he almost yelled. He could no longer stay in the sales department, so he deliberately curried favor with Lin Shuai, hoping that he would give him a hand. Much to his delight, Lin Shuai had promised that if Wang Chao helped him get Ruo Rou, then Lin Shuai would find Wang Chao a job in the financial investment department and allow him to slowly expand his career. Tonight was the day Wang Chao could overturn his destiny. He'd use every means to force Ruo Rou to submit herself to Lin Shuai. The venue of the gathering was at Royal Club. As for why Lin Shuai picked Royal Club as gathering venue, this was because he was a pretentious prick. He wanted to show off his wealth. Misters and Misses, welcome to Royal Club. Do you have a reservation? A beautiful ceremonial usherette greeted Lin Shuai and his group of 20 people. I'm Lin Shuai, Mr. Lin. I made a booking 2 hours ago. Lin Shuai stood with his head high and chest out in front of everybody. His voice was loud and clear. After the beautiful ceremonial usherette confirmed his booking via a walkie-talkie, she then smiled and said, Please follow me, Mr. Lin. Your private room is on the 3rd floor. The people from the sales department were Royal Group employees, so all of them knew that Royal Club was one of Chairman Qin's largest businesses. Unfortunately, the prices here were way too high, so most of them couldn't afford a visit. Hence, this was the first time for most of them to come here. As soon as they entered Royal Club, they were instantly dazzled by the lavish decor in the hall and chirped in excitement. Ruo Rou had been here with Feng before. She lowered her head and trailed the group. Lin Shuai supposedly invited the whole sales department, but when she noticed that no more than 20 people had come, she became a little fidgety. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't free herself with Ma Rui clinging tightly to her arm. Lin Shuai booked a large, luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. The room was equipped with a hot spring pool, a gym with a lounge, and a KTV. This was the first time they enjoyed this kind of full-featured private room, furnished with a wide array of facilities. They were so delighted that some of the men took off their shirts and charged at the hot spring pool once they entered the room. Don't be too courteous, everybody. Everything is on me tonight. I just hope that we all have an enjoyable and unforgettable night. After Lin Shuai greeted everybody, he walked straight up to Ruo Rou's side. Ruo Rou, don't you want to get into the hot spring with everybody? It's very comfortable. They have nibble fishes in the hot spring to massage your feet. Lin Shuai wore a white suit, giving him the vibe of a knight in shining armor under the gleam of the lights. Ruo Rou didn't like him. She bowed her head. It's okay. You people go enjoy yourselves. Also, it's better if you call me by my full name, Ruo Rou. Hee hee. Ruo Rou, you're too shy. Lin Shuai ignored Ruo Rou's admonition and continued to talk intimately. Now that you've come all the way here, don't be so uptight. You need to balance your work and your life. You should work hard when you're at work, and let your hair down after you get off from work. Come, let's enjoy the hot spring with everybody. Lin Shuai extended his hand, wanting to grab Ruo Rou's arm. Ruo Rou hastily backed away, evading his hand. She said, Well, lead the way, I'll follow behind you. Embarrassed, Lin Shuai grinned and walked in front. His face instantly turned grim as soon as he turned around. However, when he thought that Ruo Rou had come, and she would be his bedmate tonight, his mouth couldn't help but curl up a devilish grin. More than half of the people were bathing in the pool when they got there. Both male and female colleagues had taken off their clothes and sat in only their undershirts inside the pool. Since the hot spring pool had some healthy conditioners added, the pool water was dark blue in color, so it was hard to see through the water. Ruo Rou, don't just stand there. Quick, jump in. Everybody had entered the hot spring pool, except for Ruo Rou, who was still standing beside the pool. Don't worry, we're good people, and we merely see you as our friend. Don't act like we're cooking up a filthy plan on you. Those male colleagues persuaded Ruo Rou one after another. After all, who was Ruo Rou? She was the deadliest goddess in the sales department. This bunch of people always snuck peeks at her when they were at work. It was just that Ruo Rou was always protected by Qin Feng, so they couldn't do anything to her. Now, this bunch of people was overjoyed that Qin Feng was absent. Only Ruo Rou was with them. They were all anticipating Ruo Rou entering the hot spring pool in only her undershirt, revealing her perfectly carved body in front of them. Of course, they would be even more excited if Ruo Rou came in naked. I caught a cold recently, so I shouldn't play in the water. You all please enjoy yourselves, and don't bother about me. Ruo Rou couldn't nerve up herself to bathe with everybody in the pool. However, she wouldn't mind if these people were Qin Feng. These male colleagues cast lascivious gazes at her lower body when they heard she wasn't feeling well. Meanwhile, Lin Shuai furrowed his brows slightly. He thought to himself, what should I do if she has her period? Soon enough, Lin Shuai cracked an evil grin in his heart. Having a period is great. It'll be much thrilling with some blood. Chapter 366. Nobody will save you. Chapter 366. Nobody will save you. Ruo Rou felt awkward and bored sitting alone while everybody was bathing in the hot spring pool. Hence, she went to the gym room. Ruo Rou was an office girl, and on top of that, she was a workaholic. She spent most of her time sitting in front of a computer during the day. As a result, her health wasn't as good as before. She felt refreshed after running for half an hour on a treadmill. Ruo Rou really is a fashion goddess. You're still keeping fit even though you already have a perfect body. Your perseverance really has bested me. Lin Shuai suddenly walked into the gym room. Their group had finished bathing. Lin Shuai now only wore shorts. He was wiping his bare chest with a towel. Ruo Rou instinctively darted a glance at Lin Shuai. A trace of disgust flitted across her eyes. She said, "Please put your clothes on before coming in." Lin Shuai had deliberately not worn much, hoping to seduce Ruo Rou with his muscles. To his dismay, however, Ruo Rou wasn't attracted at all. Enraged, a sinister gleam flashed across his eyes before he put a smile on his face. "Haha, Sorry for my inconsideration. I just want to invite you over to the KTV room as everybody is already there. I've ordered some fruits for you all. Please come and have a piece later. These people became extremely close after they had bathed in the pool. All of them played blithely inside the KTV room. Some of them even cuddled together, kissing each other like there was no tomorrow. Ruo Rou thought she shouldn't hide in the gym room, so she went to the KTV room. She was astounded by the sight that met her when she entered the KTV room. This was because her colleagues all appeared to be cultured and refined people in the office. She had never expected that their true nature was something like this after they shed their office disguise. Ruo Rou, come, have a seat here. Seeing that Ruo Rou had come out from the gym room, Marue hastily dragged her over and sat her beside Lin Shui. Ruo Rou, you seem tired. Here is an apple that I personally peeled for you. Lin Shui handed an apple to Ruo Rou. As he spoke, he kept sneaking peeks at Ruo Rou's breasts and her thighs, sheathed in black stockings. Ruo Rou had sweated after running on the treadmill, so her white shirt was now translucent, and her body was emanating a sweet scent. Lin Shui was so thrilled that he almost couldn't resist pouncing on her. Thank you, but no. I don't want any. Ruo Rou was disgusted by Lin Shui's gaze. She hastily donned her jacket and leaned against Ma Rue. Ma Rue pushed Ruo Rou away. Then she said with a smile, Ruo Rou, you're squeezing me. Please move a little. Ruo Rou couldn't balance herself and almost fell into Lin Shui's arms. Slightly angered, she stood up and prepared to leave. I'm going. You people enjoy yourselves. Ruo Rou, no way. We're just getting started. How can you leave now? Ma Rue hastily grabbed Ruo Rou. She had been bribed by Lin Shui to stall Ruo Rou, so she couldn't allow her to leave now. I'm not feeling well. Please ignore me. Ruo Rou attempted to shake off Ma Rue's hand, but she failed. Ruo Rou, you're killing the fun. We're just a bunch of colleagues building our camaraderie. Nobody is going to do anything to you. What's the fuss? Wang Chao started to persuade Ruo Rou again. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Ruo Rou, please stay with us a little longer. You're not feeling well? Then you must stay. Eat some fruits and beef, and have Manager Lin bring you home after you're full. You'll get dog-tired flagging down a cab during rush hour. The people from the sales department had figured out Lin Shui's intention. After dinner would come the bill, so it was natural for them to put in a good word for Lin Shui. The peer pressure embarrassed Ruo Rou. Left with no other choice, she found a corner devoid of other people and sat down. Thank you all for coming to my party tonight. Let's cut to the chase. Come, let's drink. Cheers. Lin Shui started to execute his plan on seeing that Ruo Rou decided to stay. He picked up a glass and poured some beer for her. Then he attempted to force the beer down her throat. It's our pleasure that Manager Lin is willing to hang out with us. Yeah, right. The other managers from the financial investment department are as cocky as the King of Spades. Only Manager Lin is willing to spend time with us. I have great respect for Manager Lin. Everybody has to drink up. Anyone who doesn't do so won't be honoring Manager Lin. Everyone picked up a glass of draft beer and guzzled it down. Ruo Rou, who had been keeping a low profile in the corner, wavered as she couldn't hold her drink very well. Besides, she was afraid that something bad would happen if she got drunk. Ruo Rou, you're such a party pooper. Ruo Rou, just one glass, okay? You see, I'm a woman too, and I can't hold my drink very well either. Didn't I also finish a glass? I'll just have a glass then. I'm not joining you guys later. Ruo Rou was awkward being stared by 20 pairs of eyes. She couldn't resist the pressure and gulped a large glass of draft beer. This glass held the quantity of a bottle. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Shui took the lead in applauding after Ruo Rou finished the glass of draft beer. He said, "Beautiful Ruo Rou can really drink like a fish." Come, let's toast beautiful Ruo Rou for her exceptional achievement. She's the top in sales last month, and we should make her our role model. Without allowing her to refuse, the people picked up and finished the second glass of beer. Since she was the focal point of the night, Ruo Rou couldn't help but drink. This truly is my last one. I'm a little dizzy now. Ruo Rou finished the second glass, which meant she'd finished 2 bottles of draft beer. This was her first time drinking so much beer. Her face was now burning red from excessive alcohol intake. Haha, beautiful Ruo Rou is really a pearl among women. We shall allow her to have a rest. Come, let's drink. Lin Shuai was thrilled to see Ruo Rou wobble. He knew that it was almost time for him to implement the next step of his plan. He should probably stop now, as it would kill the fun if Ruo Rou was unconscious while he played with her. Everybody continued to drink, casting Ruo Rou aside. With a little due courage, some of them started cuddling up and engaging in some intimate activities. There was even a pair of them crouched at a corner, starting to stripping off each other's shirts. I'm going back. Nauseated by the sight, Ruo Rou hastily got to her feet and prepared to leave. Lin Shuai hastily blocked her and chirped, Ruo Rou, you had a lot of beer just now, and you'll probably throw up when you feel the cold wind outside. Why don't you rest up a bit first? And I'll bring you back after you've recovered. That's not necessary. Move aside. I'm leaving now, said Ruo Rou as she stared at Lin Shuai. She had a hunch that this man was cooking up something bad tonight. Lin Shuai glanced over to the pair who were wallowing in their own world. Then he retained his gleeful expression and said, Ruo Rou, it's a little noisy here. Let me bring you to the gym room for some rest. I'll escort you back after you're well rested. Your body reeks of alcohol. You'll have a hard time explaining it to your family. Ruo Rou ruminated on Lin Shuai's suggestion. She realized that he was right. Feng might be angry with her if she stank of booze when she went back to the Qin manor. At last, she compromised and followed Lin Shuai to the gym room. When they arrived at the gym room, the place was quiet and peaceful, unlike the tumult and foul atmosphere of the KTV room. Ruo Rou's fragrance still lingered there. Click! Lin Shuai locked the door after both of them entered the gym room. Why did you lock the door? I think it's better if I go home now. It's getting late. Ruo Rou weighed Lin Shuai vigilantly after she realized something was wrong. Haha, since you've come, what's the rush to go home? Ruo Rou, don't go home tonight. Stay here and play with me. Lin Shuai revealed his foxtail. He was no longer the gentleman from before, his face now twisted with a reed smile. Stop asking. Pigs will fly before I ever agree to a night with you. Let me out now. Lin Shuai guarded the door, and Ruo Rou didn't dare go near him. Suddenly, Lin Shuai started moving toward Ruo Rou, startling her so much that she trembled all over. Ruo Rou, I'd taken a liking to you long ago. Ruo Rou, follow me, submit to me, and love me. What's so good about Feng? He's merely a sales department's group leader. He can't earn that much money. I, however, am different from him. I'm the real deal, a rich young man, handsome, tall, and promising. I can easily earn 3 to 4 million in a month. As long as you're my girl, I can satisfy all your desires, regardless of whether they're luxury bags or ways. I can even buy you a car. I don't want. Hurry up and let me go. Ruo Rou yelled and asked for help. Anybody there? Ma Rue, Xiaoming, please save me. Haha. Stop yelling, you silly little girl. How can you hope that your bunch of no-good colleagues will come to your rescue? Can't you see that already? All of them are helping me mount you. Lin Shuai smiled wickedly. His distance was less than 5 meters from Ruo Rou. Frightened, Ruo Rou retreated again and again. Very soon, she'd backed up to the window. Don't you come over. You're a dead meat if Qin Feng learns what you've done to me. Ruo Rou became excited when she mentioned Qin Feng. She hastily pulled out her cell phone and contacted him. Whap! Lin Shuai's eyes went bloodshot. He charged at Ruo Rou and swatted her cell phone to the floor, shattering the phone and cutting short Ruo Rou's last call for help. Bye. I gave you a chance, but you don't appreciate it. Since you are not willing to serve me freely, then you leave me no choice but to go with force. Frankly speaking, I like going with force better. Lin Shuai guffawed brazenly. After that, he threw himself at Ruo Rou. A small shadow darted forward as Ruo Rou screamed. Using its sharp claws, it successfully left 5 bright red lacerations on Lin Shuai's face. Pikachu! Guarding Ruo Rou, Pikachu exploded into a furball and roared at Lin Shuai with a fierce expression. Pikachu! Ruo Rou's eyes brimmed with emotional tears. Ever since Qin Feng gave Pikachu to her, Ruo Rou had been keeping it around 24 hours straight. She would carry Pikachu inside her bag every time she went to work. She'd left the bag inside the gym room just now when she was working out. Where did this large mouse come from? Lin Shuai realized his face was bleeding. Seething with anger, he raised his leg and sent a kick at Pikachu. Chapter 367. Fired Up, Ruo Rou. Chapter 367. Fired Up, Ruo Rou. Pikachu! No, run now! Shouted Ruo Rou. Previously, Pikachu was injured protecting Ruo Rou when Wang Chao attempted to harm her. Ruo Rou didn't wish to see Pikachu injured again because of her. Bang! Nevertheless, she was too late. Pikachu was merely a small pet, and he was sent flying directly into the air after receiving a kick from Lin Shuai. Pikachu, are you all right? Wow, wake up. Please don't scare me. Ruo Rou trotted over to Pikachu, who was a few meters away from her, and picked him up. Pikachu was severely damaged this time. He flew right into the wall and fell on the floor. A trace of blood could be seen streaming from the corner of his mouth. Ruo Rou couldn't wake him no matter how hard she tried. So this mouse is little sister Ruo Rou's pet. What a disgusting, annoying little creature. Lin Shuai walked up to Ruo Rou once again. Seething when Pikachu had screwed his face, he swore that he must relinquish his anger on Ruo Rou's body tonight. Ruo Rou forgot about Lin Shuai's presence and the danger around her. She knelt on the floor, holding Pikachu in her arms carefully. Drops of crystal-clear tears glided down her face as she cried inconsolably. Ruo Rou, I'll teach you how to scold a person if you don't know how. Fuck. How dare you bully me, you fucking moron. Are you looking for death? Ruo Rou, pretend I'm a molester who's molesting you in the bus. What you need to do is just give me some fine slaps. An unprecedented, hideously vile expression crossed Ruo Rou's face as Qin Feng's lecturing surged and roamed in her mind. She clenched her small fists. Ruo Rou, you have to learn how to reject others and protect yourself when you're in danger. You have to scream for help with all your might when somebody is around. However, in the worst-case scenario where nobody is around you, you have to figure out a way to escape or fight back. Ruo Rou, if you hold back, just think how much harsher those villains will be if you go easy on them. They will abuse you, torment you, or worse, they might even violate you. And I will dump you if you're violated. Ruo Rou's entire body trembled. Her watery eyes suddenly became bloodshot. She didn't want to be bullied nor dominated by others. She couldn't betray Qin Feng. She had to revolt, not only for herself, but for those who loved her. Arg. Suddenly, Ruo Rou tossed her head back in a ferocious howl. She became a raging beast prepared to hunt down her prey. Anger and anguish seized her mind. Ruo Rou was no longer a soft and frail little girl. She went berserk and fell into a state of fury. She'd become the frenzied Ruo Rou. I'm removing my belt now. Ruo Rou, I'm certain that we will have a wonderful night tonight. Grinning from ear to ear, Lin Shui stopped no more than 1 meter in front of Su Ruo Rou and threw himself at her. Su Ruo Rou picked up a dumbbell beside her and hurled it with all her might at Lin Shui. Bam! Her attack caught Lin Shui off guard. He didn't have time to counter or evade, and the 5 kilograms dumbbell landed on his chest. The impact was so great that it numbed him, causing him to fall to the floor. Fuck! What the hell are you thinking? Do you think that I'm an easy woman? How dare you harbor a filthy thought on me? After she laid Pikachu in a safe spot, she picked up a fitness resistance band and strutted over to Lin Shui. She cast a menacing glare at Lin Shui. With all her might and spirit, she raised her exquisite hand and brandished the band at Lin Shui's face. Don't you know that I'm already taken? Fucking fly, you disgust me so much. Slap. The band landed, releasing a sharp, loud crisp. Lin Shui was flabbergasted at Su Ruo Rou's sudden change. He ignored the excruciating pain in his body and stared blankly at Su Ruo Rou. Relentless lashes fell, one after another, onto Lin Shui's body. This is for my beloved Pikachu. How dare you attack my beloved Pikachu? Slap, slap. Su Ruo Rou's eyes were bloodshot. Her resentment blinded her senses, and she went out of control. At the moment, Lin Shui was a demon in her eyes, and she had only one goal: kill this beast. She inexhaustibility swished the band and battered Lin Shui's body, leaving his body swollen with red and blue bruises. This was the first time Lin Shui was terrified by this soft and frail woman. He wanted to run and never come back to her. Ruo Rou, please spare me. Slap, slap. Didn't I tell you before? Don't fucking call me Ruo Rou. Do you think you are worthy to call me by that name? Big Sister Sue, I apologize for whatever I did. I swear I won't do it again. Like an errant student accepting the fury of his teacher, Lin Shui hastily changed his appeal. Su Ruo Rou ignored Lin Shui's cry for help. She continued to madly strike him with the resistance band. Everyone at KTV had left for the night. Only Wang Chao stayed in the room. Some of them left for a one-night stand, while others went to the footbath. Wang Chao realized that it had been a while since Lin Shui brought Su Ruo Rou to the gym room. A little excited, he arrived at the door of gym room, placed his head against the door, and eavesdropped on the situation inside. He was instantly aroused by the slapping sound and Su Ruo Rou's raging howl. He envied Lin Shui for having such a wonderful time. Wang Chao's blood boiled, merely fantasizing about the amorous sight. It seemed to him that Lin Shui was mounting Su Ruo Rou while at the same time lashing her with his belt to force her to submit to him. In a villa at Cloud City Hua Manor, Qin Feng and Bai Qing cuddled on a large bed. Bai Qing was so embarrassed that her face almost burst when she remembered how crazy she was. Then she asked, "Did I go overboard, Qin Feng?" "Probably. You startled Bai Xiao so much that he fled," Qin Feng said as he caressed Bai Qing's well-proportioned body, grinning from ear to ear. Bai Qing wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. However, since there was no hole for her, she desperately wriggled and snuggled against Qin Feng's chest. "I don't want to play with you anymore. You're too bad, and you go too far every time. I can't stand it." Qin Feng wrapped Bai Qing even tighter in his arms. He said fondly, "I'll come to look for you next time when Bai Xiao is not around. Then you can go as crazy as you want. Don't worry, I like it very much." Bai Qing let out a long sigh of relief. She was afraid that her lustfulness might scare Qin Feng away. Ding. "Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You've accomplished the mission. Train Su Ruo Rou to be a strong, domineering woman. The system will reward host Qin Feng 3,000 hedonist points. Ding. New mission from Hedonist Sovereign System. Assist Lu Xiaojia in getting the first place at the end of semester party. Time period, 2 days. The system will reward host Qin Feng 500 hedonist points for clearing the mission. If the mission is failed, 1,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Ding. New chain mission from the Hedonist Sovereign System. The Martial World's Disturbance. Time period, 3 months. Martial World's Disturbance main mission. Protect the spiritual equipments and skill books host Qin Feng acquired from the system, and fend off all the enemies. The system will reward 10,000 hedonist points for clearing the mission, and 20,000 will be deducted if the mission is failed. First side mission. Activate the Elysium of Heroes. The system will reward 5,000 hedonist points if host Qin Feng succeeds in clearing the quest. 10,000 hedonist points will be deducted if the mission is failed. Second side mission. Purchase a hero from the Elysium of Heroes and expand your forces to defend against the attack of enemies. The system will reward 5,000 hedonist points if host Qin Feng succeeds in clearing the quest. 10,000 hedonist points will be deducted if the mission is failed. Third side mission. Fish out the mastermind of Martial World's Disturbance. The system will reward 1,000 hedonist points, a flaming dragon horse, and a spear of Rathalos if host Qin Feng succeeds in clearing the quest. 10,000 hedonist points will be deducted if the mission is failed. Qin Feng was snapped out of his sense of pleasure by the quick succession of system notification. Then, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. "Who is it?" asked Qin Feng. It was an unknown caller ID. "Qin Feng, it is me." Ruo Rou's voice was shaking. "Can you come to the Royal Club now? I'm in trouble." Qin Feng was stunned by Ruo Rou's voice. He looked at the caller ID and pondered, is this Ruo Rou? Why? She sounds so different. Qin Feng tensed up when he learned Ruo Rou was in trouble. He hastily dressed and rushed over to the Royal Club after hanging up. A luxury suite on the 3rd floor of the Royal Club was surrounded by security guards. Wang Chao helped a bruised and battered Lin Shui sit on the couch, tending his wounds. Meanwhile, Ruo Rou held Pikachu in her arms and hid in the corner. "Look, it's that boy who severely injured my brother. The safety of the customer is your Royal Club's utmost concern, right? I hope you people can give us an explanation." Wang Chao cursed and pummeled Ruo Rou, who was hiding in the corner. He was scared to death when Ruo Rou and Lin Shui came out from the gym room. Only he knew that slapping sound in the room was Ruo Rou brutally beating Lin Shui with a resistance band. When did this woman become so violent? Could it be Lin Shui overdosed on the drug and caused her to go berserk? "Sir, isn't that woman your friend?" The security guard team leader puzzled. Then he added, "If you people are friends, then our clubhouse will not be held responsible for any conflict between you." Lin Shui hastily signaled with his eyes at Wang Chao. Taking his cue, Wang Chao trotted over to the security guard team leader and shoved a wad of banknotes into his pocket. Then he gleefully said, "Big brother, we don't know this woman. It is she who suddenly barged into our room and went on a rampage. Look, it's obvious that she is a wacko. I mean, who would treat a huge mouse as their pet? Shouldn't you give my friend a fair shake?" When the security guard team leader counted the wad of banknotes in his pocket, there were nearly 10,000 yuan. His attitude changed. He turned to Wang Chao and Lin Shui and said mirthfully, "So that is how it is. We, the Royal Club, will give you, sirs, a satisfactory response. This woman went on rampage and injured an innocent man on purpose. I'll call the police and have them to send her to prison. Are you satisfied with the suggestion, sirs?" Lin Shui lost his interest in Ruo Rou after she brutally beat him. He hated her now. Good. Excellent. A barbarian like her should be brought to justice. She's a ticking time bomb. Who knows what will this woman, do next time if we allow her to stay in the society. Lin Shui was feeling smug with the security guard suggestion. He knew that the Royal Club had a big shot backing them. If they called the police, Ruo Rou would be jailed for several years. Aren't you the bai that wanted to protect your chastity at all costs? Just you wait. You'll be violated by those roughnecks in jail. The security guard team leader left to make the call. Meanwhile, Lin Shui and Wang Chao cursed Ruo Rou nonstop. Ruo Rou ignored them. She was just worried about Pikachu's well-being as he was still unconscious. She had called Qin Feng, so she wasn't afraid of Wang Chao and Lin Shui. Humph, just you wait. You too will die tragically when Qin Feng is here, harumphed Ruo Rou in her heart. Chapter 368. Qin Feng revealed his true identity. Chapter 368. Qin Feng revealed his true identity. How's everything going, Big Brother security guard? The security guard team leader had just returned to the luxurious private suite when Wang Chao and Lin Shui hastily went up to him, grinning from ear to ear. I've made the call. Please rest assured. We're in the 21st century now, and anyone who causes a disturbance will be brought to justice. Since this woman dared to make a racket and harmed our Royal Club's customers, she'll be severely punished. While he was talking, he shot a few glances at Ruo Rou and realized that she was gorgeous. However, he killed his desire to hook up with her after he saw how horrifically she beat Lin Shui. He didn't have the nerve and courage to mess with this crazy woman. The weak and feeble Ruo Rou was slowly becoming a strong and dominant woman. However, she didn't even notice her miraculous change. Humph, you deserve this, Bai. We paved the road to wealth for you, but you chose the hard way. Very well then. Prepare to regret it for the rest of your life as you rot in jail. Knowing the security guard team leader had made the call, Wang Chao and Lin Shui felt smug and they pummeled Ruo Rou again. Ruo Rou, where are you? Someone suddenly barged into the private suite. Upon the arrival of this man, the countenances of everyone in the suite changed dramatically, and their faces were flooded with a myriad of expressions. The security guard team leader instantly went limp, as if his vigor had been sapped by the man. He had almost forgotten when was the last time young Master Qin visited the Royal Club, so why would he suddenly rush over here now? Lin Shui and Wang Chao panicked. With Qin Feng's intervention, they knew that the things wouldn't end well. However, when they remembered they were backed by the security guard team leader of the Royal Club, they calmed down and cast a mocking grin at him. Qin Feng, you've come. Ruo Rou threw herself into Qin Feng's arms as large tears streamed down her cheeks. She never cried, not when she was browbeaten into submission by Lin Shui, not after she went berserk and brutally beat Lin Shui. Not while Lin Shui, Wang Chao, and the security guard team leader demeaned and terrorized her. She was tough as an iron bastion, undaunted by any attack or ambush thrown at her. But everything fell to smithereens when she saw Qin Feng. She couldn't help it and clung tightly to him. What has happened, Ruo Rou? Who tormented you, and what did they do to you? Qin Feng's heart felt like it was being wrung by an invisible hand when he saw Ruo Rou cry like a little child. His gaze swept across the room. When he noticed the presence of Wang Chao and Lin Shui, an ominous feeling arose within him. Could it be these two beasts have tainted Ruo Rou? She is crying so hard because... Fuck! How dare you two fucking maggots bully my woman again and again? You're playing with fire. Qin Feng flared up. He released Ruo Rou and hurled a punch at them. The punch landed on Wang Chao's face, shattered his glasses, and sent him flying into the air. There is only one ending for the people who bullied this young master's woman: death. Qin Feng vaulted above Lin Shui. He swung his leg at Lin Shui's head and crushed his teeth effortlessly. Lin Shui fell onto the couch and smashed it into two pieces. Without stopping, Qin Feng arrived at Lin Shuai's side with a few large strides. He raised his leg to trample Lin Shuai's head to smithereens. Qin Feng, stop! A cold, anxious voice sounded in his ears. A winsome shadow quickly came and pulled Qin Feng away. Bing Bing, release me now. I must kill these two beasts. When Qin Feng learned that Ruo Rou had lost her virginity, he was so enraged that he went insane. He might have sent this person flying if she wasn't Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing couldn't hold Qin Feng for long. Running out of ideas, she extended her arms and wrapped Qin Feng tightly from behind. She had no idea why Qin Feng was hysterical. She just couldn't see him killing somebody in front of her. Qin Feng, can you please calm down? Lu Bingbing was a prideful and domineering woman. When had she ever implored a man like this? The pair of cops standing at the doorway were flabbergasted by the sight. They recognized Qin Feng as the master who saved their lives at Fun City in Heppingtown the instant they saw him. Big Brother security guard, please save us. Madness, this man is a maniac. This pair of bees are fucking crazy. Lu Bingbing held Qin Feng at bay. Wang Chao and Lin Shuai crawled their way to the security guard team leader's side. They had no other choice left but to entrust and invest all their hope in this man. You little brat, you sure have nerve beating people in the Royal Club. You will spend the rest of your life in prison. Humph. Big Brother security guard, he kicked me. Hurry up and arrest him. These two good-for-nothings harumphed arrogantly as they hid behind the security guard team leader. Slap. Confused and disoriented, Lin Shuai couldn't track what had happened. Lin Shuai was dumbfounded, but Wang Chao had seen it clearly and vividly. The slap was delivered by none other than Big Brother security guard. When he tried to voice his disbelief, the security guard interrupted him with a furious kick. How dare you two heathens cause a disturbance in the Royal Club? You two must have a death wish. The security guard team leader trampled the duo like a lunatic. He was scared to death. He felt something wasn't right when he saw young Master Qin's sudden arrival. However, he saw the light when he weighed young Master Qin tightly cuddle Ruo Rou. The woman that these two stinking brats wanted to banish was young Master Qin's woman. The security guard team leader couldn't compel himself to offend young Master Qin, so he quickly turned the tide and beat Wang Chao and Lin Shuai. He then trotted to Lu Bingbing's side and said, Miss Cop, these two men wreaked havoc in our private suite, and I have beaten them. I beg you to bring the three of us back to the station to mete out our punishment. As for the rest, they've nothing to do with this incident. The security guard team leader turned around and said to Qin Feng respectfully, Young Master Qin, I'm sorry I've slighted you. This room is a mess. Do you want to suite to another room and stay the night? The security guard team leader made his stand in a few words. He would take the fall. Wang Chao and Lin Shuai, who had been lying in a pool of blood, suddenly got up. They stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. They pondered within themselves. Did the security guard team leader address him as young Master Qin? He is young Master Qin Feng, the first hedonist young master of Acropolis City. Suddenly, both of them understood everything. No wonder Qin Feng could act as if he didn't have a care in the world in the office. Not even Manager Li could control him. No wonder Chairman Qin's personal assistant, Han Ying, favored Qin Feng so much. Both of them always treated Qin Feng as a feeble salesperson who was not worth mentioning in the sales department. Now they saw their foolishness. They defended the first hedonist young master, Qin Feng. You two, bring these three fellows back to the station. Lu Bingbing gestured to her subordinates. Following her cue, policemen came forth and brought Wang Chao, Lin Shuai, and the security guard team leader out of the room, leaving Qin Feng, Ruo Rou, and Lu Bingbing in the private suite. Qin Feng, are you all right? Lu Bingbing worriedly studied Qin Feng. Lu Bingbing harbored mixed feelings toward Qin Feng ever since he took her virginity. She hated him, loathed him, wished to kill him, but at the same time she cared for him. "I'm fine, Bingbing." Qin Feng patted Lu Bingbing's shoulder. Then he said, "Please go back with them first. I still have something to discuss with Ruo Rou." Lu Bingbing measured up Ruo Rou. She had met this young lady a few times, and she knew that this young lady was very close to Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng would go as far as murdering a person for her, a surge of jealousy welled up in her heart. Lu Bingbing spun around and left the room. After everybody was gone and he had calmed himself down, Qin Feng asked, "What actually happened, Ruo Rou?" "Qin Feng, after you left the company, Wang Chao and Ruo Rou blurted out everything that happened tonight, including how Lin Shui kicked Pikachu away, wanted to dominate her, and how she went on a rampage and brutally beat him." After hearing Lin Shui hadn't deflowered, Qin Feng hastily pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. If Ruo Rou didn't counter a mishap, Qin Feng felt he would go bananas. Suddenly, something flashed across Qin Feng's mind. He peered at Ruo Rou and asked, "Ruo Rou, you've changed." This was a rhetorical question. The system declared the accomplishment of Ruo Rou's mission. It was just that the news came as a complete surprise, stunning him so much that he couldn't accept it. He trained her hard for 3 months, and he finally saw the outcome of his training. Ruo Rou nodded her head before picking up Pikachu. Then she said grievously, "I'm sorry, Qin Feng. Pikachu has injured again, because of me. It's better you keep him back. I don't want him to follow me anymore." Tears began rolling down her cheeks as she spoke. Qin Feng meticulously scanned Pikachu. He noticed Pikachu suffered more severe damage this time. Without hesitation, Qin Feng quickly bought an elementary-grade golden sore medicine and smeared it on Pikachu's body. A few moments later, Pikachu opened his eyelids and stared at Ruo Rou and Qin Feng. "Pikachu!" Pikachu leaped in one bound onto Ruo Rou's shoulder, stood on his toes, and wiped off Ruo Rou's tears. Ruo Rou and Qin Feng were tickled pink by his cute, simple, and honest action. "Pikachu!" Filled with guilt, Ruo Rou wrapped Pikachu tightly in her arms. "Ruo Rou, Pikachu wants no other but you as his master," Qin Feng said on behalf of Little Pig. Ruo Rou tightened her arms around Pikachu and resolutely nodded her head after some time. She swore that she wouldn't allow Pikachu to be injured again. Ruo Rou was calmed down by Qin Feng's comfort. While Pikachu and Little Pig were playing around on a couch, Qin Feng picked up Ruo Rou and settled her on his lap. He peered at her with a grave expression. "Ruo Rou, I've something to tell you." Since the security guard team leader blew his cover, Qin Feng felt he couldn't keep his identity a secret from Ruo Rou anymore. Frankly, he thought he didn't need to hide his identity from her now. "Actually, Xiao Bai isn't young Master Qin. He's merely my personal assistant. I'm young Master Qin. I'm the real young Master Qin Feng. Qin Huang is my dad and Qin Manor is my house. Han Ying is the #1 beauty of Jincheng City, and she knew my identity all along. Everybody's putting on a show just to help me keep you by my side and be my housekeeper." Qin Feng revealed a lot of things starting from the first day Ruo Rou worked at the Royal Group when she missed the bus, and he drove her to work with his 28-inch bicycle until the present. Meanwhile, Ruo Rou nestled quietly in Qin Feng's arm and listened to him. She didn't show any surprise when Qin Feng revealed his true identity. Instead, unbeknownst to Qin Feng, a surge of intense sadness flitted across her eyes. Chapter 369. I want to be his only beauty. Chapter 369. I want to be his only beauty. It was midnight by the time they arrived at Qin Manor. Qin Huang and Han Ying were in a deep slumber. Qin Feng and Ruo Rou returned to their respective rooms. After taking a shower, Feng went to out-check the new mission. Then, someone knocked on his room door. Feng, it's me, Ruo Rou. Can I come in? Ruo Rou's feeble voice wafted into his ears. Yes, of course. Come on in, Ruo Rou. Ruo Rou immediately entered his room. Feng's eyes shone brightly when he saw Ruo Rou's attire. She had just taken a shower, and her wet hair was draped over her shoulders. Her alluring, dark, flimsy nightgown revealed her mellow jade shoulders and beautiful legs. Her skin glittered with a snowy white radiance. With her face blushing in shyness, she could easily steal the heart of a man by merely standing there. Click! Ruo Rou closed the door and walked toward the bed. She climbed onto Feng's bed, wrapped herself tightly around Feng's waist, and said, Feng, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Ruo Rou's balmy fragrance filled the room as she nestled in his arms. Feng was so awestruck by Ruo Rou's actions that he lost his senses. He'd never seen an active Ruo Rou before. Could it be this is the after effect of her personality changing? Ruo Rou, are you all right? He asked earnestly as he hugged her lightly. Feng dare not act recklessly. Ruo Rou shook her head and peered at Feng with her dewy eyes. You can do whatever you want tonight. Feng wasn't sure how long had he waited for Ruo Rou to offer herself to him. He had tried everything to trick this little girl into sleeping with him, but to his dismay he never succeeded. When she took the initiative, threw herself at him tonight, and enticed him to do something bad, Feng didn't show any excitement at all, but fell silent instead. Ruo Rou, time to sleep. We've plenty of time for this later. After Feng patted her head, he tucked her in his blanket. Something bad happened to her tonight, causing her to completely explode. Feng could not believe she recovered in such a short time. Feng didn't want to harm Ruo Rou when she was in the midst of post-traumatic shock. He felt that he was taking advantage of her precarious position. Feng turned off the lamp above his bed. The room instantly went dark and was engulfed by the hazy moonlight. Feng turned his back to Ruo Rou and refused to touch her. Under the cover of night, Ruo Rou couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She kept her eyes opened, staring blankly at the ceiling, and mumbled, If you don't want to touch me this time, you may never want to touch my body again. After a while, Ruo Rou spun around, extended her arms, and wrapped Feng tightly from behind. She said softly, Feng, please be careful with Han Ying. Keep your distance from her. Feng's whole body trembled. He relaxed soon after and laughed. So Ruo Rou will be jealous also. Acropolis City, First Junior High. The daylight was ebbing away. The field of the junior high was crowded students. Tonight was the end of semester party. All the students were dressed up in fancy clothes and ready to hit the stage later. Xiao Jia, did you really give up performing on stage? There were two forlorn figures among the bustling crowd. Mei Han, I've decided not to take part tonight. Stop trying to persuade me. Lu Xiaojia answered dispiritedly. Chan Mei Han opened her mouth, about to speak, but said nothing. She understood Xiao Jia's difficulties. The theme for tonight's party was parent and child. Unfortunately, Xiao Jia's big sister didn't have time, and Xiao Jia didn't want to bother Feng. Hence, she had no choice but to quit the competition. Fine then. Let's be normal audience members and enjoy our friends' performances. Chan Mei Han opened her bag, revealing a bunch of snacks and 2 cans of beers. She said gleefully, I brought snacks and I snuck in 2 cans of beers. Let's pretend we're attending a star concert tonight. Lu Xiaojia was tickled pink by Chin Mei Han. She nodded heavily. Mei Han, you're the best. Ayo, isn't this our school bell, Xiaojia? The party is about to start. Why haven't you changed your attire and putting on your makeup? Are you going on stage in your school uniform? The two young girls' moods were just getting better when a sharp, unkind mockery sounded behind them. Liang Kaiqing, why do you keep trailing us like a ghost? Scoffed Qin Han as she glared at Liang Kaiqing. Su Xiaobai was beside Liang Kaiqing. He was dashing clad in a white tuxedo, while Liang Kaiqing wore a glamorous dress and a pair of high heels. Standing together, they gave off a superstar vibe. Qin Han, please stop flattering yourself. The one I'm looking for is Xiao Jia. Why do you blabber on and on every time I'm looking for her? Are you out of your mind or something? After that, she looked triumphantly at Lu Xiaojia and said, Could it be you're so intimidated by us that you gave up performing? Lu Xiaojia tightened her fists, but loosened them soon after. She raised her head to prevent her tears from falling down and said resolutely, I'm not going to perform tonight. Now, please move aside. Yo, I was right after all. Huh, what a wimpy kid. It's unfathomable why every boy in this school regards you as their goddess. Well, they're all blind, I guess. Anyway, starting tonight, you, Lu Xiaojia, will be trampled under my foot and you'll never get in front of me. I'm the first beauty of first junior high. As for you, you're not even worthy to hold my shoes. Liang Kaiqing. Qin Han was so angry she rose to her feet to chase down the duo. However, Lu Xiaojia stopped her, shook her head, and said in desperation, Let it be, Meihan. I don't care about the title of the first beauty, whatever. If I have the chance, I want to be his only beauty. The party started on schedule. A pair of student hosts stood on the makeshift stage emceeing the party, followed by speeches from a few of the first junior high leaders. A panel of judges sat opposite the stage. These judges were all school deans. Among them was a dean named Su Gao, the second uncle of Su Xiaobai. He sat in the center as the judge's representative of the night. This meant that he had the largest authority to vote for the winner tonight. Without further ado, let's get the party started. The first contestant is our own Xiao Ming from 3rd grade 5 class. He will perform a song with his father. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Thousands of students had gathered at First Junior High's massive sports field. Everyone sat in a semicircle, facing the magnificent makeshift stage. The first contestant was already on stage. Coruscating light beamed down on stage, illuminating the stage as bright as daylight while the sports field was surrounded by gloom. Everybody seemed to enjoy this environment very much. Xiao Jia, that first grader, is so handsome and he can sing well. Do you want me to help you get his number? More than 10 students had already performed, and Qin Han graded them after their performance. You can just go by yourself. Why drag me along? Grumbled Lu Xiaojia. This young lady is in heat again. Hee, I'm too shy. Qin Han continued after she took a sip from the beer. Frankly, Xiaojia, none of these contestants can compare to you. They are just too normal. If you... I forget about it. Qin Han realized she said too much. She stopped abruptly so that she wouldn't cut Lu Xiaojia to the quick again. Suddenly, the hostess' sweet voice sounded. Let's welcome our next contestants, Su Xiaobai and Liang Kaiqing from 3rd grade 1 class and their parents. They will be performing a special and exotic Italian song. This will be a musical extravaganza, so everybody buckle up. Keep your ears open and listen to your heart's content. Qin Han and Lu Xiaojia stopped moving and looked at the stage. The handsomely dressed Su Xiaobai went on stage first, trailed by the gracefully dressed Liang Kaiqing and their parents. Wow, Su Xiaobai is so handsome tonight. Oh, please, Xiaobai is already very handsome in normal attire. I almost fainted just by looking at him. I never expected Liang Kaiqing to perform with Su Xiaobai. I thought it would be Lu Xiaojia. Although Liang Kaiqing is drop-dead gorgeous, she's still kind of lackluster compared to Lu Xiaojia. But I've heard Lu Xiaojia quit the competition tonight. I guess she will have a rough time at first junior high after this. The students below the stage exploded with exclamations and whispered among themselves when the two of them appeared on stage. These two youngsters were influential figures in first junior high. They created controversy just by showing up together. Listening to the students' discussions, Qin Han felt Lu Xiaojia had been misjudged. Lu Xiaojia just listened to them quietly, her eyes flooded with disappointment and sadness. Su Xiaobai and Liang Kaiqing's performance was massive. They moved dozens of musical instruments such as violins, cellos, saxophones, and harps on stage. It was obvious that they were prepared to perform a bel canto. The audience erupted in chaotic excitement before they even started their performance. Each and every one of these musical instruments was worth a mint. There were so many of them on stage that the combined value was simply immeasurable. Indeed, this world was the stage for those rich and powerful to act pretentious and show off their wealth. The performance began right after the L instruments were in their rightful places. In order to perform a perfect Italian song, Su Xiaobai and Liang Kaiqing deliberately paid a fortune and requested a teacher to give them special training. Su Xiaobai's deep voice chimed with Liang Kaiqing's loud and sonorous voice, resulting in perfect harmonious cadences. Their performance was excellent. Even though they couldn't pronounce some of the words correctly, no one knew. Liang Kaiqing's voice cracked several times when she hit the high notes of the chorus. She covered it all up by straying her legs or crouching to reveal the sight under her skirt. The atmosphere of the sports field reached its climax after they finished the song. All the boys chanted Liang Kaiqing, while the girls shouted Su Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Qin Han and Lu Xiaojia weighed this spectacle from a dark corner, as if they were completely forgotten and cast aside by the world. Mei Han, I'm tired. I'm heading home first. Lu Xiaojia suddenly got to her feet and left. She was sad and lonely. Qin Han couldn't get up to stop her. She just shook her head and sighed. Ring, ring. Lu Xiaojia's cell phone rang after she took no more than 2 steps. She pressed ignore without looking at who called her. However, it rang again. A little downcast, Lu Xiaojia pulled out her cell phone and prepared to shut it down. When she pulled it out, she realized who had been calling her. She freaked out and almost threw her phone away. Big Brother Feng. It's Big Brother Feng. He called me. Lu Xiaojia couldn't remember the last time Big Brother Feng called her. Was it a year ago or a lifetime ago? Chapter 370. The Party Becomes a Concert. Chapter 370. The Party Becomes a Concert. Big Brother Feng? Is that you? Lu Xiaojia took a few deep breaths and slowly picked up her phone. Little sister Xiaojia, you'll be performing next. Where are you now? Qin Feng's gentle voice wafted over from the other end of the line. Tears suddenly glided down her cheek, robbing her of her ability to speak. The night when Qin Feng was at Bai Qing's villa, the system suddenly announced the accomplishment of Su Ruo Rou's mission and simultaneously released 2 new missions. One of the missions was the Chain Mission Marshal World's Crisis, while the other mission was Lu Xiaojia's mission. Qin Feng looked into the matter after he'd accepted the mission. After he learned that the theme of Lu Xiaojia's end-of-semester school party was parent and child, he started to understand everything. Xiaojia, go to the fitting room behind the stage now. I have a surprise for you. Qin Feng's heart ached when he heard Lu Xiaojia's choked-up voice. After hanging up, Lu Xiaojia remained frozen in place. She thought she was dreaming. It seemed like the phone call just now wasn't real, but merely her imagination. What's wrong, Xiaojia? Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll help you scold him. Qin Han suddenly appeared beside Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia wrapped Qin Han tightly in her arms and cried profusely. Xiaojia, don't be sad. Liang Kaiqing is just a slut who makes use of her body to seduce men. She's nowhere near our Xiaojia. Don't worry, I'm going to teach her a lesson so she will behave better. Huffing with anger, Chun Meihan strode away to relinquish her anger against Liang Kaiqing. However, Lu Xiaojia pulled her and yelled excitedly with her face covered in tears. Meihan, Big Brother Feng is here. Big Brother Feng is here. Chun Meihan then realized that Lu Xiaojia was crying because she was overjoyed. Chun Meihan became excited when she learned Qin Feng was coming. Without wasting any more time, Chun Meihan pulled Lu Xiaojia and ran toward the fitting room behind the stage. As soon as they arrived, the two young girls were awestruck by the sight before them. May I know who is Princess Xiaojia? A pageant of refined beauties in Qipao stood by the doorway and welcomed the duo with charming smiles. Lu Xiaojia trotted in front and said, I am. Please follow us inside, Princess Xiaojia. Young Master Qin has given us a direct order. We'll be responsible for your costumes and makeup tonight. Lu Xiaojia was led into a room by 4 Qipao beauties. Upon entering the room, she realized that this wasn't the temporary fitting room prepared by her school. This fitting room was lavishly decorated, just like a palace. The room was filled with various kinds of dresses and gowns, wigs, and a wide array of props. Lu Xiaojia sat quietly on the chair. Meanwhile, the 4 beauties worked swiftly and in an organized pattern. Some of them helped Lu Xiaojia put on makeup, while others picked the best suitable costume for her. Ah, our beloved students! I'm certain that all of you are very familiar with our next contestant. Yes, you're right. She is the deadliest beauty of our first junior high, Lu Xiaojia. Let's welcome her with a hearty applause. The audience exploded in cheers right after the host announced the name of the next contestant. Roaring, murmuring, and buzzing filled the sports field. Lu Xiaojia! Lu Xiaojia! I thought Lu Xiaojia quit. So it's all a hoax. Lu Xiaojia refused to team up with Su Xiaobai and went on stage all by herself. I'm impressed by her courageous and unyielding spirit. People please don't compare Goddess Xiaojia with that Liang Kaiqing anymore, okay? Xiaojia is pure and holy. Liang Kaiqing's reputation is too awful. I heard that a dozen men in our school have gone to bed with her. Some of the students were extremely antsy. However, you can't make everyone happy at the same time. There was a pair of students among the crowd that weren't happy. Both had frosty faces. Bye. Liar. Lu Xiaojia, you're such a hypocrite. Liang Kaiqing cursed Lu Xiaojia after she learned Lu Xiaojia would be performing. Su Xiaobai's face chewed vigorously as he thought to himself, I invited you to team up with me earlier to perform together, but you refused. You would rather go on stage all by yourself. Humph, ungrateful woman. Just wait for your utter defeat. The judge's representative is my second uncle. I would like to see what kind of trick you can pull off now. No matter how or what happens, the champion has to be me. The host retreated from the stage. The stage that was as bright as daylight suddenly dimmed. The spotlights shut down. Swoosh! This unexpected incident stirred up the audience. Everybody thought it was a blackout. Why it has to be Xiaojia's turn? Why does the electricity have to go out now? I want to watch Lu Xiaojia's performance. I want to watch Xiaojia dancing. I want to listen to her singing. I want the school to fix the lights immediately. Humph. Not even God cares for you, Lu Xiaojia. Get the fuck off the stage and never come back again. The lights went off. Liang Kaiqing and Su Xiaobai smiled wickedly. However, their happiness was short-lived. Their smiles froze and their eyes widened in disbelief. Click, click, click. The sound of cars turning on their headlights sounded out in quick succession, and rainbow-colored rays of light beamed onto the stage. The audience hastily checked their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, More than 20 cars suddenly appeared out of the thin air on the spacious sports field, surrounded everybody in a half circle, and shone their headlights on the stage. Holy shit, I know that car. That's a Lamborghini Murcielago. Fuck, that car is Porsche 911. Its engine growls like a beast. I know that car. It is Maserati Quattroporte Zegna Limited Edition. There are only 100 in the world. This car cost about 3 million yuan. Where did she get this car from? TSK, that one's nothing. Did you people notice that race car in red and white? That's a Ferrari FXX. They built only 30 of them, and among the 30, 22 of them are retained in their exhibition hall. This car is truly a priceless treasure. Those who knew the cars yelled until they were hoarse. They normally saw these race cars either on TV or in magazines. Now they had the chance to see them in reality. Since they were in such close proximity, it felt like they were attending a luxurious auto show. Even those who were unfamiliar with the cars were dumbstruck by these stylish and cool race cars. They couldn't stop screaming. The shock robbed Liang Kaiqing and Su Xiaobai of their speech. Their faces blanched. The stage was illuminated brightly, 1,000 times more intense than before. The simple makeshift stage became different. It changed. On the center of the stage, an elevating platform was ascending slowly, revealing Lu Xiaojia shrouded in a snow-white dress and rainbow-colored knee socks before the audience. Hiss! The entire audience was taken aback and gasped in surprise. Even the panel of judges was dumbfounded. What are these supercars? Since when does the stage have an elevating platform? Long, silky hair draped over her shoulders. Her white dress fluttered in the wind. Lu Xiaojia exposed her delicate, snow-white shoulders and sexy, slender legs in the air. She wore light eyeshadow and rouge on her cheeks. A crystal crown sat perfectly on top of her cascading, silky dark hair. She was as gorgeous as a heavenly maiden. Lu Xiaojia and the audience couldn't recover from the shock. Qin Feng had yet to show himself to her. She didn't know what to do now and remained frozen on stage. But Lu Xiaojia was as charming as a heavenly maiden who descended from heaven. Everyone in the audience around the sports field was dazzled by her beauty, and her mere presence was enough to strike the heart of every audience member, making them feel breathless. Da, da, da. Suddenly, a rumbling sounded above them. The audience hastily raised their head and looked over towards the sound. Some of them exclaimed, "Wow, it's helicopter. She even has a helicopter. Madness, this is madness. I've been studying at the same school as Lu Xiaojia for such a long time, but I never knew she was so powerful." A helicopter hovered above them, exciting the audience so much that some of them fainted. Even Chen Mei Han was astounded by the sight. She gaped, her mouth hanging wide open, and stared blankly at the helicopter, unable to describe her current feeling. "Lu Xiaojia, how come you didn't tell me, your sister, that you're an heiress of a wealthy family?" The helicopter descended slowly and hovered above Lu Xiaojia's head. Suddenly, a roll-up ladder fell from the helicopter. Then, a man clad in a snowy white tuxedo slowly climbed down from the ladder. Everybody focused their gaze at the man. Handsome, sunshine, tall, noble. He had the same white tuxedo as Su Xiaobai, but Qing Feng's aura completely crushed and suppressed Su Xiaobai's. If Su Xiaobai had the vibe of a Prince Charming, then Qin Feng was the cavalry in shining armor who descended from heaven. Lu Xiaojia instantly dissolved into tears as she finally saw her big brother Feng. He's still so handsome. She thought Qin Feng had abandoned her, and their paths would slowly drift further and further away. However, Qin Feng's action tonight proved to her that he hadn't abandoned her, but he cared for her. He prepared a grand, boundless, and splendid party just for her, and it was something that Lu Xiaojia had never imagined before, not even in her dreams. Little sister Xiao Jia. Sorry for keep you waiting. Qin Feng landed and stood firmly on the stage. However, Lu Xiaojia still felt that all of this wasn't real, but merely an illusion to deceive her. It seemed to her that Qin Feng would vanish the moment she blinked her eyes. Big brother Feng. Lu Xiaojia, overcome with emotion, threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng gently caressed Lu Xiaojia's head, comforting her. Xiaojia, your friends are all looking at you. Are you going to hug me the entire night? How about we perform a song together? You choose the song. I'll give you a piano accompaniment. After Lu Xiaojia calmed herself down, she bashfully withdrew herself from Qin Feng's arms. Then, she peered into Qin Feng's eyes and nodded vigorously. Big brother Feng, let's perform superstar Rao Sherman's famous song, suggested Lu Xiaojia as she cast a pure and bright smile at Qin Feng. She felt this song represented her current feeling, and she wanted to convey it to Qin Feng. The song was child's play for Qin Feng since he had performed it with Rao Sherman at Qin Manor before. Qin Feng positioned himself in front of a piano. A headlight's ray beamed directly on him, and at this moment he was a quiet and handsome young man. Lu Xiaojia went to the center of the stage. Dozens of headlights from different directions converged on her body, making her ethereal. Ding, ding, ding. Qin Feng's fingers dropped on the piano keys, and a familiar melody sounded out. Stunned, Lu Xiaojia was slightly startled by Qin Feng's prowess in piano. She never expected Big Brother Feng to know how to play piano, much less to have such a high caliber of skills. It was a blazing day on September beside the Lotus Lake. Because of you, everything became better. The piano was gentle and harmonious. Lu Xiaojia's voice was naturally beautiful. Their performance was perfect. The entire audience closed their eyes and waved the glow sticks in their hands. Qin Feng looked at this sight with a satisfied expression. This was the effect he wanted, the effect of a concert. Since he'd come, he had to be perfect. After all, this was Lu Xiaojia's end-of-semester party, and this probably was the only chance in his lifetime that he could bestow upon her an unforgettable end-of-semester party. Chapter 371, Getting Famous. Chapter 371, Getting Famous. The evening was crowned by their dazzling performance. With only a Rao Sherman's famous song, Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia successfully stirred the atmosphere and took the evening to another level. Everyone knew this song. Now that Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia made this song of their own, the audience thought it was splendidly done, and it was just as amazing as Rao Sherman, the original singer of the song. What a poser! Playing the high and mighty innocent before everyone in the school every day. In fact, you're nothing but a fucking whore who makes use of your beauty to seduce men into doing your bidding. I'm pretty sure you're well skilled in the bedroom to get such a fine man, and you must have served him well, said Liang Kai-ching. She was so consumed by her rage that her eyes became bloodshot. She thought Su Xiaobai and her performance was spectacular enough. She didn't expect Lu Xiaojia to be more dazzling than she was. This Lu Xiaojia is the embodiment of the earliest ancestor of a pretentious deceiver, sighed Liang Kai-ching in her heart. Like Liang Kai-ching, Su Xiaobai fumed with anger too. He gnashed his teeth in rage the moment he saw Qin Feng. How could he not remember who Qin Feng was? He still remembered it was Qin Feng who tricked and ridiculed him like a clown during Lu Xiaojia's birthday party. Xiaobai, are we losing our first place? Liang Kai-ching began to worry after seeing Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia's performance. Humph, pigs will fly before they can S&A the championship for me. Su Xiaobai looked at Qin Feng with a frosty expression. Then he said readily, I'm going to find my second uncle. I must be the champion of the night. Liang Kai-ching was relieved to see Su Xiaobai set off. Su Xiaobai's second uncle was the judge's representative of the night. So Su Xiaobai just needed to inform his second uncle if he wanted to be the champion. Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia's performance ended. The audience continued to sway the glow sticks in a synchronized pattern, unable to withdraw themselves from the beautiful singing. A couple of young ladies swarmed beside Qin Meihan and shrieked, "Meihan! Is that handsome man the young uncle who attended Xiaojia's birthday party? His name is Qin Feng, right? Am I right? Am I right?" Chun Meihan replied excitedly, "Yes, yes, you're right. He's Xiaojia's young uncle. Good people will always be rewarded handsomely. I know that Xiaojia is a good person, so it's natural for her to have a rich, handsome, and promising young man like her young uncle. Xiaojia's life will be smooth sailing." As she was speaking, she suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh shit! I was so into the song that I forgot to record it. Xiaojia will be very angry with me." "Don't worry about that, Meihan. I got your back. Since it was such a great performance, I recorded it. It's Super HD," a sister of hers said as she handed her phone to Chun Meihan. The group of young ladies played the video. They still praised Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia to high heaven, even though this was their second time viewing the performance. Suddenly, Qin Meihan rolled her eyes as she grinned wickedly. "Xiaojia, please don't forget this sister if you really marry your big brother Feng." Chun Meihan's fingers danced nimbly on the phone screen as she uploaded the video of Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia's performance onto several popular social media platforms. Chun Meihan thought since Lu Xiaojia couldn't stir herself up to go after her love, she should give her a push and some motivation. Provincial capital, the Dongfang family's ancient mansion. Two drop-dead gorgeous beauties tousled on a large bed in their silk nightgowns. Those long legs were stunning. The two young ladies rolled on the bed back and forth without any regard for their disheveled clothes, since there were no men around them. "I'm certain your employees' noses will bleed if they ever see your current appearance. Big Sister Qing Shui." Rao Sherman attempted a verbal attack as she was pinned under Dongfang Qing Shui, unable to move. Dongfang Qing Shui was unaffected by Rao Sherman's menacing words. She tore open Rao Sherman's clothes and chirped while staring at her towering breasts. "I preside over up to 1,000 workers. How can I compare to little sister Sherman's 10,000 fans? What do you say I snap a photo of little sister Sherman and upload it on my Weibo? The impact will be so great that it'll cause an earthquake across the entire provincial capital." Rao Sherman's face flushed in shame. She threw the towel aside and said, "Fine, fine. Big Sister Qing Shui, I surrender. Speaking of which, what I said just now was the truth. I can't do anything about it if you don't believe me." Dongfang Qing Shui got up first. After she helped Rao Sherman tidy her clothes, she looked puzzled and asked, "Was young Master Qin really how you mentioned earlier? He taught in a remote mountainous area, donated to the poor anonymously, is extremely knowledgeable, and is well versed in the traditional four arts: lyre, playing, go, calligraphy, and painting?" Rao Sherman had reported the result of her mission to Dongfang Qing Shui and told her about the true styles and characteristics of young Master Qin. However, Dongfang Qing Shui thought Rao Sherman deliberately said so to tease her, so they fought. "Big Sister Qing Shui, I'm telling you the truth, and I never lied to you," Rao Sherman said firmly. Dongfang Qing Shui was flabbergasted. She'd always thought young Master Qin was a hedonistic young master, ignorant and incompetent. She never expected that the truth was completely opposite from the rumors. "I'll still never marry him, no matter what," Dongfang Qing Shui said resolutely after she fell silent for a moment. "I've never met him, so how can I marry a person who I've never met before just because of a promise made by Grandpa and the elders?" Rao Sherman realized Dongfang Qing Shui was getting angry, so she hastily comforted her. "Don't worry, Big Sister Qing Shui. Young Master Qin disagrees with this marriage engagement as well, and he shares the same thoughts as you. Both of you never meet one another, and, to him, a forced marriage isn't a perfect marriage. It's merely a marriage devoid of any responsibility from both parties. Hence, he's fine if big sister Qin Shui finds her own love interest. Dongfang Qin Shui's face flooded with myriad of expressions after she heard Rao Sherman speak. Previously, she was troubled by this marriage because she thought young Master Qin was a hedonistic young master. However, after she learned that young Master Qin was actually a matured and self-motivated young man, and most importantly, he even rejected the marriage engagement, a sense of loss suddenly welled up in her heart. Woman is a complex living organism. They themselves don't even understand what they actually want most of the time. Big sister Qin Shui, let's not talk about this. Let me show you some nice photos I took while in Acropolis City. Rao Sherman was afraid that Dongfang Qin Shui would be more troubled if they continued on this topic, so she shifted to a lighter topic. She pulled out her cell phone, preparing to show Dongfang Qin Shui the mesmerizing sight of the Lotus Lake when a Weibo notification popped up. Live at Acropolis City's first junior high. Rao Sherman's famous song, Because of You. Enjoy. This Weibo had already been forwarded more than 3,000 times in merely 10 minutes. Under normal circumstances, Rao Sherman would pay no heed to this kind of Weibo. But this time she hastily tapped on the notification and played the video. This was for two reasons. Because of You was her song, and she had too many memories left in Acropolis City. A hubbub of laughter and yelling rang out after she pressed play on the video. Soon, the camera swayed over to a young man and a young lady on the stage. The young man was handsome and straight. He was sitting in front of the piano. Although the young lady was kind of petite, one could see clearly that she was yet another beauty. What is this? Dongfang Qin Shui looked over out of curiosity. Rao Sherman gaped, her mouth hanging wide open, unable to utter a syllable as if shock had struck her dumb. Dang, dang, dang. Qin Feng's piano playing seemed to waft from another dimension, pierced through her cell phone, and struck the two ladies' hearts hard. Although this was the second time Rao Sherman heard Qin Feng's piano playing, she was captured by it the moment she played the video. Even though Dongfang Qin Shui had no idea who Qin Feng was, she was attracted by the wonderfulness of this piano piece. At the same time, she knew that this song was little sister Sherman's famous song. The magnificent performance ended. Rao Sherman and Dongfang Qin Shui regained their senses at the same time. Sherman, what is your opinion on this? I think both of them performed pretty well. Looking into Dongfang Qin Shui's beautiful starry eyes, Rao Sherman temporarily lost her ability to express her feelings. She only found her voice after a good while. I know this young man. He is the personal bodyguard of young Master Qin, and he was my host during my stay in Acropolis City. A man? You allow a man to be your host? Could it be both of you? Dongfang Qin Shui was shocked by Rao Sherman. She knew Rao Sherman too well. How could there be any chance that she would accept a male host? Stop it right there. It's not what you think. Rao Sherman's face flushed red like a tomato. She said, I've become friends with him because I was amazed by his piano skill. We even performed a duet during my stay in Qin Manor. Originally, Rao Sherman wanted to tell Dongfang Qin Shui that she and Qin Feng were just normal friends. However, she held back the words after she struggled for some time. This was because when she was about to depart from Acropolis City International Airport, she received Qin Feng's confession loud and clear, and at that instant her heart melted. Dongfang Qin Shui trusted her and went off to do her work when she finished talking with Rao Sherman. Once Dongfang Qin Shui retreated from her room, Rao Sherman nestled herself on the large bed and played the video again. This time, however, she focused on Lu Xiaojia. What a beauty! She'll be a stunning beauty after she has grown up. I wonder how close they are for Qin Feng to prepare a ceremonious party for her. Rao Sherman tossed and turned restlessly on the bed as a subtle and indescribably bad feeling arose within her. She pondered for a while, picked up her phone at last, and posted a Weibo. Is somebody laying his grubby paws on an underage girl? Be aware that I'll report this to the police. It was a simple and mischievous sentence, yet it gave rise to a lively and animated discussion in the Weibo. Mei Han, I'm seeing this, right? The superstar Rao Sherman has forwarded our Weibo. She even left a comment on it. What did she comment? Chan Mei-han hastily asked her sister. It's weird. She said something like, is somebody laying his grubby paws on an underage girl? Be aware that I'll report this to the police. All of them pondered the true meaning of the sentence, but they were stumped. Aya, pay no attention to it. As long as the superstar Rao Sherman forwarded our Weibo, and her Weibo has at least 10,000 of fans, we're going to be… No, not we. It's Xiao Jia getting famous. Young uncle too. All of them screamed and yelled in excitement. Focused on their discussion, Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia stayed in the fitting room, unaware of what was happening outside. Big brother Feng, did I perform well tonight? Lu Xiaojia clung tightly to Qin Feng after they entered the fitting room. Qin Feng just treated her as his little sister. Qin Feng settled her down on his lap. Yeah, your performance is remarkable. In my opinion, Xiao Jia must be the champion of the night. Qin Feng specially built this fitting room for Lu Xiaojia. Only the two of them were left in the fitting room as the 4 Qipao beauties went outside. Big brother Feng, I guess we can't get the first prize. Lu Xiaojia suddenly became sad. She knew that director Su was Su Xiaobai's second uncle, and he was the representative for the judges. She was certain that he would make Su Xiaobai and Liang Kai-ching the champion of the night. Chapter 372, I'm the champion. Chapter 372, I'm the champion. Xiao Jia, are you not confident with your performance? Or does Xiao Jia think Big Brother Feng has dragged you down? Asked Qin Feng, smiling. Upon hearing Qin Feng's query, Lu Xiaojia immediately tightened her embrace and said nervously, No, that's not what I meant. Big Brother Feng's performance was remarkable. It has nothing to do with you. It's Su Xiaobai. His second uncle is the judge's representative, and I assume the result is probably rigged. Lu Xiaojia pouted and looked at Qin Feng with a saddened expression. I'm sorry, Big Brother Feng. We still couldn't get first place, even though you've diligently prepared a wonderful night for Xiao Jia. At any rate, Big Brother Feng's performance is still the best in Xiao Jia's heart. Qin Feng soon understood the whole situation. However, he wasn't troubled in the slightest. He ruffled Lu Xiaojia's hair and crooned. In my eyes, Xiaojia's performance is the best and unmade by anybody. Don't worry. Big Brother Feng promised the champion of the night had to be you. Even though Lu Xiaojia was worried, she gazed at Qin Feng with determination and said, Okay. Xiao Jia trust Big Brother Feng. Xiao Jia, you're getting famous. You're getting famous this time. Chan Mei-han suddenly barged into the fitting room, trailed by a group of young ladies. Lu Xiaojia hit the panic button as her cheeks flushed like a ripened tomato. She hastily jumped out from Qin Feng's arms. Mei-han, can you stop being so jumpy? Forget about me. Have a look at this. Trust me, you'll be even more astounded than I am when you see these comments and forwards. Chan Mei-han handed her cell phone to Lu Xiaojia as she spoke. Lu Xiaojia was instantly stupefied when she looked at Chen Mei-han's cell phone. Their live performance was recorded and uploaded onto Weibo. It reached 100,000 forwards and 10,000 comments in less than an hour. It wasn't only Weibo. This video was the hot topic of several large social media platforms, such as Tieba and forums. Even some video sites posted the video on their homepage to attract traffic. How did this happen? This is your doing? Covering her cherry mouth, Lu Xiaojia stared at Chen Meihan in disbelief. Chen Meihan smiled wickedly and said triumphantly, "How are you going to thank me, Xiaojia? Also, young uncle, you're getting famous too. How are you going to repay me?" Chen Meihan felt smug as she looked at Qin Feng. "Why am I getting famous?" Qin Feng failed to understand and came forward. Qin Feng was taken aback as well when he saw Weibo's hot topic on Chen Meihan's cell phone. What stunned him was that even Rao Ximen replied to this video. Is somebody laying his grubby paws on an underage girl? Be aware that I'll report this to the police. How could Qin Feng not understand the sentence? His heart skipped a beat. Is beautiful Ximen getting jealous? This video went viral in such a short time only because of Rao Ximen's comment and forward. Among those who left a comment, half of them were guessing the connotation of Rao Ximen's comment. What does superstar Rao Ximen mean? After meticulous analysis, I have a hunch that Rao Ximen is very close to that young man. However, that young man dumped Rao Ximen and went for a junior high schooler, so Rao Ximen got angry. Are you out of your mind? It's obvious that Rao Ximen's making a joke. She isn't angry at all. I detect a whiff of jealousy in the room. Who is this guy and who is this little girl? Please reply to me fast. I want the answer now. This was the first time Qin Feng experienced the mighty power of the internet. Every time he refreshed the page, hundreds of comments and thousands of forwards popped up. This video obviously was going viral overnight. Qin Feng's cell phone rang when looked away from the cell phone. It was Rao Ximen. Qin Feng quickly retreated from the fitting room and picked up the phone after he went to a place of solitude. Beautiful Ximen, do you miss me? Qin Feng asked earnestly. Rao Ximen remained silent. Qin Feng guessed that she was trying to hold her anger. After a while, her voice wafted through from the other end of the line. Well, well, Qin Feng, what a spectacular performance you had tonight. Hee hee, I'm helping a sister of mine. Her school has organized a parent and child evening party. Since her family's too busy and couldn't attend, I'm just helping her out. Rao Ximen quietly listened to Qin Feng's explanation. Her heart dropped. Not even she could fathom why she was so edgy. Ever since Qin Feng told her at the airport that he was the little boy from the Lotus Lake 8 years ago, Rao Ximen's frozen heart suddenly melted. Whenever she had free time, the bits and pieces of memories of what happened between them in Acropolis City surged and roamed freely in her mind. Rao Ximen had never fallen in love before. However, she suspected that this feeling must be the feeling of first love, filled with caution and uncertainties. Suddenly Rao Ximen said, My schedule is pretty open after next week. Is it true? I'll pay you a visit then. You'll welcome me, right? Qin Feng got the gist of Rao Ximen's hint. Although Rao Ximen was happy as a lark, she emotionlessly replied, Give me a call then when you arrive. I'll pick you up whenever my schedule is free. However, there's one thing that troubles me. I don't have any relatives or friends staying in the provincial capital, so I don't have a place to stay. If beautiful Ximen could take me in for one night, then I'll definitely pay you a visit. Let's talk about this after you're here. Rao Ximen hung up the phone the instant she finished speaking. She gripped her cell phone tightly as her heart raced. Qin Feng returned to the fitting room with a cheerful smile on his face. After he chatted with the group of young ladies for a while, the party came to an end, and it was the time to announce the winners of the night. All of them happily returned to the sports field. The audience's gaze followed Lu Xiaojia wherever she went, and all the young ladies stared at and surveyed Qin Feng fondly, as he was now famous in first junior high. Lu Xiaojia became anxious when she saw their lustful gazes. She pressed herself tightly against Qin Feng's arm, fearing that Big Brother Feng would be snayed away by them. It was such a fascinating night, don't you think? The host started to speak. A storm of applause and cheers filled the sports field. Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia's performance remained clear and vivid in their minds. With the 20 supercars behind them, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Once the audience quieted down, the hostess continued, "Now, let's proceed to announce the winners of the night. I assume that every one of you have your rankings in mind, right? Our judges have finalized the result as well. I can see that everybody is getting a little edgy, so without further ado, let's welcome our judges' representative, the dean of our school, Teacher Su Gao, to announce the result for the night." Su Gao walked up onto the stage with his chin up and chest out under the intense gaze of the audience. He gave a few speeches before reaching the moment they'd all been waiting for. He raised the nomination list and spoke loudly. "I'll now announce the top 10 outstanding students of the night and their families. First grade 3rd class, Qin Ming. First grade 9th class, Feng Hai. Second grade 6th class, Gong Rue. Third grade 3rd class, Lu Ming." The ranking was announced starting from the last until the first. Next, the second runner-up of tonight's end-of-semester party will be. The atmosphere instantly froze. The entire audience held their breath as they eagerly waited for the name to be called. Lu Xiaojia tightly clasped Qin Feng's hand. She was nervous, and her hand oozed with cold sweat. Up until now, her name still hadn't been called. Obtaining the first place was like Arabian Nights. It was impossible. Lu Xiaojia could only set all her hopes on getting second runner-up. Second runner-up, 3rd grade 1st class, classmate Lu Xiaojia. Congratulations to Lu Xiaojia. Please come on stage to receive your reward. Rumbles. The audience exploded as soon as Su Gao announced Lu Xiaojia's ranking. Lu Xiaojia was happy as a clam. She was satisfied with this ranking since she knew it was impossible for her to obtain first place. However, her friends and her fans were all unsatisfied. Lu Xiaojia had to be the champion of the night. In their perspective, her performance was miles above Su Xiaobai's and Liang Kaiqing's. "Classmate Xiaojia, do you have any words to say to your friends?" Su Gao said as he smirked at Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia disliked Su Gao's gaze. She shook her head and turned down his offer. Immediately, Qin Feng stepped forward. He grinned and said gallantly, "Director Su, I've something to say." Su Gao glared at Qin Feng before passing the microphone to him. Qin Feng ignored Su Gao's attitude, stepped forward to face roughly 3,000 students, and opened his mouth. "I strongly disagree and oppose the nomination of our judges. Classmate Xiaojia's performance was outstanding, and her voice was heavenly beautiful. I've noticed from the nomination list that the champion of the night is Su Xiaobai and Liang Kaiqing. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that these two students' performance was poorly done since they've poured in a lot of efforts as well. I just hope that the contest tonight can be done fair and square. I truly suspect that the result we're getting now is rigged. Now, tell me, Director Su Gao, is the champion prearranged? Just because Su Xiaobai is related to you? Bullshit. Please don't casually cook up false charges against me." Su Gao's face instantly went white, and he glowered reedly at Qin Feng. He never expected Qin Feng to be so bold. He dared to expose this kind of thing in front of everybody. "Well, you're the only one who knows if I am talking nonsense or not. Anyway, I demand a re-election. This time, we must do it fair and square." Qin Feng's sedate voice fell clearly on the ears of the whole audience. The morale of Lu Xiaojia's supporters was heightened by Qin Feng. All of them began to protest. The environment was out of control. Lu Xiaojia gripped Qin Feng's clothes tightly as she was moved to tears. Seeing the situation was getting ugly, Su Gao resorted to his last resort. He snatched the microphone away from Qin Feng's hand and yelled, "Keep quiet!" The rule was fixed and ranking was announced. How can we casually change it? Classmate Lu Xiaojia, take the prize and get down from the stage with your big brother, otherwise I'll revoke and confiscate your prize. You'll get nothing tonight. Su Gao felt intense pressure facing Qin Feng, so he threatened Lu Xiaojia instead. Lu Xiaojia's feeble appearance fell away, and she firmly stood her ground. She looked at Su Gao with her head held high and chest puffed up. Then she said steadily, "Director Su, I don't want to be second. I want to be the first." Lu Xiaojia was prideful. Her body surged with an indomitable aura. She came to the conclusion that she must become champion for Qin Feng. This was not to honor herself, but to acknowledge Big Brother Feng. Otherwise, Lu Xiaojia would rather not to get any ranking at all. Chapter 373, Secret Ballot. Chapter 373, Secret Ballot. Lu Xiaojia is the champion. Lu Xiaojia is the champion. Lu Xiaojia's speech blew the entire audience's mind, causing an uproar. Surrounded by an uprising, Su Xiaobai and Liang Kaiqing's faces went white. Has this Bai slept with all the male students in the school? If not, why are they supporting her? They're all fools. Madness, grumbled Liang Kaiqing as she gritted her teeth. She looked at Su Xiaobai and asked worriedly, "Xiaobai, will we lose our championship?" Impossible. We're at the school compound, and this is a school activity. Do you think the judges will change their decision just because of a bunch of ignorant fools? Seeing a composed Su Xiaobai, Liang Kaiqing's heart finally dropped. Su Gao felt embarrassed remaining on stage. He hastily went to a corner below the stage and made a call to Headmaster Li. "Headmaster Li, something bad happened here at the end of semester party. A student wasn't satisfied with her ranking, and she is leading a couple of students in an attempt to overturn the decision made by us adjudicators. Do you want to come over here and address the scale?" "Okay. Sure. Then I'll be waiting you here at the sports field." Su Gao hung up and his confidence returned. The headmaster was very angry after listening to what he had said. Since he had Headmaster Li backing him now, how could he still fear Lu Xiaojia and Qin Feng? Su Gao ignored the students and went back to his seat. Not long after, Headmaster Li strutted over with a few school leaders clustered around him. Seeing their school leaders had arrived, the protesting students instantly fell silent. "What is going on, Director Su?" "Headmaster," Li asked sternly as he arrived at Su Gao's side. The judges hastily rose to their feet and welcomed Headmaster Li. Su Gao plastered a smile on his face and said, "Headmaster Li, let me brief you on the situation. It's that student on stage who caused a disturbance. Beside her is her big brother. They are the second runner-up of the night, but she is very arrogant. She said she didn't want to be the second and that she must be the champion, otherwise she won't be satisfied with the result. We, the adjudicators of the night, have gone through a lot of hard work and settled on this result after we meticulously evaluated, cross-checked, and reviewed the performance of each and every one of the contestants. How can we retract the result simply because of an ungrateful student being dissatisfied with her result?" Su Gao distorted the truth and spoke in a serious manner. Once Headmaster Li got a good grasp of ins and outs of the whole situation, he stormed over to Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia with a grave expression. The audience broke into a cold sweat as they weighed the headmaster charge toward Lu Xiaojia and Qin Feng. They all thought Lu Xiaojia would be punished by the school tonight. "Humph! Want to tussle with me? You're nothing less than an egg hurled against a rock. Don't you know that I own this place?" Su Xiaobai's sneering face was hideous. Liang Kaiqing yelled roundly, "Bai, it's for the best if the school expels you. Your big brother is nothing but an incapable thug." "Headmaster Li, this is the student I mentioned, Lu Xiaojia of 3rd grade first class. The young man beside her is her big brother. This young man is insolent and very arrogant. I suspect he's one of the delinquents from the underworld." Su Gao slandered Lu Xiaojia and Qin Feng while they were on the stage. Lu Xiaojia grew anxious as the headmaster came toward her with a cluster of school leaders. However, she didn't back down and clung tightly to Qin Feng's hand. Who are you? The result of the night. Hold on. Headmaster Li's expression was frosty, ready to dress down Qin Feng. Just before he could finish, his countenance drastically changed. Young man, you look familiar. Is there any chance that we've met somewhere before? Qin Feng smugly looked at Headmaster Li and said casually, Long time no see, Headmaster Li. How have you been? I'm Qin Feng. I graduated from your school 5 years ago. Qin Feng was once a student of Acropolis City's first junior high. Even now, his great history was still the talk of the town among students at the school. Headmaster Li's memories finally served him right after Qin Feng revealed himself. No wonder he felt the person before him was familiar. So this young man was Qin Feng, the sole heir of Acropolis City's #1 billionaire Qin Huang. Headmaster Li instantly yielded to Qin Feng as he didn't have the nerve to act superior to Qin Feng. The first junior high was an unnoticed junior high in Acropolis City when Qin Feng was studying in it. It was Qin Huang who wished his child to have an exceptional learning environment, so he poured a mint of expenditures to expand and develop the first junior high. After 3 years, the first junior high had risen up to be the first-class school in Acropolis City, famous for top-notch teaching modules and an excellent learning environment. Even after Qin Feng had graduated from the school, Qin Huang continued to invest in expanding the school, and he was also one of the royal members of the board of trustees of the school. We don't care who you are, Qin Feng or Chou Feng. Let me tell you, this is a school. Please don't tarnish our school with this raucous of yours. Our headmaster, Li, is a lion-hearted man who sees things in black and white. He is here tonight to do justice for all of us, yelled Su Gao, still unaware of who Qin Feng was. Headmaster Li's countenance completely blackened. He glared at Su Gao and glowered. Director Su, who gave you the authority to speak? Keep your mouth shut and move aside. Su Gao was stunned. He realized something and hastily zipped his mouth. Young Master Qin, welcome, welcome. Welcome back to the first junior high. I didn't know that you returned to your alma mater to attend our activity. Why didn't you inform me beforehand that you're performing tonight? If I had known earlier, I would have canceled all my social activities to come to admire your wonderful performance. Headmaster Li shook Qin Feng's hand. Everyone could tell he was buttering up Qin Feng. The microphone was still on, so the entire conversation between Qin Feng and Headmaster Li fell loud and clear on the ears of every audience member below the stage. All of them were stupefied. Their jaws dropped to the ground. Qin Feng's appearance tonight was grand enough. Yet again, he struck the audience with awe. Who the hell is this person? Even the headmaster of First Junior High has to suck up to him. You're too humble, Headmaster Li. The First Junior High rose to its fame and became the top school in Acropolis City, all because of Headmaster Li's sagacity and farsightedness. Qin Feng praised Headmaster Li. He'd do justice to him, as Headmaster Li was crucial in making Lu Xiaojia the champion. You flatter me. Headmaster Li was so happy that he laughed with his mouth open. Headmaster Li, to be honest, I don't mean to make a big deal tonight. It's just that I truly couldn't accept this kind of result. So I hope Headmaster Li can personally monitor the nomination process and reselect the winners of the night fair and square. Qin Feng hastily cut to the point. Yes, this is the right thing to do. Our First Junior High has always treated its students fairly. Since young Master Li is unsatisfied with the result, then we shall revoke the previous result and reselect the winners. Headmaster Li hastily appeased Qin Feng. This time, we ought to reform the voting system. I suggest we select our winners through secret ballot and every student here be given the right to cast their votes. Then we will compile all the votes and select the winners by calculating the number of votes they obtained, suggested Qin Feng. This was the fairest and most open way. It was natural that Headmaster Li would agree to it. Su Gao felt angst when Headmaster Li agreed to Qin Feng's suggestion as an ominous premonition rose within him. The students were ecstatic that they had the right to cast their vote. All of them felt like they were at a singing contest, voting for their favorite singer. Qin Feng and Headmaster Li supervised the whole process on stage. Every teacher led their own class to cast their votes. The voting process soon ended, and the school leaders started to compile the votes. After the school leaders tallied the result, Headmaster Li then announced the winners on stage. Just like before, the winners were summoned on stage, starting from the 10th to the 1st. There was a huge discrepancy between the result, selected by students, and the result concluded by Su Gao and his panel of judges. Those who were the top 5 were not even getting a prize now. It was clear in everyone's mind that somebody had pulled strings with the panel of judges from behind the stage to get their own favorable result. We're now announcing the 5th place, 3rd grade 1st class, classmates Su Xiaobai and Liang Kaiqing. Please come on stage to receive your reward. The duo who was the champion now was the 5th runner-up. Both of them were ashen-faced without any trace of joy at winning a prize. It was as if somebody from their family had died. The anticipated moment of the night came. The announcement of the champion. Lu Xiaojia hadn't been summoned on stage yet. Everyone fell into a pool of dead silence. Lu Xiaojia, Lu Xiaojia. Everybody was rooting for Lu Xiaojia. Her group of sisters was so nervous they tightly clasped their hands together and focused on Headmaster Li with their pure and innocent eyes. The champion of the end of semester party, organized by the 1st junior high, 3rd grade 1st class, classmate Lu Xiaojia. She was selected by the mass. She deserves the honor. Let's invite our very own classmate Lu Xiaojia to come up to receive her award with a hearty applause. Also, let's not forget her partner of the night, Mr. Qin Feng. The champion will be rewarded 15,000 yuan, and at the same time, receive 5 additional marks on their final exam. Hurrah! The whole audience exploded in cheers after Lu Xiaojia won the champion title. Lu Xiaojia broke down in tears of joy as she held on tightly to Qin Feng's hand. She might have kissed Qin Feng if they weren't surrounded by so many students. Su Gao's countenance completely darkened. Headmaster Li came down from the stage and called him to follow him. Su Gao would be severely punished. As for Su Xiaobai and Liang Kaiqing, they vanished among the crowd after they receiving their reward as they were too embarrassed to stay. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the mission. Assist Lu Xiaojia in getting 1st place at the end of semester party. The system rewards host Qin Feng 500 hedonist points. The system notification resounded in his mind. Qin Feng hastily looked over and saw he had 6,150 hedonist points now. He was in 7th heaven. He still remembered he had a mission that required him to activate the Elysium of Heroes. Qin Feng had been so busy these past few days that he didn't have time to look at the chain mission. Since he'd finished Lu Xiaojia's mission, Qin Feng thought he finally had time to study it. Lu Xiaojia went on stage to receive her award and gave a few speeches. The award ceremony marked the end of the party. Everyone reluctantly parted ways and went back to their homes. Several of Lu Xiaojia's friends swarmed beside her, chirping and cheering. However, when they saw Qin Feng, they all cast a lustful grin at her and then ran back to their own homes. Unaffected, Qin Feng brushed it off with a smile while Lu Xiaojia's face flushed with embarrassment. "Where are you going now, big brother Feng?" asked Lu Xiaojia as she looked at the spacious sports field. The night was gloomy. Lu Xiaojia suddenly tensed up. I'm going home after I drive you back. Disappointed by Qin Feng's answer, Lu Xiaojia thought to herself, are we going back to how we used to be? Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia went for a spin in his Lamborghini Murcielago before stopping at Lu Xiaojia's house. Goodbye, Xiaojia, and good dreams, wished Qin Feng as he caressed Lu Xiaojia's head. A little downcast, Lu Xiaojia alighted from the car. Suddenly, a plan flashed in her mind, and she returned to Qin Feng. Then, she held onto Qin Feng's arm and said happily, Big Brother Feng, my sister is not home yet, and I'm a little scared of staying alone in the house. Can you come in and stay with me until my sister returns? Plus, you have to help me to inform my sister about the 15,000 yuan prize. Lu Xiaojia hit on an idea. She wanted her big brother Feng to meet her big sister. She knew Big Brother Feng was lascivious, and he must be attracted by her big sister. As long as they were together, Lu Xiaojia thought she would always see her big brother Feng in the future. Chapter 374, The Elysium of Heroes. Chapter 374, The Elysium of Heroes. Qin Feng followed Lu Xiaojia into the villa after Lu Xiaojia gave him puppy dog eyes. Qin Feng was familiar with the villa in Cloud City, Hua Manor Phase 1. Even though this was the first time he came to Lu Xiaojia's house, he knew the ins and outs of her house. Please have a seat and make yourself at home, Big Brother Feng. There is a plate of fruit and snacks on the table. You can have some if you are hungry. I'm heading upstairs to take a shower now. I'll be done shortly. Barefoot, Lu Xiaojia went upstairs. However, before she reached the top, she returned to Qin Feng and added, Big Brother Feng, you mustn't leave me alone at home. I'm afraid of thieves. Lu Xiaojia took a shower while Qin Feng lounged on the couch and weighed TV. The first floor was equipped with various electrical appliances and was clean and tidy. Qin Feng even detected a familiar scent, which wasn't Lu Xiaojia's. He suspected that it was the body fragrance of Lu Xiaojia's big sister. Now free! Qin Feng didn't waste time as he activated the Hedonist sovereign system and started studying the chain mission. Martial World's Disturbance, Main Mission. Protect the spiritual equipment and skill books host Qin Feng acquired from the system, and fend off all the enemies. The system will reward 10,000 hedonist points for clearing the mission, and 20,000 will be deducted if the mission is failed. First side mission. Initiate the Elysium of Heroes. The system will reward 5,000 hedonist points if host Qin Feng succeeds in clearing the quest. 10,000 hedonist points will be deducted if the mission is failed. Second side mission. Purchase a hero from the Elysium of Heroes and expand your forces to defend against the attack of enemies. The system will reward 5,000 hedonist points if host Qin Feng succeeds in clearing the quest. 10,000 hedonist points will be deducted if the mission is failed. Third side mission. Fish out the mastermind of the martial world's disturbance. The system will reward 1,000 hedonist points, a flaming dragon horse, and a spear of Rathalos if host Qin Feng succeeds in clearing the quest. 10,000 hedonist points will be deducted if the mission is failed. Qin Feng carefully reviewed the Martial World Crisis mission. He wasn't clear about the main mission as he didn't know why the Martial World Crisis would happen, and who would come to steal his spirit equipments and skill books. Since he had no clue about the main mission and the third side mission, Qin Feng put them aside and went to study the first and second side missions. These two side missions were related to the Elysium of Heroes, and now Qin Feng had considerable knowledge about the Elysium of Heroes. Ever since he was promoted to rank 5 Hedonist Mortal, the wuxia interface in the system and the Elysium of Heroes was activated simultaneously. There were countless heroes residing in the Elysium. As such, he just needed to initiate the Elysium of Heroes, and then he could purchase various kinds of heroes to aid him in a fight. Qin Feng originally had his eyes set on the sword of Dugu, which cost 10,000 hedonist points. However, since he had to clear the Elysium of Heroes mission now, he had no choice but to focus on initiating the Elysium of Heroes first. Is host Qin Feng spending 5,000 Hedonist points to initiate the Elysium of Heroes? The system's notification beeped in his mind. Initiate now. Qin Feng gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Buzz! Buzz! A buzzing suddenly resounded in Qin Feng's head, causing his consciousness to blur as he felt he was sucked into the other world. The scene in his psyche dramatically changed quickly and became clearer and clearer. He was now surrounded by millions of dazzling stars in the middle of the vast heavens. Upon closer inspection, he felt these stars breathing, their flickering light reminiscent of their ancient and sedate aura. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, on initiating the Elysium of Heroes. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, on completing the first side mission of Martial World Crisis and successfully initiating the Elysium of Heroes. The system rewards host Qin Feng 5,000 Hedonist points. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He felt a pang of regret after he had spent 5,000 Hedonist points, but in the next minute he had earned it all back. Master, the Elysium of Heroes is a powerful application in the system. Since you've initiated the Elysium of Heroes, the system has bestowed upon you a free hero, said Little Pig. For free? Where is he now? Asked Qin Feng hurriedly. Master, you have to use your psyche to alter the magnetic field around you, and the system will randomly pick a hero for Master. Qin Feng understood. It was like a lottery. You get what you draw. When he thought of those notable masters in the martial world, Qin Feng's whole body trembled in excitement. He wished he could get magnates like Xiongba, Qiao Feng, or Di Shi Tian. However, getting those rare heroes required a certain degree of luck, so he was satisfied if he could get a berserker like Ximen, the golden-haired Lion King. A combination of a dragon slayer saber and a mind-blowing lion mane. Qin Feng felt that Ximen, the golden-haired Lion King, could easily scare the shit out of people with just one roar if he was ever summoned. Initiate draw sequence. Qin Feng focused his mind and started to use his psyche to draw his very own hero. The vast heavens around him suddenly moved in a strange manner. Dark, heavy clouds filled the sky, and rumbles of thunder periodically came from all directions. Unfazed by the dark and heavy clouds, the stars that surrounded him flickered dazzlingly. Everything around Qin Feng began to whirl. The stars, the heaven, the earth, all of them began spinning faster and faster until they blurred before Qin Feng. Stop! The space abruptly stopped spinning and became calm again. It was like a raging sea that finally calmed down after being ravaged by a tsunami. Qin Feng looked at the heavens again, and millions of bright stars vanished, leaving only one star shining with great brilliancy in the pie-black sky. Suddenly, the star shot out with a shroom from a great distance away, traveling with the speed of a meteorite smashing on Earth. It startled Qin Feng. Whamp! The meteorite exploded with an earth-shattering sound before Qin Feng. Then, a long-haired, handsome swordsman clad in a snow-white long robe appeared in front of him. He was like an acrolith, chiseled and carved to perfection. He was tall and slender. His facial features were delicate and stunning. On top of that, his skin was cleaner than frost and purer than snow. His skin appeared to be even fairer and softer than any woman Qin Feng had ever met. Although this young man had skin fairer and better looking than a woman's, Qin Feng did not dare belittle him. Powerful and dominating aura surged from this young man's body. Although faint, it was strong enough to make Qin Feng wary of him. Forbidding and hard-hearted, aloof and prideful, Qin Feng described the young man before him in 4 words. Ximen Chui Shui of Thousand Plums Mansion, meet the master. The young man greeted Qin Feng with a cold and emotionless voice. He displayed an icily arrogant and unyielding composure. Qin Feng gaped and stared at Ximen Chui in awe. The raging wind ruffled his long hair and caused his white robe to whip around fiercely. Nevertheless, he was unfazed by the gale and remained standing tall. He wrapped his hand around his chest, and in his arms was a long pie-black sword. He was like a statue, not even slightly affected by the outside world. He was a legend, a handsome young man, and a powerful entity that was renowned as the god of sword. He was Ximen Chui. Holy crap! Qin Feng jumped. He never thought he would get Ximen Chui in the first pull. As a hardcore fan of wuxia himself, Qin Feng adored all those master artists like Liu Xiaofeng and Ximen Chui. Now that his idol suddenly became his subordinate, Qin Feng was so freaked out that he was struck dumb. Little pig, how powerful is Ximen Chui? Qin Feng hastily asked. Master, for your information, Ximen Chui is the god of sword, a powerful entity who's halfway to the realm of comprehension. In other words, Ximen Chui has completely perfected stage 9 inner qi, and he is halfway to cultivating true essence. Qin Feng was impressed by Ximen Chui's ability. He never expected him to be this powerful. After Qin Feng obtained the Hedonist sovereign system, he had gained some understanding about the realm of the martial arts world beyond the common one. Stage 1 to stage 9 inner qi was the very foundation of cultivation. One broke into the realm of comprehension and started cultivating true essence after mastering all 9 stages of inner qi. After that, the level of true essence cultivation was yet again divided into 9 stages, which required the cultivator to master all 9 stages of true essence to reach the immortal realm. It was unexpected that Ximen Chui was already halfway to cultivating true essence. Qin Feng had yet to encounter a master with a strength on par with Ximen Chui. Previously, he always struggled fighting those stage 6 inner qi experts. Since he had Ximen Chui as his ally now, dealing with those stage 6 inner qi experts would be as easy as chopping vegetables. This young master is going to be invincible. Qin Feng fantasized all sorts of images of him dominating those master martial artists. Master, you think too much. Little pig reigned on Qin Feng's parade. Ximen Chui is not from this dimension, even though in the system shows that Ximen Chui has the strength of a true essence cultivator. Once you summon him on the earth, the magnetic field of the earth will disrupt and alter his magnetic field. How will it affect him? Asked Qin Feng. Disruption of his magnetic field might cause his inner qi to go out of control, and he might get blown to pieces. Hence, he has to use some of his power to keep the corroding magnetic force at bay before he can utilize the rest of his power to help master. How much will be left then? It's hard to say. Master will know it when the time comes. Little Pig smirked. After he recovered from his shock, Qin Feng looked at the second side mission and realized that it hadn't been cleared yet. He had to summon Ximen Chui on Earth and battle once before the quest would be completed. As Qin Feng was getting pumped up to summon Ximen Chui, Liu Xiaojia happily trotted downstairs. Big Brother Feng, sorry to keep you waiting. Liu Xiaojia came to the sofa and jumped into Qin Feng's arms. She had just finished her shower, so her skin was as soft and fair as a newborn baby, and her body was fragrant. I thought Big Brother Feng left already since I took so long. Liu Xiaojia was happy as a lark when she saw Qin Feng, kept his promise, and didn't leave her alone. She clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm and laughed cheerfully. Qin Feng took a towel and helped her dry her drenched hair. He said, I'm a man of my word. I won't betray Xiaojia's trust. Liu Xiaojia's heart was drenched in honey when she heard Qin Feng speak. She was so happy that her eyes smiled into crescents. It was already pretty late, and her big sister had not yet returned. Liu Xiaojia became very anxious and held tightly to Qin Feng's arm. She feared Qin Feng would leave suddenly. Lu Wenjing trudged along, her body exhausted, and arrived outside of her house. Lu Wenjing had been dodging Qin Feng after Qin Feng had given her a bank card following their encounter at the auto show. That bank card had a mint of money in it, which Lu Wenjing saved for her sister's college. At the same time, she thought Qin Feng gave her the money so she would be his kept woman. But Lu Wenjing didn't want to be anyone's kept woman. That's the reason she had been avoiding Qin Feng after she took the money. Even though she felt guilty and uneasy when she remembered Qin Feng's betrayal and how he had took her for granted, she thought it was right she defraud Qin Feng of his money. Click! Lu Wenjing opened the door. Before she could call her sister to come downstairs for supper, her body trembled as she was dumbfounded by the sight before her. Chapter 375, I'm Not an Outsider. Chapter 375, I'm Not an Outsider. Big sister, you're back. Lu Xiaojia hastily jumped out of Qin Feng's arms, causing her to roll on the floor. Ignoring her sister, Lu Wenjing stared at Qin Feng with her large dewy eyes as if she had seen a ghost. Lu Wenjing! Qin Feng was stunned. Lu Wenjing raised her eyebrows and asked, Qin Feng? Suddenly, her face distorted and clouded with anger. Ever since she received Qin Feng's bank card, she had been living her life under the shadow of fear and anxiety. She had to scuttle her way home from work, fearing that Qin Feng might jump out of thin air and threaten her. She was getting tired of being shrouded by the sense of insecurity and living her life like a scuzzy mouse. However, when she thought of the money and of giving her sister a better life, she couldn't help but swallow her pride and move on. Nevertheless, Qin Feng still found her in the last place she expected. What stunned her the most was that this beast had even barged into her house and abducted her sister. When she saw her sister was held captive by Qin Feng in only flimsy pajamas, she was so enraged her eyes brimmed with tears. Qin Feng, can you still consider yourself a human? How can you harden your heart and lay your hands on an underaged girl? She's just a child. Are you aware of that? You beast! I'm going to kill you. Qin Feng was having a hard time finding this young lady. He never expected he would meet her here. While he was ruminating on Lu Wenjing's nonsense, a glass ashtray flew at his head. Following this, Qin Feng waved his hand and effortlessly blocked her attack. Simultaneously, he wrapped his arm around Lu Wenjing's thin waist and pulled her into his embrace. Lu Wenjing, are you trying to kill your husband? Qin Feng yelled angrily. Lu Wenjing struggled for all her worth in Qin Feng's arms. When she saw her struggle was futile, she spun her head and gave Qin Feng a huge bite on his wrist. Pained, Qin Feng became angry and pinned Lu Wenjing on the sofa. He then raised his hand and spanked her. Slap, slap, slap. The spanking was loud and clear with a rhythm of its own, stunning Lu Xiaojia. Big brother Feng, new big sister? Should I or shouldn't I stop them? Qin Feng, stop it now. Xiaojia's weighing, said Lu Wenjing as her face flushed with embarrassment. She wished to kill Qin Feng, but she forcefully suppressed her anger as her sister was weighing them. She didn't want her sister to see such an embarrassing sight. Big brother Feng, can you please stop spanking my sister? Waking out of her astonishment, Lu Xiaojia hastily went up and appealed to Qin Feng with her glassy eyes. Qin Feng heeded her plea and released Lu Wenjing. He patted Lu Xiaojia's head and said, Don't worry, Xiaojia. I'm just playing with your sister. This world is too small. Qin Feng never expected Lu Xiaojia's big sister to be Lu Wenjing. On the other hand, Lu Wenjing realized that something wasn't right. Qin Feng couldn't have abducted her little sister. From how Xiaojia saw Qin Feng, Lu Wenjing had a hunch that her little sister had a long acquaintance with Qin Feng. Big sister, why are you getting so riled up all of a sudden? Can you stop being angry now? Lu Xiaojia Jia hastily went up to her big sister to dissolve her sister's anger. Lu Wenjing calmed down after seeing her little sister was all right. She patted Xiao Jia's head and asked, Xiao Jia, do you know Qin Feng? Big sister. He's the big brother Feng that I told you about. The three of them sat on the couch with Lu Xiaojia in between Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing. She shuffled back and forth between her big sister and Qin Feng to alleviate the tension. After they finished talking, the doubts of all three cleared up. Lu Xiaojia was as happy as a lark. She didn't expect that Qin Feng knew her big sister from long ago. What stunned her the most was that they seemed to be in a relationship. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing were astonished by their discovery that they didn't know whether to cry or laugh. They never thought this was what had been happening all along. Xiao Jia, go upstairs and finish your studies. Lu Wenjing sent her little sister away after they cleared the air between the three of them, leaving only Qin Feng and herself in the spacious parlor. Jing, why have you been avoiding me lately? Qin Feng became bold since Lu Xiaojia was not around them anymore. He pulled Lu Wenjing into his arms and tousled her hair. Lu Wenjing was annoyed by Qin Feng's action. She furrowed her brows and wiggled in his arms. However, she stopped struggling after she realized she couldn't break free from his embrace. Then she said to Qin Feng resolutely, Qin Feng, I never touched the money in the bank card that you gave to me. I'll now return it to you. After you take the card, please don't come looking for me again, and please stay away from my sister. Qin Feng replied indifferently, keep that card. I don't need that money anyway. I get what you mean, and I know your concern. Jing. Don't worry, I just see Xiao Jia as my little sister, and nothing more than that. As for you, you're different. You're my woman. Since when did I become your woman? Lu Wenjing glowered. As long as I say you are, then you are. Qin Feng replied arrogantly. Humph, you're just delusional. I will not fall for you, nor is my body yours. Stop flattering yourself and quit dreaming. Your heart is mine. It's just you dare not admit it. On top of that, you hold some grudge against me, so you didn't want to admit it. As for your body, I'll have it now. Lu Wenjing was alarmed, and she struggled with all her might in Qin Feng's arms. Release me now. Xiao Jia is upstairs. I swear I'll fucking kill you now if you dare touch me. Lu Wenjing was a strong woman. She wouldn't yield to anybody easily. Anyone except Qin Feng would not prefer this type of fiery woman. Qin Feng got a kick out of dominating this kind of beauty. He tidied Lu Wenjing's disheveled clothes and scruffy hair before releasing her. Then he said smugly, It's getting late now, Jing. I should get going now. Jing, don't avoid me, and come to me if you encounter any problems. Besides, I'm serious about appointing you as the head of Feng Group. Although Feng Group is not the strongest group in Acropolis City, but trust me, I'll make it fast, and at that time, you'll be the head of Feng Group. Qin Feng said with a sober expression. Lu Wenjing's frail body trembled. She'd almost forgotten how it felt to be cared for by other people, since it was she who always took care of her little sister. Now that she was treated wholeheartedly like a little girl by Qin Feng, helping her to tidy up her clothes and fixing her hair, Lu Wenjing couldn't help but fall for him once again. Tonight was Xiao Jia's school end of semester parent and child party. She knew that you were too busy with your work, so she didn't tell you, and she asked me to attend with her. Xiao Jia is great. She is the champion of the night. The school rewarded her 15,000 yuan in cash and an additional 5 marks to her final exam. Jing, Xiao Jia would never have had her achievement today without your support. Xiao Jia is outstanding, and you are even more outstanding. Qin Feng briefed Lu Wenjing on Xiao Jia's school party and how she won the contest before leaving the house. A surge of warmth suddenly welled up in Lu Wenjing's heart. She finally understood why Qin Feng suddenly appeared at her home now. So it was her sister who brought him back after the party. Seeing Qin Feng's figure about to vanish in the doorway, Lu Wenjing's heart raced wildly as a long-lost sensation gushed within herself. She rushed forward before she realized it. "Qin Feng, let me see you back." The two of them ambled shoulder to shoulder in the villa area under the gloomy starlit sky. Neither of them spoke. It was as if they could converse with their thoughts. The night was cold and windy. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Lu Wenjing, while Lu Wenjing rested her head on Qin Feng's broad and muscular shoulder. "Jing, do you know how to drive?" Qin Feng suddenly asked. "Yes, I got my driver's license last year." Lu Wenjing's attitude towards Qin Feng had undergone a huge change. Previously, she viewed Qin Feng as her archenemy. Now, she viewed him as her partner and became as lovely and pliable as a little bird who rested upon a man. "I'll give this car to you then. Also, quit your part-time job at night, or I'll be worried about you when you go home at night alone. Besides, don't you think it's better if you can spare some time for Xiaojia? You can take her for a spin or go shopping in your free time. And lastly, remember to look for me if you face any financial difficulties. Don't treat me as an outsider." Qin Feng handed the key to the Lamborghini Murcielago to Lu Wenjing. Stunned, Lu Wenjing almost screamed as she stood before the stylish supercar. If it had been earlier, Lu Wenjing might wonder about Qin Feng's intention and motive for giving her this car. But after the series of things that happened tonight, Lu Wenjing could feel Qin Feng's affection and mindfulness toward her, and she knew it was impossible to fake these sincere emotions. "I'll be very disappointed if you decline my offer, Jing. It will only mean that you're still regarding me as an outsider," Qin Feng said without giving Lu Wenjing a chance to reject him. Lu Wenjing gnashed her teeth and kept the car key after she pondered for a good while. Following this, she suddenly rose up on tiptoe and kissed Qin Feng's face. After that, she lowered her head and rushed into her house. "Qin Feng, please be careful when you go home. Remember to send me a text message once you get home." Under the moonlight, Qin Feng stood in the wind while he watched Lu Wenjing run into her home like a startled rabbit. A warm sensation gushed and flooded his heart. After returning from Heppingtown, Qin Feng felt the days were getting too quiet. He couldn't get accustomed to it. It seemed to him that something ominous was going to happen at any moment. Peace before storm. A raging tempest would follow. Qin Feng had initiated the Elysium of Heroes and obtained Ximen Chui. He now had a total of 6,150 Hedonist points, and he could feel his inner qi changing. This was the omen he was about to break through stage 4. Right now, all he needed was an opportunity that either allows him to ascend to a whole new level or drag him down into the abyss and completely destroy him. The base of Feng Group, Fei Tianbar, Long Hair, Baldy, and Wild Wolf were all gathered here. All of them greeted Qin Feng with honor. "Young Master Qin." Qin Feng lounged in a couch and took a sip of red wine from a wine glass. He looked good in a white suit. He didn't take his free time for granted. He'd been working around the clock to clear those missions released by the system. Assist Lu Wenjing to expand the Wen Group and become the #1 influential underworld group in Acropolis City. The system will reward 3,000 Hedonist points if the mission is cleared. As Qin Feng studied the mission, he swept his glance indifferently over Long Hair and his 2 brothers. 2 months ago, the 3 of them were 3 total failures, serving time in the prison of Northern Sub-Bureau, drifting through life without a care in the world. However, the 3 of them had morphed into another being. They had wisdom on their brows and rulers in their beings. They had turned over new leaves, and all of this was because of Qin Feng. "I come here today because I've got a mission for you 3. After 3 days, I want the Southern Wyvern Group destroyed during the night, and I want Feng Group to become the strongest in Acropolis City." Qin Feng ordered emotionlessly. Chapter 376, I Won't Back Down. Chapter 376, I Won't Back Down. Qin Feng, didn't stay long in Fei Tianbar. After he gave Long Hair and his two brothers the detailed plan, he returned to the royal group on his 28-inch bicycle. He preferred his classic, shabby bicycle to the stylish Lamborghini Murcielago anyway. The royal group was facing a major financial crisis. First and foremost was the poor sales performance in Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 due to the tragedy. Following this, a few consortia in Yun Province made an alliance and started to brazenly beat down all of the sectors in which the royal group was involved. Qin Feng suspected something very shady was going on behind the scenes and that it was responsible for this series of incidents. Although he seldom came to the office and always neglected his duties, he had detected these problems a while ago. It seemed to Qin Feng that the mastermind was getting edgy. This time he deliberately arranged a thorough and far-reaching composition and attempted to scoop up the Qin family's power and financial resources in one swoop. As soon as Qin Feng entered the sales department, he summoned Ruo Rou. Ruo Rou, please follow me to my office. After they entered his office, Qin Feng wrapped himself around Ruo Rou and began to grope her body without the slightest scruples. The sales department was now Qin Feng's world. Wang Chao and Lin Shui had been left in prison after they set up Ruo Rou. The sudden disappearance of both had roused the people in the sales department, causing them to become vigilant. Even though no one said so, all of them were certain that this must be Qin Feng's doing. When they thought of Manager Li habitually going easy on Qin Feng, Chairman Qin's personal assistant always looking for him, and of Qin Feng's attitude in the office, Qin Feng's powerful background began to materialize before everybody. Hence, nobody dared to look for trouble with Qin Feng and Ruo Rou now. Qin Feng stopped after he had had enough. He was afraid that he might set Ruo Rou on the table in this office and mount her if he continued like this. Qin Feng dared to blatantly take her for granted because he loved her and he knew that she felt the same about him. Concurrently, he felt that she wasn't ready to advance their relationship to another stage. Thus, he stopped before going too far so that he would not make it difficult for Ruo Rou. Qin Feng, you're becoming famous. Ruo Rou purred as she was aroused by Qin Feng. What makes you say so? Asked Qin Feng as he rearranged Ruo Rou's disheveled clothes and scruffy hair. While Ruo Rou was enjoying Qin Feng's service, she said, I saw you on a video site. You performed little sister Ximen's most famous song with a beautiful little girl on the stage. Ruo Rou mischievously stuck out her tongue and continued, I even saw little sister Ximen has commented on Weibo. It seems to me that she is giving you a warning. Qin Feng tousled Ruo Rou's hair before wrapping her tightly in his arms. His embrace was so tight that it suffocated Ruo Rou. Even Ximen is jealous. What about Ruo Rou? What's your opinion on the video? Me? I'm fine with it. Frankly speaking, I feel nothing at all, replied Ruo Rou as an intense sadness flitted across her eyes. She felt that it was more than enough to be able to enjoy Qin Feng's cuddle. There were times when she felt that she didn't deserve him as he was too good and she would never be able to CA up to him. Really? You feel nothing? Qin Feng was dissatisfied with her answer. He groped her body even harder. I'm a little jealous as well, but I don't mind it. Ruo Rou hastily modified her previous remark. Click. The door to the office was suddenly shoved open, and Liu Qin, donned in a tight-fitting uniform with black pantyhose, entered the office. Her expression turned cold when she saw the cuddling duo. Manager Li. Excuse me. Ruo Rou hastily jumped out of Qin Feng's arms and escaped like a startled little rabbit. Although Ruo Rou had become stronger, she was still the same feeble and frail little girl before Qin Feng. Qin Feng was rather unaffected. He wore a beaming smile and said to Liu Qin, Is there anything on Manager Li's mind for Manager Li to personally come looking for me? Why don't we shut the door first before starting our conversation? Originally, Liu Qin planned to have a short conversation with Qin Feng, but her good mood vanished into thin air after she saw him feeling up Ruo Rou. Liu Qin had regarded Qin Feng as her sole life partner after Qin Feng impersonated young Master Qin to help her fool her parents. However, this young man was too unreliable. Her heart wavered as she was unsure that could she entrust her life to his hands. Personal assistant Han is looking for you. She demanded you meet her upstairs now. Liu Qin stormed away in anger after she finished personal assistant Han's bidding. Under normal circumstances, Han and Ying would not summon him. With a sense of foreboding, Qin Feng hastily went upstairs. The top floor of the royal group was home to the general manager of each department, including Chairman Qin. All of them were in a meeting inside the conference room while Han and Ying stood outside. When she saw Qin Feng, she quickly approached him with a worried look. "What's going on?" asked Qin Feng. "This morning, somebody attacked our company, causing our shares to take a nosedive within 3 hours of the market opening. Following this, the Financial Development Department discovered that this vicious attack began with 3 large groups in the Yun province, namely the Sima family's Sima group, Yunhai City's Li family's Mingyang group, and Jincheng City's Ma family's Wanhua group." Qin Feng raised his brows and asked, "Ma family of Jincheng City? Who they are?" Han Ying came from the Han family, one of the 4 largest in Jincheng City, so she more or less knew some of the families there. She frowned deeply and said, "The Ma family is merely a noteless, small family clan in Jincheng City. Even Yu and Xiang, the Yu family that you annihilated, is much stronger than this Ma family." After listening to Han Ying's explanation, Qin Feng lowered his head and fell into deep thought. At length, he raised his head and said determinedly, "In this case, someone is backing the Ma family." Chairman Qin and I share the same thought as well. After Han Ying briefed Qin Feng on the problems facing the company, both of them entered the conference room. Qin Feng's mind raced wildly as he contemplated who might be the prime sponsor of this incident. It was normal for the Sima family and Li family from Yunhai City to attack him since they were his nemesis, so he crossed them off the list. As for the figure behind the Ma family, Qin Feng had a hunch that the Ma family benefactor might be the true culprit who had been undermining the Qin family all along. Most of the people in the conference room were shocked to see Qin Feng. All of them were central figures of the royal group. They never knew that a mere group leader from the sales department could join them in such an important meeting. Standing on a podium, Qin Huang keeps stressing the cause and consequences of this financial crisis and how they should work together to overcome this setback. Before he ended the meeting, he finally disclosed Qin Feng's true identity. "I guess everyone here is confused seeing this young man joining us for this meeting. Let me introduce him to all of you. He's my son, Qin Feng." Rumbles. Qin Huang really dropped a bombshell on the central figures of the royal group with his announcement. A lively and animated discussion immediately arose. This young man is Chairman Qin's son? The #1 hedonist young master of Acropolis City, Qin Feng. The expressions of the top executives were even more shocked than when they learned the company was facing a major financial crisis. "Fine, that's it. Everybody get back to your positions and hold your ground. The royal group is now facing a great crisis that has never happened before, and we must stick together to combat the effects. It's an uphill battle, but we have to win this no matter what." Qin Huang's voice was loud and reverberated. His order was absolute. The emergency meeting ended with Qin Feng's identity being exposed. One after another, all of them left the conference room, leaving only Qin Huang, Qin Feng, and Han Ying in the conference room. "Ying, do you have any idea who is behind the Ma family?" The 3 of them sat around the table after Qin Huang shut the door. "No, I have no idea. Who is it?" Han Ying disheartedly shook her head before adding, "I've looked into the Ma group and found out that their assets have skyrocketed more than 10 times within the last 3 months. The origin of the money could not be traced, and all their industries showed no significant rise in profit. Apparently, somebody has secretly injected funds into their company via a legal channel, so it's almost impossible for me to track them. Qin Huang had expected this result, so he was calm. Suddenly, he turned to Qin Feng and said, "Feng, this is by far the most serious issue the royal group has been forced to contend with. I've ordered Uncle Fu to arrange for you and him to seek out Elder Qin in the Qin family at the provincial capital. You'll stay with the Qin family until I solve everything here." How it possible that Qin Huang couldn't see through the attack while Qin Feng noticed it? The prime backer was preparing to make a big move. It would be a gruesome battle, and Qin Huang had no confidence in winning it. After deep and thorough consideration, he finally decided to send Qin Feng off to the Qin family in the provincial capital. It was a decision of huge cost. To Elder Qin, it might mean that Qin Feng had voluntarily given up his chance to compete for the next head of household, which would take place in 9 months. Nevertheless, this was the only and probably the best way to protect Qin Feng. Even though they remained in a good relationship on the surface, Qin Huang had long ago grew suspicious of Elder Qin. If they really were in cahoots, then this possibly was the best way to neutralize their ambush. "I'm not going," Qin Feng said in a sedate voice. Qin Feng, seeing he didn't want to follow his plan, Qin Huang fumed, but before he could dress down Qin Feng rose to his feet. His eyes were slightly reddened, and he stared determinedly into Qin Huang's. "Dad, where do you want me to go? The Qin family in the provincial capital? Do you think that they really are my family? A place for me to seek for refuge? I don't know the people there, and I've never seen second uncle nor grandpa more than twice. Now that you even suspect that they might the culprit, how do you expect me to face them? Should I shed crocodile tears and play the happy family with them? Now is the moment to do or die for the Qin family of Acropolis City. You want me to be a coward and run away from my responsibilities and see you fight the war all alone without any support. In the worst-case scenario, to see you die on the battlefield. I'm already a 22-year-old young man. Maybe I'm still a kid in Dad's eyes, but I've grown up. I can be your right-hand man, and you no longer need to fight the battle alone. I've lost my mom, and if I lose my dad again, how am I going to continue to live? I would rather die fighting alongside you, like a warrior, than drift through life without any purpose. Dad, since when have we ever been afraid of participating in a war? Anyone who saw Qin Feng at this moment would never relate him to the number 1 hedonist young master of Acropolis City. Qin Feng had turned a new leaf within 3 months after obtaining the hedonist sovereign system, and the changes were significant enough for people to notice. Qin Huang's lips trembled as he tried hard not to let his tears fall from his eyes. Meanwhile, Han Ying had already dissolved into tears. The atmosphere in the spacious conference room stiffened. At long last, Qin Huang suddenly smacked the table and yelled with heart and soul, "This is my fucking son!" Chapter 377 High-Grade Financial Management Skill. Chapter 377 High-Grade Financial Management Skill. The frenzy and zealotry commenced by the attack of the 3 consortia in the Yun province had left the royal group on the verge of financially crumbling. Since yesterday, the shares of Royal Group hit the lower down, and from the moment the market opened this morning, the shares price was crashing yet again. The whole Royal Group was preoccupied with their own jobs, especially those from the Financial Development Department. Each and every one of them simultaneously controlled 3 computers, monitoring the volatility of the stock market and reacting once they detected any anomalies. However, in spite of their efforts, they were lacking manpower. More importantly, none of these stockbrokers were good enough to turn the tables and recover the situation. Now that Qin Feng's identity was exposed, the whole royal group had to bow and scrape before him. For those from the sales department, the news hit them like a bomb. They were all astonished when they realized they had worked alongside Chairman Qin's son for 2 months. Meanwhile, when Liu Chen learned that Qin Feng was the real young Master Qin, she became downcast. Sadness, shock, disappointment, and all sorts of negative emotions welled up in her heart, causing her to avoid Qin Feng as she didn't know how to face this rich young master anymore. She lost her head and hastily buried her love toward Qin Feng deep inside her heart. As a mere sales department manager, how could she be worthy enough to be the partner of the sole heir of the largest family in Acropolis City? Liu Chen felt she was a clown. She produced nothing of merit, but was only a joke to entertain everybody. Ying, how is it? Qin Feng had recently been staying in Han Ying's office. He didn't know anything about the stock exchange, so he could only learn about the company's situation through Han Ying. Han Ying had just returned from the Financial Development Department. Her expression was solemn as she said, "We hit the limit down again. This phenomenon has confounded many of the small investors, and they all began to sell Royal Group shares, causing our share price to drop even further. Even though the stockbrokers from our Financial Development Department are now endeavoring to prevent the share price from falling further, they can't last long as the three consortia keep on injecting funds into the stock market to suppress our shares. The worrying factor now is our capital is street thin facing 3 consortia simultaneously. I'm afraid that we can't hold it until tomorrow." Qin Feng's complexion darkened after Han Ying's explanation. He never expected that they were in such a dire state. The commercial world is like a battlefield. Market competition is extremely cruel and, like nature, the strong prey upon the weak. Now Qin Feng realized this phrase was true. The Royal Group was the largest corporation in Acropolis City. Qin Feng couldn't accept that a large corporation like this could not overcome a financial meltdown and would declare bankruptcy in merely 3 days. He also knew that the Royal Group was his dad's baby, and his father would surely collapse if his life's work went down the drain. "No, I can't allow this to happen. Little pig, teach me. Please show me a way to rescue my company." Qin Feng hastily communicated with Little Pig through telepathy. "Master, this is easy. Master just have to purchase the financial managing skill from the system, and then Master can effortlessly pass through this financial crisis." The system beeped to notify Qin Feng of a new mission as soon as Little Pig finished talking. Ding! New mission from the Hedonist sovereign system. Assist the Royal Group in overcoming their financial crisis. Concurrently, fish out the prime mover behind this financial crisis. Time period, 10 days. The system will reward 3,000 hedonist points if host Qin Feng succeeds in clearing the quest. At the same time, 6,000 hedonist points will be deducted, and the system will completely curb host Qin Feng's financial talents if the mission is failed. Accept. Qin Feng accepted the mission without hesitation. Following this, he activated the hedonist sovereign system and searched for the financial management skill. Elementary grade financial management skill. Cost 500 hedonist points. After purchase, host Qin Feng will have the basic knowledge of financial management. Intermediate grade financial management skill. Cost 1,000 hedonist points. After purchase, host Qin Feng will become an excellent financial analyst. High grade financial management skill. Cost 2,000 hedonist points. After purchase, host Qin Feng will become a legend in the financial world. Qin Feng purchased the high-grade financial management skill without a second thought after skimming through the skill descriptions. All of the financial analysts that worked under Royal Group's Financial Development Department were highly skilled. Since not even one of them had the ability to turn the tide, it was natural for Qin Feng to choose a higher-grade financial management skill. Following Qin Feng's order, 2,000 hedonist points vanished. Then a vast amount of abstract messages surged and roamed wildly through Qin Feng's mind. A moment ago, he was a rookie in the financial world who knew nothing about finance. Within a second, he became the legendary grandmaster in the financial world. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for purchasing high-grade financial management skill. The system beeped as Qin Feng stormed toward the financial development department. Qin Feng, young Master Qin. Many staff members hailed Qin Feng as he entered the financial development department, while Han Ying and Qin Huang walked right up to him. They couldn't fathom why Qin Feng suddenly came here. Bring me to the main control panel. Qin Feng hastily cut to the point and enlisted Han Ying. With a troubled face, Han Ying looked at Qin Feng before turning to Qin Huang, hoping to get an answer from him. Bring him there, said Qin Huang. Han Ying took Qin Feng to a separate room in the innermost part of the department. Inside the room, all of the computers were highly configured and equipped with a 100-gigabit network. There were 3 first-rate financial analysts present. Their fingers danced nimbly on the keyboards. They were so focused on monitoring the stock market that Qin Feng's and Han Ying's entrance went unnoticed. Move aside. Qin Feng pulled away the centermost financial analyst sitting in front of a computer. Feng Xiang was displeased by Qin Feng's action. He pointed to him and yelled, "What are you doing, little brat? Do you know that you've wasted millions of yuan from the company because of your inane action? Manager Feng, please calm down. Let me do the introduction. This is Qin Feng, the son of Chairman Qin." Han Ying hastily went up and introduced Qin Feng to Feng Xiang. When Qin Huang called an emergency meeting to discuss the financial difficulties facing by Royal Group, Feng Xiang and his buddy were not present since their negligence might cause the company to lose millions in capital. Hence, they did not know about Qin Feng's identity. As such, Feng Xiang was slightly stunned when he learned Qin Feng's identity. A disdainful and disgusted expression soon washed over his face as he spoke in an odd manner. "Personal assistant Han, what do you mean by this?" "I'm diligently working to help the Royal Group to overcome this financial crisis. So why did you bring him in? Do you have any idea how much capital we have lost while we're talking? And if Chairman Qin blames us, who is responsible for the loss? You, me, or him?" Feng Xiang disliked Qin Feng. Apart from his charmed life, what good was Qin Feng? From his perspective, Qin Feng was merely a good-for-nothing, hedonist young master who led a hedonistic and licentious life. Feng Xiang's words brought a ghastly expression to Han Ying's face. However, what Feng Xiang said was undeniably true. Han Ying couldn't counter him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng ignored Feng Xiang's condemnation and glued his glossy eyes to the monitor. His face was flooded with a myriad of expressions before he yelled to Han Ying, "Ying, find someone and lock Feng Xiang up." Stunned, Feng Xiang and Han Ying cast a puzzled look at Qin Feng, unable to comprehend his meaning. Feng Xiang regained his composure first. He pointed to Qin Feng and glowered. "What did you say, you little brat? How dare you toy with me in this crucial time? Who do you think you are, huh? You're just Chairman Qin's son. How dare you act all high and mighty before me? Get lost. If not, then I'm going to submit my resignation letter to Chairman Qin. I would like to see who has the capability to overcome this financial crisis. I quit." Feng Xiang blazed with fury at Qin Feng's accusation. He tossed his arms in the air as if he would leave at any moment. Han Ying was in a dilemma. She then grabbed Qin Feng's arms and said, "Qin Feng, how about you wait for me in my office? I'll look for you if anything happens. Ying, hurry up and get the security guards over here now." Time was of the essence, and Qin Feng couldn't spare any to explain things to Han Ying. He had no other choice but to yell at her. Han Ying was startled by Qin Feng. She pondered for a minute and then ran outside to get the security guards. Only Qin Feng and the 3 first-class financial analysts remained in the room. Qin Feng turned to them and asked coldly, "Say it. Who do you work for?" Who sent you here to attack the royal group from the inside? Qin Feng's accusation had drained color from the trio's face. They all thought Qin Feng was an ignorant and naive, hedonistic young master. They never imagined that he would discover their true identity before Chairman Qin did. Qin Feng had obtained the high-grade financial management skill. He realized that something was fishy after he skimmed through the financial condition of the royal group. These three first-class financial analysts were not helping royal group at all. Instead, they conspired with the three consortia, trying to bring down the royal group by collapsing its shares. Although the tactics and techniques used by the trio were extremely subtle, fine, and delicate, they failed to escape Qin Feng's eyes. "What are you saying? Are you mad or something?" Feng Xiang went ballistic and yelled at Qin Feng since the other two financial analysts were too afraid to speak. Slap. Qin Feng gave a huge slap to Feng Xiang's face before he bellowed back at him in a deep tone, "Fucking say it now!" "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Han Ying and Qin Huang were both flabbergasted at the sight before them. "Chairman Qin, your son is crazy and nothing but a nuisance to us. He tried to fiddle with my work in this crucial time and cook up false charges against me. I'm sorry, Chairman Qin. I guess I can't help the royal group to overcome this financial crisis anymore. Please allow me to resign now." Feng Xiang get into a flap after Qin Feng blew his cover. Right now, he only wanted to get out of here fast. Besides that, with his considerably frail and feeble appearance, Qin Feng could send Feng Xiang's two front teeth flying with just a slap. As such, Feng Xiang feared that Qin Feng might snap his neck if he received another slap from him. "Dad, we're far behind on time, so I'll just make it short. These three people were bribed. They are not helping us. They are actually in cahoots with the three consortia to bring down our company's shares." Qin Feng threw Feng Xiang to the floor and went to the main control panel. His slender hands, that were prettier than women, were now nimbly dancing madly on the keyboard. The speed and his proficiency were no worse than Feng Xiang's. In fact, Qin Feng was miles ahead of him. The showcase of his great proficiency startled the three financial analysts so much that their mouths fell wide open. "Feng, you know about finance?" Qin Huang's eyes glowed as he was exhilarated. He almost couldn't recognize Qin Feng anymore as a question rose in his heart. Is this still the son who spent the past 22 years with me? First, cultivating martial arts. Second, mastering the art of calligraphy and piano skill. Third, he destroyed a few large families across 4 cities of Yun province all alone. Now a proficient financial management skill. "Dad, bring these people to Uncle Fu and have him extort from them, who is their lord. And then find someone who is trustworthy to give me a hand." Qin Feng didn't stop working with his hands while he talked to Qin Huang. Right now, Qin Huang and Han Ying were still in the midst of a stunned state. Upon regaining their senses, Qin Huang hastily had a few security guards tie up Feng Xiang and his buddy. At the same time, Han Ying went to find another financial analyst to assist Qin Feng. With Qin Feng, Qin Huang felt that they might be able to conquer this financial war. Chapter 378. I have not had enough fun. Chapter 378. I have not had enough fun. 2 highly skilled financial analysts followed Han and Ying into the room. After getting Qin Feng, the 2 financial analysts, Han Ying didn't go out but remained in the room. She too had some fundamental knowledge about stock trading and wanted to know how proficient Qin Feng was in financial operations. "Young Master Qin." The 2 skilled analysts greeted Qin Feng with honor as they entered the room. Although both of them paid homage to Qin Feng, their eyes, however, flitted with imperceptible contempt. When the whole royal group learned that Qin Feng was Qin Huang's son, they all showed him great respect outwardly when in fact they all disdained him very much. No one could blame them. After all, it was Qin Feng who tarnished his own name, making him an infamous womanizer who had the vice of shuffling and indulging himself in all sorts of women. "What are your names?" asked Qin Feng while his fingers deftly danced around on the keyboard without decreasing their momentum. Seeing Qin Feng's hand speed and his proficiency in financial operation, the two highly skilled financial analysts were astonished and stared at him in awe. They never expected this so-called hedonistic young master to actually be very good with finances. "My name is Zhang Feng." "I'm Lu Feng." "You too. Take a seat here and wait for my order. I'll call you two Little Zhang and Little Feng," Qin Feng commanded them. Around 40 years old, both of the male and female financial analysts had struggled in the world of finance for more than a decade and, with their experience, they should be Qin Feng Sr. When they were called Little Lu and Little Zhang by Qin Feng, they both were extremely displeased. However, even though they were unhappy with it, they couldn't do anything but follow his orders since Qin Feng was their young master. Besides, they wanted to see how Qin Feng was going to lead them to emerge victorious in this financial war. "Little Lu, starting now, sell all of our shares at the lowest price possible." "Little Zhang, buy the shares of the 3 consortia. Pay no heed to the price. Just boost it up as much as possible." Qin Feng gave his orders as soon as both of them sat down. His orders not only startled Lu Feng and Zhang Feng, but even Han Ying, who was standing nearby, was stunned. Han Ying was a rookie in the financial world, but even she knew that at this moment they should purchase all of the scattered Royal Group's shares at a reduced price and try to push the share price higher. Purchasing the 3 consortia shares at higher price now was considered taboo, as the Royal Group didn't have much money left at all. However, Qin Feng's way of working was completely contrary to the traditional way. He'd chosen a riskier way, a way that could bring destruction to the Royal Group at a faster pace. "Personal assistant Han, this is." Lu Feng and Zhang Feng didn't follow Qin Feng's order and looked at Han Ying with a troubled expression instead. They couldn't challenge Qin Feng, nor did they dare act recklessly as a question raised in their minds. What if the Royal Group has really fallen apart? Who will be responsible for the downfall? "Qin Feng!" Han Ying placed her hands on Qin Feng's shoulders, trying to persuade him. Suddenly, Qin Feng growled, "Just do what I have ordered, morons! Do you expect me to give every detail and particular of my plan when we're way behind on time? This is my dad's legacy, and I'm his sole heir. If the company really has to close down, I'm the one who will suffer the most damage and loss. If even I, the only heir of the Royal Group, is not worried about that, what are you guys afraid of? Don't pussyfoot around and do as I say." Han Ying had yet to see a violently outraged Qin Feng. Startled by him, Han Ying hastily withdrew her hands from his shoulders. She yelled at Lu Feng and Zhang Feng, "Just follow what young Master Qin has ordered. In the Royal Group, his position is equal to Chairman Qin. His order is absolute and no one should ever question his actions. Why do you two hesitate?" Since they were left with no other choice, they did what had been asked. After all, this wasn't their company. If this hedonistic young master wished to destroy his dad's work, all they had to do was help him to speed up the process. As part of the backbone of the Royal Group, the ability of Zhang Feng and Lu Feng mustn't be belittled. They followed every one of Qin Feng's orders, speedily dumping and purchasing all sorts of shares while Qin Feng took control of the main panel. Very soon, the two of them had gathered and sold a huge chunk of shares. In the midst of this intense battle, Han Ying retreated from the room and reported everything that happened to Qin Huang. Although Qin Huang wasn't clear of his son's intention, he still trusted him and allowed Qin Feng to take control of everything. Every staff member in the Financial Development Department sighed and wailed in despair. All of them were Qin Feng's helpers and had been following Qin Feng's pace to control the stock market. Not only did they realize Qin Feng's tactics was risky, they also realized he had staked everything belonging to the Royal Group on this financial war. The whole Royal Group might gone because of one misstep. 1 hour passed. 3 hours passed. The day ebbed away in the blink of an eye. More than 12 hours had passed since Qin Feng first sat in front of the computer. He did not eat, drink, nor stop to use the bathroom. He widened his glassy eyes and stared at the screen, keeping an eye on the volatility of the stock market. His hands never stopped moving swiftly across the keyboard and showed no sign of fatigue. All of the staff in the financial development department had gone home. Meanwhile, passing out from their fatigue, Lu Feng and Zhang Feng laid prone on the table, falling into a deep slumber. There were times when Han Ying entered the room, wanted to ask Qin Feng to take some rest. However, she was taken aback by Qin Feng's concentration and cold demeanor and forwent her intention. "Qin Feng, do you want to eat some food or have a drink?" Han Ying had summoned Ruo Rou. She felt that if there was anyone who could move Qin Feng, it was Ruo Rou. She was right. After hearing to Ruo Rou's feeble and soft voice, Qin Feng stopped. He had been tapping away at the computer without a break for more than 12 hours. His hands would not stop trembling when he finally stopped. "Ruo Rou, it is now 2 a.m. Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Qin Feng cast an angry glare at Ruo Rou. Seeing his Chuiing hands, Ruo Rou's eyes reddened as she plunged herself into Qin Feng's arms, dissolving into tears. "Qin Feng, I beg you to take a short break. I'll feed you food and drink and massage your hands. Okay," Ruo Rou said with a choked voice. Qin Feng wiped the tears from her face and settled her on his lap before saying, "You prepared this." Seeing Qin Feng finally decided to rest, Ruo Rou instantly turned her tears into laughter. She carefully fed her lunchbox and brought it to Qin Feng. She opened the lunchbox, revealing the steaming hot rice and a heart shape decorated by various kinds of food ingredients. "This was prepared by me. Eat it while it's hot." While Ruo Rou fed Qin Feng, he fondled Ruo Rou's body without regard to anyone. Ruo Rou opened her legs wider or straightened her back so that Qin Feng could grope her better. After he had rested enough, Qin Feng resumed his work. Ruo Rou and Han Ying finally relaxed after Qin Feng took his dinner. Both young ladies then slept on a chair outside of the financial development department. "Young Master Qin." "What is the time now, young Master Qin?" Lu Feng and Zhang Feng slept on the table for the night. After waking from their slumber, they saw Qin Feng was still working tirelessly in front of the computer. Stunned by his industriousness, both of them began to develop a different perspective of this young master. They felt this hedonistic young master was quite handsome and charming when he was working. "It's 7 in the morning now. Clean yourselves up, have some breakfast, and come to help me afterward," said Qin Feng emotionlessly. Both of them hastily went off to grab their breakfast. After they finished, they bought Qin Feng a cup of soya and some buns. "Thank you," said Qin Feng. Lu Feng and Zhang Feng were floored by Qin Feng's courtesy. They never thought a lofty, rich young master like him would be so modest. Qin Feng's attitude had successfully purged the prejudiced feeling in their heart when they saw Qin Feng wasn't really like the rumors. "Today will be another uphill battle. Both of you stay alert," Qin Feng added. Both of them felt warmth surge in their heart and were inspired by Qin Feng. They removed their coats and sat in front of the computer, prepared to stand and retreat with Qin Feng. Yesterday they refused to submit to Qin Feng, so they didn't give it their all. Now they decided it was time for them to use their best effort to fight together with Qin Feng. A new day arrived. The market opened. Undoubtedly due to Qin Feng's series of kamikaze actions, the shares price of the Royal Group plummeted down the canyon and sold at a rock-bottom price within 30 minutes. More and more people frantically started to dump Royal Group's shares. The stock market became extremely volatile as the shares of Royal Group became junk bond and no longer had the ability to make a comeback. At the same time, the shares of the three consortia skyrocketed and reached their peak. Everything was going as Qin Feng expected, and all the financial analysts in the royal group shared the same view as well. There were times when Lu Feng and Zhang Feng wanted to stop Qin Feng from continuing with his plan or stop him to ask about his true intention. However, both of them suppressed their fears and forwent their intention to stop Qin Feng. Qin Feng sold most of Royal Group's own shares at a low price and purchased the shares of the three consortia in high price. This indeed was a way to earn money, as this was what individual clients would normally did. However, Qin Feng was not an individual client. He represented the dominant royal group. How was there any possibility the royal group would survive if he sold all of the royal group's shares? Young Master Qin, I'm running out of funding, so I can't purchase shares from the three consortia anymore. Zhang Feng said dispiritedly. Young Master Qin, we almost sold all of Royal Group's shares. If we continue like this, then the Royal Group will. Qin Feng cut Lu Feng short and commanded, Sell it, don't stop. Afterwards, he looked at Zhang Feng and asked, How many shares of the three consortia do we own now? I utilized all sorts of channels and tunnels to purchase the shares, and now we have around 20% of their shares. I've done my best. Qin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he continued, Good job, little Zhang. What percent do you think you can reach if I give you another 200 billion in assets? Zhang Feng was entirely dumbfounded by Qin Feng's question. Does this young Master Qin really want to destroy the royal group? He pondered for a while before answering him. I can purchase another 20%. Then keep going with what you are working now. The funding will arrive in no less than 3 hours. By then, I want you to purchase 45% of their shares. Can you do it? No problem. Zhang Feng assured Qin Feng. Qin Feng stopped and returned to the Financial Development Department after he finished giving his orders. The whole Financial Development Department looked at him with disdain. Until tonight, the Royal Group always held its ground. But now, the Royal Group was considered dead meat after being squandered by Qin Feng. Chairman Qin, I want another 200 million. Qin Feng ignored their gaze and walked straight to Qin Huang. Then he slapped a grin on his face and said, I still have had not enough fun. Chapter 379, You're Not Alone. Chapter 379, You're Not Alone. The whole Financial Development Department fainted after listening to Qin Feng's utterance. If Qin Feng wasn't their young master, these people might have knocked some sense into him. Why wouldn't they be angry? A strong and high-growth company with a promising future was destroyed by a squandering little brat and indirectly caused everyone to lose their job. How could they not be enraged? Qin Huang choked on a mouthful of water. He caught Qin Feng's eye and said, Come to my office. Qin Huang then entered his office. Taking his cue, Han Ying and Qin Feng followed him to his office. After they shut the door, Qin Huang couldn't hold back his frustration anymore and asked, Why do you need 200 million yuan? What are you going to do with it? I want to absorb the shares of the three consortia, but I do not have enough money now. Qin Feng calmly replied. Han Ying and Qin Huang were yet again startled by Qin Feng's utterance. Neither could fathom why Qin Feng would pour a mint of expenditures at this crucial moment to absorb the shares of the three consortia. In their perspective, it was wiser to reassure people's minds by devoting all of their funding to stabilize the share price of the Royal Group and then have a tug-of-war with the three consortia while waiting for Royal Group's shares to recover its original state. Fenger, what are you actually trying to do? Dad is so confused. Qin Feng, I think it's better we go the conventional way. We should retrieve the Royal Group's lost shares and stabilize the share price. We'll talk about the rest afterward. What do you think? Han Ying carefully asked. Ying, we can't revive the Royal Group's shares, and a conventional way won't work anymore. If we follow the conventional road, the only thing awaiting us is demise. We won't die instantly, but will be consumed by death bit by bit. It will be just like committing a slow suicide, and the feeling is too hard to bear," retorted Qin Feng while he looked at Han and Ying with an apologetic look. Yesterday, he yelled at her in the heat of the moment, and now he felt sorry for her. Han and Ying understood his meaning. She wore a smile and nodded to accept and reciprocate his apology. Qin Feng turned to Qin Huang and asked, "Dad, didn't you put some shares under my name and then transfer it to a woman? I remember you told me before that the amount is roughly 200 million yuan. Give me that money." Surprised, a flash of light flitted across Han and Ying's eyes when she heard what Qin Feng said. Meanwhile, Qin Huang's face held a troubled expression, and he said, "I transferred those shares to Dongfang Qingshui." "What the? I've always heard of a son cheating his own father. This is the first time I ever heard of a father cheating his own son. Dad, I remember that I told you I won't marry Dongfang Qingshui. Why did you still transfer that much money to her? Don't you think that you've put me in a difficult position?" Qin Feng was devoid of speech by Qin Huang's idiotic action. A little embarrassed, Qin Huang cleared his throat and continued, "I don't think a mere 200 million mattered a lot to the Dongfang family. I'm guessing they just regard it as a betrothal gift. So you want the money back now?" "Yes, we must get it back post-haste. It will be our lifesaver," Qin Feng replied resolutely. Qin Huang trusted his son 100%. He moved to the side to do his bidding. After a short conversation with Han and Ying, Qin Feng returned to the main control room to continue preparing his huge acquisition. This financial war was beset with crises, and he had deployed many traps for his opponent. However, since he was still in the preparation stage, everybody had yet to see the results of his action. "Wait. We have to wait. After tonight, and once the market opens tomorrow, it's my turn to fight back. At that time, I'll be on top of the world." "Young Master Qin, we received the funding already, but do we really have to use the funds to absorb the shares of the 3 consortia? If we use it to reinforce and boost our Royal Group's shares, we might be able to persist for another 3 days, suggested Zhang Feng. "Yes, we're going to absorb as much as we can. Just follow my orders. I'll bear all the responsibility if anything happens." Qin Feng reassured Zhang Feng and continued executing his plan. Zhang heaved a heavy sigh and shook his head before plunging himself into his own work. Lu Feng turned to Qin Feng and asked worriedly, "Young Master Qin, all of our circulating shares have been sold, and if we want to keep selling our shares, we can only split up our fixed shares. However, if we do that, then our shareholders might have some issues with us." Qin Feng continued to tap away in front of a keyboard while he replied to Lu Feng with full determination, "Split it. Those shareholders should keep quiet if they want to earn a heavy return. If they have any issues with us, this young master will give them the dividend they deserve after everything has ended and cast them out from our company." Qin Feng displayed an unflinching demeanor. His body was surging with an indomitable spirit. Inspired by his fearless spirit, Lu Feng and Zhang Feng clenched their teeth and followed Qin Feng's order to the end. They felt that with Qin Feng on their side, there was nothing in this world that they could not accomplish. Besides, after both of them had assisted him for a day, the two of them were certain that Qin Feng's capability in trading stock was absolutely first class. His ability was so great that they felt they were far behind him. Hope arose from the bottom of their heart. Qin Feng might be the only person who can reverse the whole situation and lead them to emerge victorious in this heated financial war. Qin Feng, Lu Feng, and Zhang Feng were awfully busy inside the main control room. In the meantime, the crowd in the Financial Development Department was buzzing with all sorts of activities as well. Although those financial analysts appeared to be assisting Qin Feng, they were actually dissing Qin Feng in their hearts, as they still couldn't see through Qin Feng's movements. From their perspective, the royal group was doomed. A day went by in no time, and the market soon closed. Nobody could bring themselves to check on the share price for the royal group. Within the span of 3 days, the royal group's share price slumped more than 30% and they had lost a zillion yuan. The atmosphere of the whole royal group was gloomy, crestfallen. The people went back to their homes dispiritedly. They were not sure how long the royal group could hold its ground, and they thought it might be time for them to seek alternative employment. Night fell. After working yet another 12 hours straight, Qin Feng finally stopped to take a breather. Zhang Feng and Lu Feng, on the other hand, continued to work on their computers after they filled their stomachs. In the meantime, Han Ying and Ruo Rou did not leave the company, but kept Qin Feng company over these few battle-ridden days. "Thank you, my loves." Seeing the ladies were fast asleep on a table outside of the Financial Development Department, Qin Feng draped his coat over Ruo Rou and draped another cloth over Han Ying. He did not wake the ladies and went to a French window alone, gazing out on the night sky of Acropolis City. He noticed that the night was hazy and the wind was cozy. Qin Feng pulled out his cell phone and prepared to make some phone calls. The people he was calling would play important roles in his plan, and they were his final trump card to win the fight tomorrow. It was the wee hours of the night. Qin Feng waited for some time before a drowsy voice wafted over from the other end of the line. "Hello, is that Qin Feng?" "Qiu, sorry for disturbing you this late at night." Qin Feng relaxed slightly after hearing Su Qiu's voice. "Qin Feng, what made you call me so late tonight?" said Su Qiu. There was a tinge of happiness in her voice because it had been so long since Qin Feng had contacted her. "Qiu, the royal group is in trouble, and I need financial assistance from you." Qin Feng was close to Su Qiu, so he didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the point. "How much do you need?" Su Qiu replied seriously. "How much can you spare?" "Our Su group is in no need of money, and I can spare around 100 billion that's under my power. However, if it's still insufficient, then I'll seek out Grandpa tomorrow and have him authorize more power to me to further circulate more funds. I think 300 billion is the least I can do." Qin Feng's heart was warmed by Su Qiu's prompt reply. It seemed to him that risking his life to rescue the Su family had not been in vain. There was no one else who could lend another person a billion with only a few words. "Thank you very much, Qiu." Qin Feng sincerely expressed his gratitude. Su Qiu fell silent. After a while, she replied, "Qin Feng, you've settled down with Xiatian, and Grandpa has promised you half of the Su family's property. Hence, you're considered part of the Su family. You don't have to be so courteous with us. Sister, who is on the phone? Is it that bastard Qin Feng?" Another chirping voice wafted into Qin Feng's ear. "Bastard Qin Feng, is that you? I'm Xiatian. Why haven't you called me lately? I don't care. You have to come down to Sky City to play with me whenever you're free, otherwise I'll storm up to Acropolis City and beat you down. You heartless rat." Qin Feng felt his fatigue purged by Su Xiatian's lively and mischievous voice. Then he laughed. "I've been quite occupied recently. I'll find you whenever I finish my job here." "You're in trouble? What happened? Do you need my help? I can bring my men there and help you to fight off the bastard who is harassing you. I'll tell them the only person allowed to bully you is me, Su Xiatian." Su Xiatian suddenly became anxious when she knew Qin Feng was in trouble. Although Qin Feng couldn't see her face, he was able to ski Su Xiatian's charming and wacky expressions in his mind. He replied to her, "It's fine. I've got it all under control now. Xiatian, you just need to stay in the house and wait for me after I finish my task. You've made your promise. My sister can be the witness. You can't deny it anymore." Not long after, his cell phone rang. It was Zhao Lingxian. "Qin Feng." Zhao Lingxian was suppressing her anger. "Lingxian, you haven't gone to bed yet? Why are you calling so late?" Zhao Lingxian's constrained voice made Qin Feng worried. "Is the royal group facing financial difficulties?" Zhao Lingxian fired the question back at Qin Feng. Her voice was filled with anger. Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry about that, Ling Xian. I just don't want you to worry about me. The financial breakdown just happened in the last 2 days, and I was busy handling the company, so I haven't had time to inform you. Qin Feng was once again moved by this group of ladies. Zhao Lingxian fell silent for a moment before she continued with her voice soft as water. I'll ask my dad to help Royal Group tomorrow. It's right to help a friend when he is in trouble. Plus, Dad has been a long-time friend of Uncle Qin. After he and Zhao Lingxian hung up, his cell phone rang again. This time it was by Qin. Qin Feng, why couldn't I get a hold of you over these past 2 days? I've heard that the Royal Group is facing a financial meltdown. Are you all right? I'm at home. Do you want to come over now? I'll do my best to serve you. Bai Qing did not have a glorious pedigree compared to Zhao Lingxian and Su Qiuyu. She couldn't help Qin Feng from a monetary standpoint, but at the very least, she could entertain Qin Feng with her body and make him happier when he was in trouble. Qin Feng's eyes reddened. He fondly replied, Don't worry, Qing Qing. Stay in the villa and wait for my return. I'm fine over here. I'll find Bai Xiu a school once I get my task done. If you're bored staying alone in the house, then I'll find you a job in the Royal Hotel and make you the Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Hotel. After he hung up the phone, Qin Feng's cell phone went off again. Qin Feng, is the Royal Group facing a financial crisis? I've some money with me. Give me your card number. I'll transfer 3 million yuan to you. Rao Sherman's anxious voice wafted into his ear. Even the iceberg beauty, Lu Bingbing called him and offered to help. Qin Feng, I've heard the news that the Royal Group's capital chain has ruptured. Is that true? Anyway, let me know if you need any assistance. I'll have the people from Lu family help you out. Ever since she was dominated by Qin Feng in the Feng Yun Fun City at Heppingtown, her attitude toward Qin Feng had undergone a huge change. Although she refused to admit it, Lu Bingbing actually had fallen for Qin Feng already. When he was in the control room, Qin Feng shut down his cell phone to keep others from disturbing him. He never expected so many people to call him right after he restarted his cell phone. Qin Feng was waiting for another important call when his phone rang again. When he looked at the caller ID, Qin Feng was stunned. Chapter 380, A Toast to Our Success. Chapter 380, A Toast to Our Success. Qin Feng, how are you doing? A soft and mellow voice wafted over from the other end of the line. Instantly, Qin Feng remembered the intimacy they had had in Fei Tian Bar's restroom. At length, Qin Feng finally snapped out of his recollection. He recomposed himself and organized his thoughts before saying, Teacher Yun Xiao, long time no see. I missed you very much. I missed you too. I heard the news that the Royal Group is facing a financial meltdown. Give me your card number. I'll transfer some money to you. Where did Teacher Yun Xiao get the money from? Asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the elders of the Yun family have found a new marriage partner for me. He is from the Sima family of the provincial capital. My wedding ceremony will be held in 3 months. As for the betrothal gift, the elders of my family have accepted it on my behalf. Then they gave it all to me, so I have 1 million now, Yun Xiao said cheerlessly. Qin Feng's heart was pained listening to Yun Xiao. No, I don't want it to happen. I won't allow you to marry the other man. Teacher Yun Xiao, please wait for me. Within 3 months, I'll go to the provincial capital, and I swear I'll SNA you away from them. You're my woman. How can I let you marry another man? Qin Feng had devised a plan since Yun Xiao left Acropolis City. At the time, Qin Feng feared that Yun Xiao wasn't really in love with him. He thought she just wanted to give her first time to someone she knew. Nevertheless, Yun Xiao's call exposed her true feelings. If she did not love and care for him, why would she know and care that the Royal Group was facing difficulties in the first place? She was now in the provincial capital, while the royal group was merely a conglomerate in Acropolis City and nothing notable in the vast provincial capital. Yun Xiao wouldn't learn about the news if she hadn't specifically looked into it. Yun Xiao was paying close attention to him. Even though she was physically with the Yun family in the provincial capital, her heart was with him. How could there be any chance that Qin Feng would let go of a woman like this? He swore he must give her a blissful life. Choking back her tears, Yun Xiao hardened her heart and said decisively, "Qin Feng, don't look for me, and please forget about me." Then she hung up. When Qin Feng tried to call back, he could no longer get through. Yun Xiao dissolved into tears after she hung up. Although they weren't in the same city, they both gazed upon the same cruel and cold moon. "Please forgive me, Qin Feng. If I do not marry into the Sima family without a backer, my little brother, Yun Lei, will lose his chance to vie for the head of household. I can betray my whole family for the sake of my love, but I can't abandon my little brother. I can't be so selfish. So please forgive me, Qin Feng." Yun Xiao murmured to herself while gazing at the moon. The phone calls last night had heightened Qin Feng's fighting spirit. He was ready for an all-out war. He knew that he wasn't fighting for himself, but for his dad. More importantly, he needed to put up a good fight for the women who cared greatly for him. "Young Master Qin, the market has been open for an hour, and the shares of the royal group have fallen below its issue price. It has reached the point of declaring bankruptcy," exclaimed Lu Feng, who was tasked with dumping the royal group shares, as she turned to Qin Feng. Following Qin Feng's method, she had anticipated the result. When her expectation became a reality, she realized that she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was kind of excited. She thought to herself, the royal group is at rock bottom now. I think perhaps it is time for young Master Qin to unleash his true strength. "Good job, little Lu. I'll promote you to first-class financial analyst after we finish with this crisis," Qin Feng said excitedly. Qin Feng's words stupefied Lu Feng. She couldn't fathom why she still received praise from him even though she was assisting him in destroying his father's work. "Young Master Qin, I've successfully absorbed 47% of the shares of the 3 consortia with the 200 million, reported Zhang Feng. "Good job, little Zhang. You did not fail me. Afterwards, I'll personally promote both of you." His plan was moving along smoothly. With the lump sum of funding Su Qiuyu, Zhao Lingxian, and Lu Bingbing had injected into the royal group this morning, Qin Feng felt that his time had come. It was time for him to retaliate. He strolled out of the main control room and into Qin Huang's office. "Dad, I now have 500 million in my hands. I need a clean, no criminal record, bogus corporation to inject all of the funds into." Once again, both Qin Huang and Han Ying marveled at Qin Feng in disbelief. They were no longer able to see up to his unpredictable mind. Plus, they couldn't comprehend where Qin Feng obtained 500 million. Not even Qin Huang could accumulate more than 100 million in funds. "Fenger, where did you get the money from?" Qin Huang asked in astonishment. "Dad, we're running out of time. I'll explain everything to you later. Right now, quickly find me a clean, bogus corporation." Qin Feng grinned like a Cheshire cat as he replied to Qin Huang. "There are quite a few fictitious corporations under the royal group. I'll find one for you." Qin Huang did not pursue the topic further, seeing Qin Feng would not elaborate right now. He hastily went to do Qin Feng's bidding. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "No, Dad. The corporation must not be under the name of the royal group. It must be from another company. A large corporation will be best. Please find me a large corporation and shift my shares into that company. Most of Royal Group's business partners have been avoiding me ever since the Royal Group began to face its financial meltdown. It'll be tough to find a big corporation that will give us a hand now." Qin Huang gloomily shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Han Ying as a plan crossed his mind. Then he said excitedly, Ying, can we shift the corporation so that it's under your Han Corporation at Jincheng City? Awakened by his dad's words, Qin Feng recalled Han Ying's social status. The Han family was one of the 4 largest families in Jincheng City with a strong foundation and was well known throughout the Yun province. It would be a good start to use the Han Corporation to light up the battle. The royal group's partner must be trustworthy since Qin Feng planned to shift all his funds into the phony corporation. After pondering for a minute, Qin Feng raised his head and said resolutely, "Ying, I'll leave it all up to you." Han Ying's face was a mixture of expressions. Nobody could tell what was she thinking. "Okay, I'll get right on it." Everyone returned to their jobs after they received the new command. Qin Feng returned to the main control room. For now, he just had to wait for Han Ying to transfer the corporation from the royal group to her Han Corporation. Then he could inject his funding into the phony corporation. After that, it was showtime. Acropolis City, Amethyst Dragon Palace. The Amethyst Dragon Palace was the high-end, ritziest club in Acropolis City which earned millions every day. However, over the past 3 days, the Amethyst Dragon Palace had been closed. Only 3 people were present inside. The trio was gathered in the spacious lobby. Each and every one of them had a glass of wine in their hand, toasting their success. "Prince Wen, it was a fruitful plan. I just received a message saying that the royal group is going to declare bankruptcy soon. Now we only have to wait until they exhaust their financial resources, and then destroying them will be as easy as killing an ant." Ximen too was wearing a white robe, and his face held a triumphant expression. Donning a black robe, Prince Wen emptied his wine glass. Then he patted the shoulder of a young man sitting beside him. "Let's not forget about young Master Li's effort. If it wasn't for young Master Li, it would be impossible for us to proceed to the next stage of our plan. This time, Qin Feng won't be able to escape his fate even if he's given wings." These 3 young men were Prince Wen, Ximen Tu, and Li Xiaojie. Li Xiaojie grinned wickedly. Ever since Qin Feng demolished his base at Hepping Town, Li Xiaojie had retreated to Ninghai City and had been holding a grudge against Qin Feng. He was resentful, hoping that one day he could get revenge on Qin Feng for destroying both his hard work and his kidney. As such, he had formulated plan after plan, trick after trick to kill Qin Feng. But to his dismay, he couldn't make up his mind to decide on a course of action. Finally, after he stayed home for 3 days, Li Xiaojie found a way to deal with Qin Feng. He had witnessed the fight between Qin Feng and Qin Feng at Feng Yun Fun City. He knew that Qin Feng now had 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments in his hands. Hence, Li Xiaojie spread this news to stir up the martial artists. Much to his delight, the martial artists who had been concealing themselves in the prosperous metropolitan city became edgy and started to make their move. Orange-grade spiritual equipment was rare. Having one was sufficient to catapult a person's battle ability to another level. Now that Qin Feng had 3 of them, how could any martial artist not covet them? Martial artists from the 4 corners of the Yun province had snuck into Acropolis City and prepared to hunt down Qin Feng to SNA away his 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments. Additionally, some of the powers from the provincial capital joined in this raid as well. The martial world disturbance had begun. Prince Wen and his 2 buddies believed it was impossible for Qin Feng to escape with so many martial artists hunting him. The trios finished their glasses of wine, and their faces flushed red. They began chatting nonstop. Seeing as how the royal group was a leading corporation in Acropolis City, I was anticipating them to hold their ground for at least a week against this financial breakdown. I never expected them to be destroyed and go down just in 3 days. Haha, even God is helping me. Enjoying the beautiful and sweet feeling of revenge, Li Xiaojie laughed uncontrollably. Prince Wen waved the wooden fan in his hand and smiled. "It's not God that helped us. The royal group went down so fast because of one person. Do you know who that person is? It's Qin Feng himself. Shocked, Sima too, and Li Xiaojie couldn't believe it, as they still didn't know what Qin Feng had done. How is that possible? Is that little brat nuts or something? Li Xiaojie's and Sima Tu's faces clouded with questions. Unlike Sima Tu and Li Xiaojie, Prince Wen knew everything all along thanks to his co-conspirators planted in the royal group. He plastered a smile and said indifferently, "According to the conspirator, I am planted in the royal group. Right now, the royal group's financial development department's head is none other than Qin Feng himself. He ordered all of the financial analysts to assist him in overcoming this financial war. However, his tactic of countering us is unusual. He brazenly dumped all of the royal group's shares at a record low price and simultaneously absorbed some of our company's shares at a high price. Haha, what a fool! He realized that he is unable to turn the tables and save the royal group, so he decided to throw in the towel and try to earn a fortune from us as his pension?" Li Xiaojie burst into a fit of laughter. Puzzled by Qin Feng's action, Sima Tu fell silent for a bit before saying, "I agree with young Master Li. It seems that this Qin Feng plans to make a fast buck and go AWOL." Prince Wen nodded his head in satisfaction and said proudly, "The royal group is doomed. I'm pretty sure that old sly fox Qin Huang has noticed it. Therefore, they plan to make a fast buck before running away. We can't take over the royal group just yet. It's now overladen with debt, and after the royal group declares bankruptcy, the banks and debtors will press them for repayment. Meanwhile, Qin Huang and Qin Feng will no longer be able to remain in Acropolis City. At that time, they will be like stray dogs running for their lives. If they cannot gather enough money now, they might become wanderers and have to beg for a living." Haha, a well-known and illustrious father and son who stand above the masses have become beggars, and their promising company is bankrupt. Ha ha ha, I like this storyline. I've decided I must remake this story into a movie. I'm sure it will be a huge box office hit. Li Xiaojie yelled excitedly. Both Sima Tu and Prince Wen clapped their hands and applauded. They even decided to take part in Li Xiaojie's movie. Chapter 381, The Final Trump Card. Chapter 381, The Final Trump Card. Royal Group's Financial Development Department. Main Control Room. Han Ying rushed into the main control room and put her hands on Qin Feng's shoulders. "Qin Feng, I finish your bidding. This is the bank account number for the bogus corporation you requested." Qin Feng stopped his work and took account number Han Ying provided to him. Immediately, he transferred all 500 million into the phony corporation. After transferring the money, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a devilish grin. "Little Lu, I have a new mission for you. Starting now, retrieve all of the Royal Group's shares at all costs. Don't worry, I have enough money for you." While Lu Feng was still in the midst of confusion, Qin Feng turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Little Zhang, you have a new mission too. I want you to dump all of the 3 consortia shares." Zhang Feng, Lu Feng, and Han Ying were perplexed by Qin Feng. They were all befuddled and could no longer see up to Qin Feng's irregular thinking. 2 days ago, Qin Feng ordered one of them to dump all of the Royal Group's shares, while the other had to absorb the 3 consortia's shares at all costs. As such, his mismanagement and incompetency had brought an early demise to the Royal Group. Just when the Royal Group was on the very edge of bankruptcy, Qin Feng changed his tactics again. He was now starting to retrieve all of the Royal Group's junk stocks and abandon the 3 consortia's blue chips, which hit the upper limit every day. It was all thanks to Qin Feng's identity as the future successor of the Royal Group. He was not killed by Royal Group's thousands of raging employees yet. Don't sit there in a trance. Hurry up and get moving. Qin Feng grinned as he looked at the soulless duo. Once Lu Feng and Zhang Feng regained their senses, they opened their mouths to say something. However, they swallowed their objections and plunged themselves into doing Qin Feng's bidding. At the same time, Bawling filled the whole financial development department after they observed what was going on in the main control room. All the financial analysts were filled with rage, and they almost destroyed their computers. They'd lost their final strand of hope for the royal group, and all of them planned to resign and leave the company that same day. Meanwhile, in the main control room, Qin Feng, Lu Feng, and Zhang Feng calmly tapped away on a keyboard, focused on their own tasks. Time went by like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The royal group's shares were all junk stocks, and nobody wanted them, so it was easy for Lu Feng to retrieve them. Best of all, she retrieved them at a rock-bottom price. The three consortia's shares were blue chips, and many people wanted to buy them. As such, Zhang Feng dumped the three consortia's shares owned by the royal group without a high. Within a short time, he sold more than half of it. 2 hours passed. They had successfully retrieved more than 50% of the royal group's shares and were quickly obtaining more. In addition, Zhang Feng had dumped more than 30% of the three consortia shares. Their series of actions triggered some subtle, undetectable changes. Just like the butterfly effect, a minute localized change had large effects elsewhere, and once it exploded, it would be an earth-shattering, catastrophic moment. Those from Royal Group's Financial Development Department were not ordinary. Very soon, some of them had discovered an irregularity in the Royal Group's shares. Something is not right. Oh my gosh, are you guys seeing this? Something is really wrong. I see it. Our Royal Group's shares are rising. Ever since our shares hit the lower limit and became junk stocks, it's a miracle that they keep rising now even though it's slow. It's not only us. I've been keeping an eye on the three consortia's shares and noticed that someone is blatantly dumping their shares. What stunned me the most is they are selling it at an all-time low, which resulted in the three consortia's shares falling. The drop is minute, yet this is not a very good sign for them. Hope among the hopeless staff of the Financial Development Department was reignited. After listening to the explanations of some, the other financial analysts began to look into this heated financial war. A dozen of them sat around a computer, brainstorming and discussing this war. More and more problems and questions began to reveal themselves. 3 hours passed. The staff from the Financial Development Department were bawling and yelling out of joy as if they had won a war. Within an hour, our Royal Group's shares have skyrocketed 5%. This is a phenomenon which has never happened before. Hey, did you guys notice that there are a few mysterious big organizations vigorously absorbing the Royal Group's shares? Thanks to them, the individual clients have become restless and are injecting a mint of money to acquire the Royal Group's shares. This is the main reason for the revival of our Royal Group's shares. This is a miracle in the financial world. Due to the active involvement of other consortium dumping the shares of the three consortia, which has confounded most small investors, all the small investors began to sell off the three consortia's shares, causing their share price to take a nosedive and hit the same price as 3 days ago. This war should have ended with the utter defeat of the royal group. Hence, everyone was awestruck by this explosive change in direction. It seemed to them that the financial war had just begun this moment. The staff of the Financial Development Department were not stupid. All of them simultaneously thought of a young man. It was that legendary young man who led the whole company to victory in this financial war, which they thought had doomed the company. That young man was Qin Feng, the #1 hedonist young master of Acropolis City, the rightful heir of the royal group. Everybody laughed and decried him in the beginning. As the course progressed, and when the royal group started to go downhill, they started to harbor hatred towards him and despised him. However, as the situation became clearer, Qin Feng's formula seemed to take shape before everybody. His tactic was completely veiled, making it almost impossible for the opponent to put up an effective defense. At first, he gave some benefits to his opponent to let down their guard. Then he struck back at the most critical moment and caught them off guard. Young Master Qin, brilliant. What a brilliant move. Zhang Feng's excitement, had stolen his ability to speak. He was too overwhelmed by the result of Qin Feng's tactic, which caused the share price of Royal Group to soar higher and higher. Young Master Qin, I apologize for all those misunderstandings. Please don't blame me. I've been living in the financial world for more than a decade, and this is by far the perfect tactic I've ever seen. It's completely unpredictable. Not even Aiba was able to recognize the traps that young Master Qin laid. Lu Feng praised Qin Feng nonstop. Even though Han had only a very basic foundation in stock trading, in seeing how the Royal Group underwent a near-death experience and then a resurrection, she knew that this must be Qin Feng's doing. Standing behind Qin Feng, Han stared at Qin Feng as if he was a monster. She stayed in the Qin Manor, worked in the Royal Group, and she spent almost her last 24 hours with Qin Feng. As she dug deeper into Qin Feng, she realized that this young man was nothing like the rumor, and he harbored countless secrets in his body. Unlike everyone else, Han Ying did not show any sign of excitement seeing the Royal Group's shares rise. Suddenly, she retreated from the main control room and made a call in a secluded corner. 5 hours passed. Qin Feng had made his statement loud and clear earlier on. Today was the day he retaliated and the day the real financial war began. The Royal Group's shares were soaring, and it seemed that it would rise up even higher. Everybody regained their fighting spirit and worked together to help Qin Feng in conquering this financial war. Seeing situation under control again, Qin Feng cheerfully retreated from the main control room to make his call. Ling Xian, help me to express my gratitude to Uncle Zhao. I've seen the Zhao Group has purchased a lot of Royal Group shares and at the same time sold a lot of the 3 consortia's shares. Never you mind, Qin Feng. Bing Bing, do you miss me? I'll visit you after I finish my task. Or you can come to the Qin Manor at night. My bed is large enough for 2 adults. Go to hell. Xiao Yu, help me to express my gratitude to Grandpa and little sister Xia Tian. I miss you guys a lot. Sure, don't worry. Sure, man. One day I'll go to the provincial capital to attend your music concert. Don't just give me a voice and nothing more. If you really come, I'll prepare a VIP seat for you. This time, Yun Zhao's phone wasn't shut off. It was a dead dial tone. Qin Feng raised his brows as he made a decision in his heart. He decided he must confirm his relationship with these women and settle down with them at the villas in Cloud City, Hua Manor. The Royal Group was overflowing with happiness, while the trio at the Amethyst Dragon Palace had a gloomy and cold expression on their faces. Bang! Li Xiaojia had a very short fuse. He smashed the wine glass in his hand to the floor and shattered the glass into countless shards, causing the red wine to flow onto the snow-white carpet, staining it red. It had the vibe of a bloody scene. Fuck! How is that possible? Hadn't we won already? How did that little brat do that? His actions are beyond common sense. Ximen too and Prince had the same question on their mind as well. They couldn't fathom why things took a different course and became like this. The 3 of them were considered rookies in the financial world, and they only had a very basic knowledge about the stock market. Thus, it was natural for them not able to see through Qin Feng's obscure tactic. All they knew was that within the past 3 hours, the Royal Group, who was on the verge of declaring bankruptcy, suddenly came back to life, and its share price skyrocketed several folds. Meanwhile, the share price of the consortia kept falling, and they lost millions of yuan in the span of just 3 hours. Perhaps the Royal Group was assisted by somebody who is very strong in trading stock. Anyway, I don't believe this is Qin Feng's doing. Ximen too gave his opinion after he pondered for a while. It doesn't matter who's doing it now. Seems like we failed again, said Prince powerlessly. He was a self-proclaimed prodigy, quick-witted and resourceful. However, he realized that he had yet to defeat Qin Feng even once. Prince was almost torn apart at the end of every battle in which he suffered defeat. Suddenly a wicked, reed and sinister grin washed over Prince Wen's face, startling Ximen too and Li Xiaojia. Please allow me a moment to make a call, my friends. We're not finished yet. Li Xiaojia and Sima too were confounded by Prince Wen's actions. After both of them pondered a while, Sima Tu's eyes shone brilliantly as a thought crossed his mind. Haha! Prince Wen never failed his name as the most talented young man of Jincheng City. Shrewd and quick-witted, he always planned a few steps ahead of his opponent, and it seemed that he still had an ace up his sleeve. This might be the winning shot that could help us reverse the situation. Li Xiaojia regained his senses as well. His angry face was now plastered with a sinister smile. He sneered, "Ha! I'm quite looking forward to Prince Wen's ace. This time, I guess Qin Feng would be so devastated that he will want to commit suicide after he finds out who the ace is." Prince Wen returned holding his wooden fan while the duo were still discussing the next move. Without any sidestepping, both of them hastily asked, "Prince Wen, how was it?" Prince Wen smiled smugly and said, "The situation is very stable, just wait for the show. I'm sure you guys won't be disappointed." Chapter 382, Qin Ye. Chapter 382, Qin Ye. The Royal Club. Even though the Royal Club was closed for the night, it was bustling. Tonight was the celebration party for the Royal Group. All the staff from the Royal Group gathered to commemorate their victory in the financial war. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, you're so handsome tonight. My heart melts just by looking at you. Standing at the main entrance, Qin Feng and Ruo Rou personally welcomed all the incoming guests. Most of them graciously greeted Qin Feng, while some of the female staff brazenly flirted with Qin Feng without paying any heed to Ruo Rou, who stood beside Qin Feng. Ruo Rou did not mind their actions. She was content simply standing beside Qin Feng to welcome everybody. "Please help yourselves. There's plenty of good food to eat and entertaining games to play. Enjoy yourselves to your heart content. Chairman Qin will pay for everything tonight." Everybody was overjoyed and seethed with excitement the instant Qin Feng finished talking. The interior of the Royal Club was packed with an innumerable crowd, giving a festive feel that was as lively and as happening as the New Year celebration. Qin Feng was delighted seeing all of the Royal Group's staff finally open up and thoroughly enjoy themselves after getting ravished by tension and misery over the past few war-ridden days. A question suddenly crossed his mind as he turned to Ruo Rou and asked, "Ruo Rou, where is Ying? Has she arrived yet?" "Big sister Ying have me to inform you that she's too tired to join the celebration tonight, so she went back to Qin Manor to rest. She wants you to have fun with the staff and asked me to tell you not to worry about her," replied Ruo Rou. For the past 3 days, Ruo Rou and Han Ying had kept Qin Feng company as he worked to overcome the financial crisis. As such, Qin Feng knew that these two young ladies were dog-tired considering they always fell asleep on a table. "Qin, young Master Qin." A familiar voice suddenly sounded out. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng and Ruo Rou simultaneously looked over and noticed Li Yuqin dressed in a black silk qipao walking toward them. "Welcome, Yuqin." Qin Feng's gaze fell on Li Yuqin, and he was stunned by her tight-fitted qipao that revealed her curvaceous and well-toned shape. He almost failed to resist and nearly stepped forward to grab her. "Good evening, young Master Qin. I'll go ahead inside," Li Yuqin coldly replied to Qin Feng. After learning Qin Feng's true identity, Li Yuqin was filled with rage and disappointment as she felt she ridiculed and used by Qin Feng like a little toy. She even felt she was merely an entertaining tool to satisfy his wicked sense of humor. "Big sister Yuqin, why don't you join us in welcoming the guests?" Ruo Rou pulled Li Yuqin over. Shaking her head, Li Yuqin held a bitter smile and declined Ruo Rou's invitation. "I think I'd better stay out of it. I'm just a normal girl of low origin. I don't want to make a fool of myself, and I don't want others to laugh at me." While she was speaking, she shot a few icy glares at Qin Feng. How could Qin Feng not understand Liu Chen's innuendo? A smug smile crossed his face, and he wrapped his arm around Liu Chen's waist, disregarding her protest. Concurrently, he pulled Ruo Rou into his arms. With two drop-dead gorgeous beauties in his embrace, Qin Feng strolled into the clubhouse. Dear fellow colleagues, please allow me to take this opportunity to extend my warmest welcome to you all. Tonight, the Royal Club will be open only for you. But first, let me brief you all on what we have here. The Royal Club is a 4-story clubhouse, and each and every floor is equipped with a wide array of entertainment amenities. I'm sure that everyone here will have a wonderful time. Please enjoy yourselves to the fullest on this night, which is specially prepared by Chairman Qin and myself to express our gratitude for your efforts in overcoming this financial crisis. Without all of you, we'd never have been able to make it through. Without further ado, I now declare the beginning of our celebration party. Everybody enjoy yourselves. Qin Feng emceed the celebration party with Liu Qin and Ruo Rou in his arms. When the staff of Royal Group saw how the two deadliest beauties in the company glued themselves to Qin Feng's body and recalled his immense family wealth and powerful background, all of them envied Qin Feng for his charmed life. The party had begun. Everybody split into a few groups to enjoy the activities. Qin Feng brought the two young ladies to the KTV room on the 3rd floor. When they arrived, they noticed that the KTV room was already occupied by the sales department staff. Wow, it's young Master Qin and Manager Li. Even our goddess of sales, little sister Ruo Rou, has come. Everybody, let's give them a loud round of applause to welcome them. All 3 of them were popular in the sales department. Their arrival at the KTV room caused a hubbub. Initially, these people were afraid of Qin Feng when they first learned his true identity. They were afraid that they would be fired should they unintentionally offended Qin Feng. However, all of them had a different view of him after this financial war. Although he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, his wonderful innate skill and powerful strength dwarfed his charmed life and successfully subdued the hearts of the entire royal group, making them sincerely respect him from the bottom of their heart. The entrance of the trio heated the atmosphere in the KTV room. Ruo Rou refused to sing in front of so many people, so she kept Qin Feng by her side to block further invitations. Meanwhile, as the manager of the sales department, Liu Qin couldn't turn down their offer. Without any options, she had no choice but to sing a song for them. Her song of choice was old, but a classic one. Between her elegant, retro black qipao and melodious voice, it seemed to them that she was narrating the history and vicissitude of an era. As if they had traveled back in time, she brought them back to their youth and evoked wonderful, sentimental memories. Overwhelmed by the melodious song, Ruo Rou's eyes flooded with countless emotions no one could understand. Suddenly, she spun herself around, settled onto Qin Feng's lap, and kissed Qin Feng. While kissing him, her exquisite hands began to grope Qin Feng's body without a second thought. Qin Feng was slightly stunned by her aberrant action. He swept his gaze across the room and realized many people were staring at them in astonishment. As such, he pushed Ruo Rou away slightly and asked, "Everybody's looking at you. Are you not embarrassed?" Once again, Ruo Rou pressed hard on Qin Feng's shoulders and said resolutely, "I'm not scared. I want to show to everybody that I, Ruo Rou, am Qin Feng's woman. Qin Feng, I want you to mount me right here, right now." Even though he knew Ruo Rou had become stronger, this kind of change was totally unexpected. With his mind spaced out, Qin Feng stared blankly at this pure and cute little beauty that was sitting on his lap as if this was the first time he saw Ruo Rou. Under the dimmed lights, he noticed that Ruo Rou was alluring and charming, causing Qin Feng's heart to race. Without hesitation, he hugged Ruo Rou and purred in her ear. "Not here, my dear, but I've got a nice place for us to enjoy one another to our heart's content." Listening to Qin Feng's husky and deep voice, Ruo Rou's face turned red as she buried her face in Qin Feng's arms, allowing him to carry her in his arms. When Qin Feng arrived at the restroom in the KTV room, his cell phone rang. Ruo Rou, please go inside first. I need to take this call. Qin Feng's face fell when he saw the caller ID. Ruo Rou nodded her head obediently. After she kissed Qin Feng, she bashfully went into the restroom. Qin Feng retreated from the KTV room to a landing to pick up the call. Uncle Fu, what happened? Qin Feng's expression was grave. Uncle Fu would not call him unless something serious had happened. Young Master Qin, I know who is the lord behind those 3 traitors. Who is it? What did they say? Qin Feng hastily asked him as he was awakened by Uncle Fu's statement. Qin Feng had apprehended Feng Xiang and his buddies and sent them to Uncle Fu to extract from them the name of their lord. However, these 3 stayed tight-lipped and refused to rat out their lord. Uncle Fu had used many tricks and finally broke them, successfully making them open their mouths. They work for Prince when in Jincheng City. Prince Wen has also made an alliance with Acropolis City's Sima family and the Li family of Yunhai City. Uncle Fu paused for a moment before he heaved a heavy sigh and continued. According to my research, there is only one prince when in Jincheng City. He is your cousin, Qin Ye. Qin Feng's brain went blank. He had long suspected that Qin Ye was the real culprit behind this series of tragedies. It was just that he refused to accept the truth because of a phrase Qin Huang told him when Qin Ye visited them. All in all, we're family. Because of his father, Qin Feng let it go and did not pursue Qin Ye anymore. Now the reality of it struck him hard like a train. Qin Feng could only accept the truth. We grow from the same root. Why should we hurt each other in such a rush? Sighed Qin Feng. Although he was disappointed by the outcome, his eyes were filled with determination. No matter who his opponent was, he had to pay for what he did. This was Qin Feng's doctrine of problem-solving. Does Dad know this? Master Qin already knows about this. Good. I'll be heading back after I finish here. Qin Feng hung up, his heart flooded with all sorts of emotions. Suddenly, he realized a severe problem. The system had not yet notified him of clearance of the mission about the financial war. He should have accomplished it already. He had successfully helped the royal group in overcoming the financial meltdown and identified the culprits behind this incident as the Sima family, the Li family, and Qin Ye. Unless there is someone who I have yet to discover. Qin Feng's expression became grimmer and grimmer as a beautiful young lady suddenly flitted across his train of thought. He never suspected her, but every time he vigilantly called back, considering everything she had done recently, he indeed had found that her actions were fishy. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and called Qin Huang. Just before he could get through on the call, Qin Feng's expression suddenly blanched in fear. An icy, cold stench of death was closing in fast on him. 3 men clad in nocturnal clothing jostled their way through the crowd and charged at him. Swoosh! Without giving Qin Feng a chance to see his breath, one of the men brandished his broadsword, glittering in cold radiance, towards Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng hastily circulated his inner qi around his body and dodged the man's assault. Simultaneously, he waved his fist toward the other man who was charging at his left side. Bang! The orange-colored winter iron glove with Thunder Tiger first released a mighty and boundless power. The man in black was just too nimble. Qin Feng missed his target and his attack rammed into the wall of the landing, leaving a large crater on the concrete wall. The trio then positioned themselves at the landing's exit, blocking Qin Feng's only escape route. At the same time, their gazes all fell on Qin Feng's glove and their eyes instantly flooded with the desire to possess it. The rumor is true. This fellow indeed has an orange-grade spiritual equipment. What great luck that I'm good in the art of boxing. This orange-grade glove is mine. The man who dodged Qin Feng's attack, once again, threw himself at Qin Feng. He was Zhang Jin, the successor of Southern Divine Dragon Fist sect. He was a relatively reputable martial artist in the martial world and well known for his divine dragon fist that reached the acme of perfection. Bang! Unfazed by his attack, Qin Feng released all of his power and took Zhang Jin's divine dragon fist head-on. Divine Dragon Fist and Thunder Tiger Fist. Both were indestructible and malice in fighting technique, highly destructive, and possessed a strong and fearsome aura that could make ordinary people tremble in fear. The collision of their attack resulted in a loud explosion, causing the dust to fall from the top of the wall to the ground. After both of them had finished casting their attack, they returned to their original positions. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed his storming blood qi and stood firmly on the ground. On the other hand, the successor of the Southern Divine Dragon Fist Zhang Jin spit out a mouthful of blood. With a reed look, he stared at Qin Feng in disbelief and said while suppressing his storming inner qi, "How can this be? You're still so young, and yet you have reached stage 6 external strength. And what kind of fighting technique did you use just now? It's not inferior to my Southern Divine Dragon Fist. It seems that you hold more than just 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments, little brat." Chapter 383 Compelled. Chapter 383 Compelled. Zhang Jin's words knocked the 2 men in black back to their senses. All of them knew that the fighting technique used by Qin Feng was of a yellow-grade skill. Normally, this kind of supreme-level skill would only appear in the large sects, and those grandmasters abstained from passing on this kind of skill to an outsider. Anyone who cultivated and mastered this type of fighting technique would transcend to a whole new level, and he would become a dominating entity in the martial world, unchallenged by his peers. With only 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments, Qin Feng was able to make the people in martial world fly into a frenzy. Now they realized that he not only had 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments in his hands, but the fighting technique he practiced was of the yellow grade. They were instantly consumed by their jealousy and morphed into green-eyed monsters, staring fixedly at Qin Feng like a pack of hungry wolves. "We can't belittle this fellow. He is a stage 6 external strength expert, and we probably won't be able to defeat him if we fight him one-on-one. Since we're all here, let's kill him together, split his treasures, and get what we want." Zhang Jin, who clashed with Qin Feng first, proposed this suggestion. In fact, he was the only one among the 3 who had taken up arms against Qin Feng, and even he was shaken by Qin Feng's malice strength. "Deal. I'm fine with that." The 3 of them soon reached a consensus. When they looked at Qin Feng again, the aura on their body got denser and stronger than before. Raising his brows, Qin Feng's brain was racing as many questions roamed in his head. He did not know these 3 people before him. However, Qin Feng deduced from their conversation that the 3 of them might be the ones from the martial world, and he knew that it might have something to do with the martial world disturbance mission released by the system. Could it be they came for my spiritual equipment and my skill books? But how did they know I have orange-grade spiritual equipment and skill books? Young men, Northern fighting technique and Southern fighting technique are sworn enemies, and the practitioners of both styles are destined to have a duel once they encounter each other. Since you practice the external fighting technique, I shall let you taste the power of the shadow kick of the Northern sect." A middle-aged man among the 3 let out a loud cry and threw himself at Qin Feng. He, Huang Bizi, was the successor of the Northern shadow kick technique. He was lame in one leg. Usually he stood on one leg while holding his other leg in midair. It was hard to believe that a person like him was a master martial artist that honed his leg fighting technique to the point of perfection. With the shadow kick, the airstreams surrounding them vibrated vigorously. A fearsome wind sound echoed and cut through the air as layer upon layer of astral leg shadows fancily danced madly before Qin Feng. Crackles. Seeing the leg shadows about to land on his head, Qin Feng quickly waved his hand, and an orange-colored whip containing thunder and lighting appeared as he drew his orange-grade spirit snake whip. He swung the whip and showered it down onto the myriad of illusionary leg shadows. Bang! 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 Qin Feng released his stage 3 inner chi, morphing his spirit snake whip into layers and layers of whipping shadows. The whipping shadows were far more intense than Huang Bizi's leg shadows, and sent Huang Bizi flying when the shadows collided. Orange-grade spiritual whip. The rumor is true. This is the second orange-grade spiritual equipment. Zhang Jin and the man with the broadsword ignored the injured Huang Bizi and set their gaze on Qin Feng's spirit snake whip instead. They gulped a few times. "What are you two doing? Go get him. Let me get this straight. I practice a leg technique, and this spirit whip maze my attacking style very well. So this spirit whip will be mine." Southern sect Zhang Jin set his mind on obtaining Qin Feng's winter iron glove, while the northern sect Huang Bizi had settled on his spirit snake whip. Seeing his companions had made their choice, the man with broadsword became a little bit edgier. He released a loud cry of rage and lunged with his glittering cold, radiant broadsword at Qin Feng. This menacing broadsword was obviously a white-grade spiritual weapon. Broadsword wielder of the martial world, Li Kuai Shou is here. Boy, your life will end here today. Li Kuai Shou waved the broadsword in his hand so fast that the cumbersome sword blurred before Qin Feng's eyes, drawing a flurry of blades in the air. The flurry formed a torrent of blade shadows in great momentum and triggered the airstream surrounding them, causing the air to vibrate. The relentless blade shadows then hailed down on Qin Feng. Chaotic sword dance. Li Kuai Shou used his strongest move and planned to end Qin Feng's life in this strike. Frowning deeply, Qin Feng did not dare to dismiss Li Kuai Shou and the barrage of blade shadows. He hastily put away his spirit snake whip and summoned an orange-colored longsword. The longsword spun at an extreme speed. Orange-colored sword chi waltzed gracefully in the air. Basic sword style. The collision of broadsword and longsword was catastrophic. Dozens of sword chi clashed with the flurry of the blade shadows, releasing an ear-deafening and jarring sound. The walls were hit by the sword chi and blade shadows and were left with streaks of deep and narrow marks. Even the wooden staircase couldn't escape its fate and broke into pieces before it slammed onto the ground. Uft, uft. The landing was too small for Qin Feng's and Li Kuai Shou's attacks. Both of them had little space to dodge and were sent flying by one another's attack. Both of them spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Panting, Qin Feng balanced himself on the ground with his sword. Li Kuai Shou used his broadsword to support his muscular body as well. His eyes were filled with joy as they locked onto Qin Feng's true steel sword. Haha, this is the third orange-grade spiritual equipment. I love long sword. I'm getting tired of playing broadsword every day. It's time for a change. Qin Feng sat above the staircase while the trio stood under the staircase. Both sides looked at each other with their eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Li Kuai Shou and his companions were shocked. The three originally thought this was a hoax. They never imagined that Qin Feng indeed owned 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments. Therefore, when they saw Qin Feng pull out 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments one after another, they believed the rumors. The 3 of them just couldn't understand it. Even though Qin Feng was a prodigy that cultivated both internal and external strength, he was only a cultivator with stage 6 external strength and stage for inner chi. There were plenty of martial artists with his level of strength in the martial world, and his achievement was considered noteless amongst the martial artists. Besides, there were dozens of master martial artists who were far stronger than Qin Feng, who couldn't even get a white-grade spiritual equipment, let alone one of the orange-grade spiritual equipments that Qin Feng possessed. Qin Feng, Why are you sitting there? Is that a sword in your hand? Suddenly, Liu Qin walked toward Qin Feng. She came especially for Qin Feng. This was her decision after she thought long and hard. She must make their absurd relationship clear. Fuck off. Don't come near to me. Qin Feng suddenly growled at Liu Qin. The three martial artists were hiding behind the landing. Qin Feng was certain that the three of them would kill Liu Qin without a second thought once she walked into their kill zone. Qin Feng sat above the staircase. His back was still bleeding. Stunned, Liu Qin was taken aback by Qin Feng's vulgarity. She stood 5 meters away from the landing and stared blankly at Qin Feng with her dewy eyes. Liu Qin thought the wind had meddled with her hearing. She did not believe what she had heard. Her body trembled when she spoke. What are you saying? I ask you to fuck off by. Suddenly, Qin Feng let out a fit of brazen laughter. Ha ha! I know what you came for. You want to discuss the relationship between you and me, am I right? Are you insane? Do you have any idea who am I? I'm the first young master of Acropolis City, Qin Huang's only born son, the rightful heir of the royal group. Who are you, young lady? You're just a country bumpkin from a village. An overaged woman left on the shelf, bereft any attractiveness, and you think that you are worthy enough to be the great Qin Feng partner? Please forget about it. Hurry up and fuck off. Completely shattered, Liu Qin couldn't hold them back anymore, and large beads of crystal clear tears glided down her cheek. She did not know why Qin Feng had changed so much. Didn't he praise my hometown as beautiful and say the air there's fresh when we went back to Qinshui town? Didn't he display a polite demeanor and not put on the air of a hedonistic young master when he saw my poverty-ridden house and meet my aged parents? Why has everything changed so suddenly? Is this your doing? Is this your way of showing your wicked sense of humor to a pathetic person? Just because you're young Master Qin, you think you can play with other people's hearts? What's good about you aside from your charmed life? How can you casually look down on other people? Liu Qin felt her sky crumble, killing her speech. She took a few steps backward. Tears blurred her eyesight, but she still could see a vague figure of Qin Feng. She gnashed on her teeth and looked at Qin Feng for the very last time. This time, however, her eyes were filled with coldness and hatred. Starting from this moment, she hated Qin Feng. Her hatred toward Qin Feng was so great that she wanted to rush forward and kill him now. She said nothing and spun around, running towards the crowd, and vanished among the sea of people. Qin Feng's heart finally dropped. He had no other option, otherwise Liu Qin would have walked towards him and, at that time, would become a dead body. Tsk, I was thinking of taking that young lady as my hostage. I did not know you were such a heartless bastard. I should kill you today as an enforcer executing justice on behalf of heaven. Zhang Jing and his two companions walked forward after Liu Qin had left. They were recuperating their inner qi and were almost back to full health. I don't know you, and you guys go on a killing spree just to SNA away my spiritual equipments and skill books. You are not noble people to begin with. What is the point of putting up a high and mighty facade before me now? With a hideous expression, Qin Feng suddenly roared, "Go to hell!" Crackles. Spirit Snake Whip suddenly descended from the sky. The orange-colored whip sent out layer upon layer of overlapping shadows carrying a dense inner qi and was slammed at the trio. The three of them were startled by Qin Feng's attack and they hastily retreated. Just when they had taken a few steps, they realized the whip shadows that filled the whole sky had vanished along with Qin Feng. That fellow is gone. Fuck, we fell into that brat's trap. Zhang Jin returned to his senses first. Go get him. He must have gone through the window, Huang Bizi yelled coldly. The three of them arrived at the window, saw that Qin Feng had just landed, and he ran toward the bustling crowd. He soon vanished amongst the sea of people. Fuck, we can't attack him in public. The trio's faces sank upon seeing the street, filled with cars and people. The martial artist from the martial world had made a pact with the nation. They were forbidden from settling their disputes in public, and once they interrupted the life of an ordinary person, they would be pursued and punished by the Dragon Gate. Let's follow him. He's injured, and I don't believe that we won't find another chance to kill him. Once again, the three of them reached a consensus. They then jumped from the third floor and scattered amongst the sea of people, tracking Qin Feng. "Little pig, purchase 2 elementary golden sore medicines for me," said Qin Feng while he jostled through the crowd. He covered a laceration on his chest with his hand to prevent the blood from flowing out. "Little pig, how many hedonist points do I have left?" "Master, you have 3,950 hedonist points left after you purchased the elementary golden sore medicine." Qin Feng knew that the mission martial world disturbance must be very dangerous after meeting with Zhang Jing, Wang Bizi, and Li Kuaishou. He was certain that more and more martial artists must be lurking around Acropolis City, awaiting their chance to hunt him down and S&A away his spiritual equipment and skill books. Qin Feng felt that he must improve his overall strength in the shortest possible time. However, with only 3,950 hedonist points, he realized that he couldn't purchase anything that was useful to him. "Tisk, little pig, help me to tend the wound on my back." Qin Feng took an elementary golden sore medicine and applied it to the wound on his pecs. After 5 minutes, Qin Feng's wounds healed fast. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and called Qin Huang as there was something he must verify. "Fenger, have you finished your task?" "Dad, we're in trouble." "Listen to me. You must go now to check the bank account balance of that phony corporation. And find Han Ying at once and restrain her." Chapter 384, The Real Han Ying. Chapter 384, The Real Han Ying. Qin Huang was perplexed by Qin Feng's baffling phone call. Nevertheless, he still went to check on the phony corporation's bank account balance. He was stunned when he saw the balance. The royal group had successfully overcome the financial crisis. Not only did they not suffer any loss, they even obtained 500 million yuan of shares from the 3 consortia. After that, Qin Feng had transferred all of shares along with the 60% shares from the royal group into that phony corporation's account. Now, the shares had completely evaporated, and all that was left behind was an empty shell. Shit! Qin Huang smelled a rat. He quickly pulled out his cell phone and called Uncle Fu. 5 minutes later, Uncle Fu arrived at Qin Huang's room and reported grimly, "Master, Miss Han is gone. She took all of her belongings. I'm guessing she has run away." Whamp! Out of his anger, Qin Huang smacked the solid wood chair hard, shattering it in the process. Qin Huang had treated Han Ying like his own daughter. He nurtured her with great attention and care, hoping she would be a great help to Qin Feng in the future, or the very least, she would be a capable woman should she ever leave the Qin family. Qin Huang never imagined that he would one day be betrayed by her. Unbelievable. She's our Qin family's femme fatale. Qin Huang's complexion was morose and haggard. He could not accept the fact that he was betrayed by one of his closest family friends. He fell back to his chair as if he had lost his vigor. After he calmed his muddled mind, he picked up his cell phone and called his son. "Dad, did Han Ying escape with the shares?" Qin Feng had already anticipated the outcome, seeing how long his dad took to return his call. "Fenger, are you in trouble? Come back to Qin Manor now, and we'll figure out together how to settle this problem." Qin Huang's eyes tweed as an awful premonition suddenly arose in Qin Huang's heart. "I'm pursued by somebody, so I can't go back now. Let Uncle Fu protect you, and don't worry about me. I'll be fine." Qin Feng threw his phone away once he hung up. He had no idea how the martial artist from the martial world could locate him, so he had to discard anything that could expose his whereabouts. He escaped from the royal club because he wanted to lure the martial artists away. Qin Feng didn't want to give them any chance to hurt innocent people. Su, Ruo Rou, Lu Wenjing, and all the staff from the royal group were in the royal club, while his dad, Uncle Fu, and his house servants were at the Qin manor. Qin Feng cared for them greatly. He would rather shoulder this crisis all by himself than allow the people he cared about to be injured. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for clearing the mission. Assist the royal group in overcoming the financial crisis and fish out the prime movers behind this tragedy. The system will reward host Qin Feng 3,000 hedonist points. Notification of the system had confirmed to Qin Feng that Ying was indeed the prime mover behind this financial crisis. How dare you betray me, Ying? I must have been blind to have trusted you, yelled Qin Feng in his heart. If Ying appeared before Qin Feng right now, he swore that he would tear apart her shirt and torment her to death. Qin Feng could still sense the presence of the three martial artists. He raised his brows while looking at the system. He noticed he now had 6,950 hedonist points left. Now he only wanted to reach 10,000 hedonist points and purchase the Swords of Dugu technique. This was probably the best way to take his strength to a whole new level. Nevertheless, Qin Feng still had an ace up his sleeve, Ximen Chui, who resided in the Elysium of Heroes. However, Qin Feng could not summon Ximen Chui unless the situation called for it. He did not know how strong Ximen Chui would be when he summoned him on Earth, and how much strength would remain under the corrosion of the Earth's magnetic field. He bolted along the way, and 10 minutes passed. Qin Feng had withdrawn himself from the bustling downtown and arrived in a suburban area. In front of him was the coiling snake mountain where he had raced at before. Qin Feng realized that this place was not fit for battle as it was too desolated and uninhabited. I must find somewhere much more suitable for me to fight. Qin Feng's mind raced as he spoke. Very soon he pointed his finger at the mountain resort opposite Coiling Snake Mountain. The mountain resort was one of the royal group's estates, which excelled in the tourism sector. Previously, Qin Feng had brought Bai Qing to attend her school gathering it there, and it was also the place where he first met the Yin elders. His black turtle still resided in the Song River. Above the Song River was the Devil Beast Mountain, where he made an acquaintance with the fairy Hua Xianyu and had faced off with the ferocious three-eyed elephant boar. Before he left Devil Beast Mountain, he had successfully fused 2 battle pets, Glacial Snow Mastiff and Flaming Golden Falcon. He missed them a lot. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. That's right. I'll lure the martial artists into the Devil Beast Mountain above the mountain resort. The Devil Beast Mountain is loaded with many ferocious beasts and traps. I'm certain that they won't be able to come out alive after they enter the mountain. After he had picked his battlefield, Qin Feng made haste and ran toward the mountain resort. The Amethyst Dragon Palace. Qin Ye, Sima Tu, and Li Xiaojie sat around a table. All of them were filled with happiness, guzzling down glasses after glasses of wine, savoring the joy of victory. What a beautiful move, Prince Wen. That moron Qin Feng thought he had earned a mint from us, but in the end that money, along with his royal group's shares, has returned to us. He really has paid a double cost, said Li Xiaojia as he grinned from ear to ear. It's like a roller coaster ride working with you, Prince Wen. It was a wonderful ma. Sima Tu and Qin Ye downed another glass of wine. Qin Ye smiled faintly as he said indifferently, even though the royal group won the financial war, but I guess they would rather let the royal group go bankrupt. Since we now own 60% of their shares, we're the legal owner of the royal group, and that Qin Huang has to work for us. Once a person who stood above the masses, he has plummeted down to be the servant of others. That feeling is so unbearable that not even I, let alone that Qin Huang, can handle it. Qin Ye's words tickled Sima Tu, and Li Xiao Jia so much. So they broke out into a fit of brazen laughter. Then he added, I received the news that first BA of martial artists from the martial world have snuck into Acropolis City. The Southern Divine Dragon Fist successor Zhang Jin, the Northern Shadow Kick's disciple Huang Bizi, and the broadsword wielder Li Kuai Shou engaged Qin Feng 20 minutes ago. Although they failed to kill him, both sides have sustained heavy injuries after their standoff. Right now, Qin Feng is fleeing in disarray from them, not even daring to go back to his own home. This time, I'm sure he will die in a secluded corner. 3 of them toasted their success while fantasizing about the end of Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, a woman bolted into the Amethyst Dragon Palace, attracting the trio's attention. Haha, here comes our heroine. Ying, come have a seat with us. Han Ying was dressed in a fiery red qipao that revealed her Coke bottle-shaped body. Her qipao had a high slit that reached her lower thigh, and when she walked, her beautiful long legs would slip out as they made a bid for freedom. The sight was so erotic and alluring that the trio's eyes were glued to her legs. Her face held no emotion, and when she took a seat, a surge of fragrance filled the parlor. Don't call me Ying. Our relationship is no more than a business relationship. Han Ying parried him coldly. They all were familiar with Han Ying's background, and they knew how powerful she was. So they hastily withdrew their gazes, seeing she was seething with anger. Haha, we've seized a total victory, and we should joyfully celebrate our success. Why does Miss Han have to be a killjoy? Said Qin Ye as he handed a glass of wine to Han Ying. Han Ying did not take the glass of wine. Instead, she looked at Qin Ye and said, Our partnership is over, and I fulfilled my part. For now, I should get 20% of the royal group's shares and 5% of the shares from each of your corporations. However, yes, it is. Qin Ye cut her short. Then he said, while smiling faintly, Don't you worry about the shares, Miss Han. We'll fulfill our promise tomorrow. That's not what I meant. Han Ying replied emotionlessly, I don't want 15% of your corporations. I want the entire 60% of the royal group's shares. 3 of them were stunned by Han Ying. Qin Ye fell silent for a moment and then asked, What do you mean by this, Miss Han? I mean that literally. I hated Qin Feng. So I want to take over his family's property and see him begging for living for the rest of his life. Han Ying had yet again confounded Qin Ye, Li Xiaojie, and Sima Tuesday. Once they regained their senses, they all laughed. Haha, legend has said a woman is the most vicious being on the earth, so this is true. A pretty girl is the deadliest and perfect weapon to kill a man. I swear I won't touch any beautiful ladies anymore. Sima Tu shook his head. Marvelous. Li Xiaojie applauded. Han Ying had formed a pact with Qin Ye long ago. Their alliance could date back to the first time Han Ying came to Acropolis City, when she first met Qin Feng at the banquet of the rich and powerful. Han Ying approached him with purpose. The elders in the Han family in Jincheng City were officials and had only just stepped into the business world, starting with Han Ying. She was a capable young lady, had ethereal, beautiful features, and had a mind comparable to a genius. Due to her sharp wit and sagacity, she led the Han Corporation to flourish in the business world. Nevertheless, her Han Corporation was still kind of lackluster compared to the Royal Group and other prime leaders of the industry. Their strong, firm foundation and wide network were something Han Ying could not surpass in a short time. Han Ying was a cold and prideful woman. She would not allow other people to step above her. As such, she decided to further enhance the Han Corporation to another level. After doing some research, she set her eye on Qin Feng at Acropolis City. Qin Feng was a notorious hedonistic young master, best known for his lasciviousness and his stupidity. Han Ying had a specific set of skills to deal with this kind of hedonistic young master, so after she made a pact with Qin Ye, she started to approach Qin Feng. Initially, Han Ying did not harbor any feelings toward Qin Feng. In fact, from the bottom of her heart, she loathed and was disgusted by this kind of incompetent, hedonistic master. As such, she did not feel any remorse when cooperating with Qin Ye to bring down the royal group. However, the more she got to know Qin Feng, Han Ying realized the rumors about him were falsified. Qin Feng had too many secrets. His indomitable power, his great wisdom. Han Ying had taken a liking toward Qin Feng within 2 months. Although it wasn't strong, she truly loved him. Han Ying never experienced this kind of feeling toward other men, and she was bewildered by it. As such, she hesitated again and again. Nevertheless, she chose to betray Qin Feng at the very last moment. She had finally accomplished her long-awaited goal and successfully in taking down the royal group. She could finally make the Han Corporation catapult higher to the top. But Han Ying did not feel happy or excited. In fact, she was sad. A surge of shame and unease began to well up within her heart, suffocating her in the process. She forcibly suppressed her guilt as she knew that there was no turning back. There was no medicine to cure this feeling of regret and no time travel machine to reverse her actions. What was done, and she could only keep moving forward. All she could do now was retrieve all of the royal group shares. She knew that the royal group might really become history should the royal group ever fall into the hands of Qin Ye, Sima Tu, and Li Xiaojia. She didn't want that to happen. Miss Han, according to our agreement, you will get 20% of Royal Group's shares and 5% from each of the corporations behind us. Now that you suddenly want to claim all 60% of Royal Group's shares as your own, don't you think that your request is kind of unreasonable, Miss Han? Qin Ye looked at Han Ying before he finished laughing. Maintaining a cold expression, Han Ying continued, I don't want your shares. I'll use 300 million to purchase the remainder of the Royal Group's shares. Is that a deal? 3 of them fell silent for a moment before simultaneously replying, Excellent. Miss Han is indeed a magnanimous person. Then it is a deal. Chapter 385, Devil Beast Mountain. Chapter 385, Devil Beast Mountain. The night was silent. The breeze was cold. Most of the people had fallen into a deep slumber after a rough day. However, this was only the beginning of Qin Feng's great escape plan. He ran all the way down from the Coiling Snake Mountain to the mountain resort. After that, he drove a speedboat towards Devil Beast Mountain. The nights at Devil Beast Mountain were extremely eerie. The intermittent roaring and growling of the beasts wafted from the mountain into Qin Feng's ears, even though he was still far away. Little Pig, where is Black Turtle? Asked Qin Feng. He felt it was impossible for him to locate Black Turtle in this vast river. Wait a sec. Here it is. According to the system, Black Turtle is 500 kilometers away from Master, answered Little Pig. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth chewed vigorously. 500 kilometers. It would be too late even if Black Turtle made haste and came to me now. Li Kuai-shou and his 2 companions were closing in on him fast, and it was only a matter of time before they would CA up to him. Seems like entering Devil Beast Mountain is the only option I have left. Qin Feng clenched his teeth as he made his decision. He accelerated the speedboat, raising a few waves, and went to Devil Beast Mountain at full speed. Zhang Jing and his 2 companions were sitting in a speedboat about 200 meters behind Qin Feng. Where the fuck is he going? Who cares? I don't think he can run any longer. Frankly, I think it's better if he ran toward the Song River. When he runs out of fuel, I want to see if he is going to jump into the river or submit to us obediently without putting up a fight, said Li Kuai-shou as he licked his broadsword with a wicked grin. After 20 minutes of rushing, Qin Feng anchored the speedboat beside Devil Beast Mountain and ducked into it without a second thought. What the hell? What is this place? These are roars of beasts? Zhang Jin and his 2 companions arrived soon after. Like Qin Feng, They anchored the speedboat beside Devil Beast Mountain, but they did not rush into it. Could this mountain be the legendary Devil Beast Mountain? I don't believe it is here. Huang Bizi's eyes shone brightly as if he had discovered a new continent. Devil Beast Mountain? The valley that surged with spiritual essence, flourished with valuable medicinal herbs, and is roamed by the beasts, exclaimed Li Kuai Shou with a mix of emotions. If this mountain really was the Devil Beast Mountain, that meant they were stepping into an otherworldly zone which was beset with extreme dangers and temptations. At their current strength, they might never come out again if they entered. I'm pretty sure this is the Devil Beast Mountain. Are we going in? If not, then that fellow is getting away. Huang Bizi anxiously shouted to his companions. We're going in. Even that little brat had the guts to go in. What do we have to be afraid of? As long as we keep to the perimeter, I guess there won't be much of a problem for the three of us. Li Kuai Shou was unsure of what would be waiting for them inside the Devil Beast Mountain. He yelled loudly to brace himself. After hesitating for a quick moment, the three of them went into Devil Beast Mountain. The temptation of the 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments and yellow-grade skill book was too huge. After the trio went into Devil Beast Mountain, another speedboat carefully pulled in toward the shore. A few men in black secretly surveyed the surroundings before calling their lord. Prince Wen, Qin Feng has gone into Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng had come to the Devil Beast Mountain during the daytime before. Even though the sun was hanging high in the sky within Devil Beast Mountain remained dark and melancholy, as if it was shrouded in a dome of darkness. Hence, one could imagine how creepy and eerie it was at nighttime. The whole forest was filled with a chilling, ghastly breeze and long shadows of tall trees under the light of the moon. This was the perfect scene for a horror movie. The weather in Devil Beast Mountain was at its worst, bitterly cold with a wintry wind. Qin Feng only had on a short-sleeved shirt, causing him to shiver in the cold. Cracks! He accidentally snapped a tree branch, and a slight crisp sounded out. Immediately, Qin Feng lowered his body and vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. He is there! Li Kuai Shou and his 2 companions had already caught up to Qin Feng, and they were about 20 meters away from him. Qin Feng quickly spurred his legs and sprinted toward the inner part of the forest. He kept running, even though his body was torn by the sharp tree branches as he brushed past them. Shadow kick! Suddenly, a strong gale roared behind Qin Feng. A silhouette leaped into the air and spun around before landing his kick. Crackles! Qin Feng pulled out his spirit snake whip without a second thought. He looked around and realized that the place he stood was a good spot for battle, so he stopped running and faced off with the trio. Phantom whip technique. The night sky was brimming with beams of orange radiance. The spirit snake whip released a deluge of whipping shadows moving in a cascade-like motion and rained down on Huang Bizi. Rumbles. The gust formed by the shadow kick was overpowered by the devastating whip shadows. The long whip pierced through the dense kick shadows and wrapped around Huang Bizi's waist, throwing him into the sky. Brat, want my blade? Our battle still remains undecided. Let's resume our fight. After Huang Bizi was sent flying, Li Kuai Shou and Zhang Jin went forward simultaneously, commencing a pincer attack on Qin Feng. The broadsword in Li Kuai Shou's hand released a dismal, chilly aura and shot out flurry of blades into the air. Zhang Jin had not yet released his full strength during their first fight. Qin Feng was shocked that Zhang Jin could produce layers of fist energy waves just by waving his giant fists in the air. Rumbles. Qin Feng jumped 3 meters in the air, attempting to avoid the attack. To his dismay, his attempt was futile. The collision between the fist energy waves and the flurry of blades was too strong. It created thunderous currents and slammed Qin Feng into a nearby tree. Without giving him a chance to take a breath, Li Kuai Shou hastily sent forth an additional attack. The broadsword waltzed in the air, and dozens of blades shot out in all directions. Clank, clank, clank. Qin Feng quickly went around the tree to dodge the attack. The blades landed on the hardened tree bark and released a loud jarring sound. He ran all the way up to the top of the tree. Then, Qin Feng released his spirit snake whip again, creating a spherical formation of innumerable whip shadows. They swirled around Li Kuai Shou like a cloud before slamming into him from every possible angle and severely injuring him. Shadow kick. Another strong gust of wind surged at Qin Feng from the front. This attack was initiated by Huang Bizi, who had recovered from his injuries. He was fully restored, so his attack was far stronger and heavier than before. Qin Feng hastily brandished his spirit snake whip around to neutralize Huang Bizi's relentless attack. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng was busy parrying Huang Bizi's attack, a fearsome wind sound echoed from behind. Divine Dragon Fist. Dozens of fist energy waves whizzed at Qin Feng at sonic speed. He did not have enough time to dodge it. If these three people fought with Qin Feng one-on-one, they would definitely not be difficult opponents. However, things were not in Qin Feng's favor when the three of them joined forces. They cornered him, and Qin Feng was in a terrible fix facing three of them simultaneously. Bang! 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 The fist energy waves landed on Qin Feng's back over and over again, causing him to vomit mouthfuls of blood every time a fist fell. Zhang Jin was a stage 7 external strength master, and his fist power could reach up to 400 kilograms. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's flying dragon armor, his organs might have been crushed by Zhang Jin already. Thump! Qin Feng fell to the ground after receiving 5 punches in the air. Li Kuai Shou and his 2 companions hastily descended and went to Qin Feng's side. Li Kuai Shou then placed his cold, glittering broadsword at Qin Feng's neck. Give us your orange-grade spiritual equipments and your skill book. If you follow our instruction obediently, we might let you go. Qin Feng covered his chest with his hand and spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. His restless inner qi was soothed a bit. He glanced around at his surroundings, desperately looking for an escape route. Suddenly, his eyes glowed as he found a red spirit elixir plant behind him. The shape of red spirit elixir plant was similar to a morning glory, as large as an adult palm and red in color. It was a valuable medicinal herb, plentiful in spiritual essence. Last time, when Qin Feng encountered the 3-eyed elephant boar on Devil Beast Mountain, he was able to turn the tables and successfully subdue the 3-eyed elephant boar only because he consumed this red spirit elixir plant. You only want my spiritual equipments and my skill book? If I give them to you, will you let me go? Qin Feng was stalling for time. Of course we will. We have no enmity against you. It's natural for us not to kill you. The trio nodded their head. Qin Feng was tickled pink by them. These martial artists were the most pretentious people he had ever met. They all deliberately faked an awe-inspiring righteousness when in fact they were the most despicable people in the world. Qin Feng did not believe they would let him go after he handed his spiritual equipments and skill book to them, since snaying others' spiritual equipment was not a glorious affair to begin with and would tarnish their reputation if the news ever got out. Only the dead couldn't testify. Very well, I trust you. The moment Qin Feng finished speaking, he threw an object from his hand. The orange-colored true steel sword flew into the air and shot far out, drawing a perfect arc. The treasured orange-grade sword. I want it. Li Kuai Shou's eyes shone brightly as he ran after the true steel sword. Swoosh! Swoosh! Seeing Li Kuai Shou had gone after the true steel sword, Qin Feng quickly threw the winter iron glove and spirit snake whip in 2 different directions. Following Li Kuai Shou's action, Huang Bizi and Zhang Jin both ran toward the spiritual equipment that they coveted. After the trio had left, Qin Feng hastily pulled himself together and went to the red spirit elixir plant. He had consumed this flower before, so he knew how to uproot it. The red spirit elixir flower bloomed every 10 years, and it usually grew within the dense forest. It absorbed spiritual energy from the sun and the moon and gathered it into essence, storing the essence in its petals and stems. However, this spiritual plant was extremely fragile. Once it left the soil, it would wilt away immediately. The spiritual essence stored in its petals and stems would change and instantly leave the body, evaporating into the air. With extra care, Qin Feng softened the soil surrounding the red spirit elixir flower and cupped it and the soil in his hands. The bright red spirit elixir flower released an alluring fragrance. This spiritual plant contained one of the best ingredients to concoct pills of immortality or reviving herbs. However, Qin Feng hadn't broken through stage 4, so he couldn't concoct the pills of immortality yet. Plus, he had sustained heavy internal injuries, and he was in a dire state. Without hesitation, he gulped down the whole red spirit elixir flower. Rumbles. He swallowed the red spirit elixir flower, and a wild and barbarous spiritual qi immediately bursted within his body. This spiritual qi was the spiritual essence that the red spirit elixir flower amassed from the sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth. After the spiritual qi was freed from the red spirit elixir flower, it ran wildly throughout Qin Feng's body like a stampede of horses galloping in the wild grasslands. Qin Feng quickly sat down and crossed his legs, circulating and directing the spiritual qi of the sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth into his core, and slowly merged them with his own inner qi. This was a sophisticated and slow process. It required the person to relax both spiritually and physically to condense qi and absorb the vast and dense spiritual qi of the sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth. Qin Feng's body was filled with an insurmountable spiritual qi, replenishing his inner qi and speedily regenerating his battered body. Qin Feng even felt as though he could break into stage for inner qi once he completely absorbed all the spiritual qi in the red spirit elixir flower. Stage for inner qi was the last barrier for an inner strength cultivator, and Qin Feng's power would experience a manifold increase once he successfully broke through it. Ha ha ha! This treasured sword is really such a good sword. It's far stronger than my bise sword. Suddenly, Li Kuai-shou's laugh wafted into his ear. He had returned after retrieving the true steel sword. Chapter 386, Flaming Dragon Horse and Spear of Rathalos. Chapter 386, Flaming Dragon Horse and Spear of Rathalos. This glove suits me the best. I'm a stage 7 external strength expert, practice yellow grade divine dragon fist, and now I own an orange grade glove. I'll be the strongest boxer in the martial world. Zhang Jin had returned as well with the winter iron glove in his hand. Shadow kick. Huang Bizi's body vanished and reappeared in midair. He swished the spirit snake whip in his hand, raising radiant orange, colored whip shadows that gleamed over the sky and divided a small nearby tree in half. Haha, nobody can escape my attack anymore. The trio was so exhilarated by the orange-grade spiritual equipment that they ignored Qin Feng, who was quickly restoring himself on the ground. After having enough fun with his newly obtained toy, Li Kuai-shou then looked coldly at Qin Feng and asked, "We have gotten our spiritual equipment. What should we do with this brat now?" Zhang Jin and Huang Bizi stopped and held back their excitement. The three then surrounded Qin Feng. "He still has a yellow-grade boxing technique. Give it to me now," exclaimed Zhang Jin as he glared at Qin Feng. "I can't do it now. You have to release me, and after I have reached a safe place, I'll give it to you." As Qin Feng spoke, he continued to merge the spiritual qi of the sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth with his own inner qi. The three of them busted out laughing. "Haha, so naive, so naive. You're so gullible. Do you really think that we will release you, little boy? Stop dreaming and give it to me now, otherwise you'll suffer a death that is beyond your imagination. Li Kuai Shou placed the true steel sword on Qin Feng's neck. Qin Feng had anticipated these three would burn their bridge with him. He then said nervously, What are you guys going to do? Didn't you guys promise to release me once I gave you the spiritual equipment? How can you guys still stay in the martial world if you can't keep your promises? Humph. I have to eliminate you to protect my reputation. As you know, only the dead can't testify. Stop bullshitting around and give us the skill book, yelled Li Kuai Shou as he added pressure to his sword hand. The sharp blade cut into Qin Feng's skin, and a rivulet of blood started to stream down. I refuse. I'll be a dead man if I give it to you. Qin Feng continued, stalling for time. Very well, it won't matter to me anyway. I don't practice the art of boxing whatsoever. You fulfilled your duty, young man. It's time for you to die. Since Li Kuai Shou practiced sword skill and Huang Bizi practiced leg technique, they were not really interested in Qin Feng's thunder tiger fist technique. On the other hand, Zhan Jin's yellow-gray divine dragon fist was almost on par with Qin Feng's thunder tiger fist. He did not think long and nodded to Zhang Jin. Seeing the long sword in Li Kuai Shou's hand was ready to descend onto his neck, Qin Feng yelled, Even if I must die, at least let me die knowing the entire story. I hid my spiritual equipment and skill book very well. Where did you guys get the intel from? Since I obtained a treasured orange grade sword from you, then I shall let you die contentedly by telling you the truth. The news was spread by that brat from the Li family in Yunhai City. Now the whole martial world is hunting you down, waiting hungrily to SNA away your spiritual equipment. Even if you did not die in our hands, you certainly would die in the hands of some other martial artist. Now that you know the truth, you can close your eyes and die happy. Shroom. Suddenly, Li Kuai Shou's complexion turned vile. His body exuded a suffocating aura. He brandished the true steel sword swiftly and slammed a few blade flurries down on Qin Feng. Rumbles. The intermediate thunder tiger fist released an indomitable aura. Qin Feng created dozens of fists within a blink of an eye, detonating the air and forming a strong fist energy that shot out in multiple directions. Bang! 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 The fist energy clashed with the blade flurries, releasing a loud, ear-piercing, jarring sound. Seizing his golden opportunity, Qin Feng bounced and arrived on top of a large tree nearly 10 meters behind him. Li Kuai Shou and his two companions were stunned, their faces blanched in fear. Immediately, they recoiled one after another while cursing Qin Feng. The trio was high-strung as they thought Qin Feng was bound for death. They thought he was an ant they could easily crush at any moment. They never expected him to make a comeback at this crucial moment, and they instantly lost sight of him. Fuck, that brat deceived us. He did not get injured. My divine dragon fist was extremely powerful, and each punch carries the power of thousands. He must have been injured. He forcibly endured 5 punches from me and is still standing. Could it be he has been concealing his true strength all along? Where did he go? We must kill him today. Qin Feng concealed himself within the lush greens of the tree top. He could clearly see the situation below him. Suddenly, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for clearing the 3rd side mission of Martial World Disturbance and successfully figuring out that the prime mover behind the Martial World Crisis is Li Xiaojia. The system will reward host Qin Feng 1,000 hedonist points, a flaming horse, and a spear of rat halos. Ding. New chain mission from the hedonist sovereign system. Beasts Clan Disturbance. Main mission. Find the king of the beasts and rule over the reign of the beasts. The system will reward host Qin Feng 50,000 hedonist points if the mission is cleared. If the mission is failed, 100,000 hedonist points will be deducted and the human race and beasts' clans will fall into chaos. Time limit, none. First side mission of Beasts Clan disturbance. Host has to order the Beast clan that resides in Devil Beast Mountain to fend off the enemies. 500 hedonist points will be rewarded if the mission is cleared. If the mission is failed, Host Qin Feng will be trapped in Devil Beast Mountain for 3 months. The notification that echoed in Qin Feng's brain made his jaw drop as he stared with incredulity. He suspected that the hedonist sovereign system had gone haywire. How else could the system release a mission with 50,000 hedonist points as a reward? What is the king of the beasts? Why do I have to rule over the reign of the beasts? Is the system making fun of me? Qin Feng shook his head emphatically to cast away his shapeless ideas. He was still pursued by 3 master martial artists, so he decided to look into the Beasts clan disturbance afterward. After all, the mission did not have any time limitation, and he could take as much time as he needed to examine it. There, I saw that little brat. He is hiding behind that tree, Li Kuaishou suddenly yelled. He tapped lightly on the tip of his feet and lunged toward Qin Feng with the true steel sword. Clank, clank, clank. Qin Feng hastily jumped to another tree after the tree he was previously standing on was chopped down by Li Kuaishou. Humph, this brat is lacking weapons now. I want to see how long can he run away from us. Haha, now is the perfect time for me to test the power of this orange-grade spiritual whip. Soon enough, Zhang Jin and Huang Bizi joined in on the skirmish. Each of them waved the spiritual equipment in their hands, dyeing the sky a brilliant orange radiance, and all of the attacks were rammed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately unloaded the flying dragon armor, causing his speed to increase tremendously. He jostled amongst the trees, leaving only a trail of afterimages. After a few dozen leaps, Qin Feng had once again vanished before the trio's eyes. Fuck! I knew it. I knew this fellow has been concealing his strength all along. If not, how come he became so fast all of a sudden? Only a stage 6 inner chi expert could reach this kind of sonic speed. Li Kuaishou and his 2 companions' eyes were filled with astonishment as they never imagined that Qin Feng could vanish before them again and again. This enraged them greatly, and they considered it an insult to their strength. Da, da, da. A rhythmic tapping sounded from the forest behind them. The trio hastily spun around and braced themselves. A strong gale blew through them from the ghastly forest, and a dazzling red object was closing in on them fast. The blinding light rendered the trio, who had been in the dark, sightless. Their hearts began to race as an ominous feeling arose within them. What the fuck is this? Roared Li Kuaishou. Could it be the beasts in Devil Beast Mountain? I heard the beasts here are extremely vicious, and they would kill any trespasser without hesitation. As Huang Bizi was talking, his legs started to tremble in fear. Fuck! Why don't we leave now, since we got our spiritual equipment? Facing a fiery red, unidentified creature that moved at the speed of lightning, the trio couldn't help but feel afraid. The creature was moving faster and faster, getting nearer and nearer to them. Finally, the 3 of them were able to get a clear picture of this creature. It was a tall, large, fiery red gallant horse. On the back of the horse sat a handsome young man, and he held a long crimson spear in his hand. A spear and a horse. He was so cool. Holy crap! Is that Qin Feng on the back of that horse? Li Kuaishou blurted out in astonishment. He was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Yes, it is. I can assure you he is Qin Feng. Like Li Kuaishou, Huang Bizi's and Zhang Jin's mouths fell open in disbelief. They all were dumbly standing on the ground and had even forgotten to run or attack. They couldn't understand how Qin Feng could find a fiery, red gallant horse and spear in such a short time. His possession of the 3 orange-grade spiritual equipments and a yellow-grade skill book was enough to stun people and make them go crazy. Could it be he still has another trick up his sleeve? Haha, this young master loves this horse. Next time I can play with and love with my women on here. Qin Feng couldn't stop grinning. This huge, fiery, red gallant horse and the crimson spear in his hand was the reward from the system for clearing the 3rd side mission of the main mission, Martial World Disturbance. According to the description, this flaming dragon horse was an optimized spirit pet upgraded from the Fergana horse, which originated from the country Turkmenistan. The Fergana horse had a noble lineage, extremely high endurance, and could travel up to 1,000 miles in one night. The optimized version was even more powerful than its predecessor. It could breathe fire and be a battle mount at the same time. Its battle ability was unmade by Qin Feng's other battle pets. The spear of Rathalos was yet another fearsome weapon. It was an orange-grade spiritual weapon. It could be used as a cold weapon like a spear or lance, or be used as a thermal weapon like a long-barreled gun after purchasing the fire bullet from the system. "Little pig, how much is the fire bullet in the system?" asked Qin Feng as he was tempted to use it. "It costs 10 hedonist points for 1 bullet." "Haha, purchase 15 fire bullets for me. I want to see how strong it is." 150 hedonist points vanished following Qin Feng's order. 15 red spots appeared on the spear of Rathalos, and these were the 15 fire bullets that Qin Feng had purchased. He held his spear of Rathalos in his hand and rode on a flaming dragon horse. With his health fully restored, Qin Feng happily darted towards Li Kuai-shou. "Hello, grandsons. Your young master Qin is back. It has always been this young master who stole things from others. How dare you 3 steal my things? Taste the power of my fire bullet." Li Kuai-shou and his 2 companions marveled at the sight before them. The tall, fiery, red gallant horse was coming at them with lightning speed. When it was around 10 meters away from them, Qin Feng, who was riding on top of the horse, raised the spear of Rathalos in his hand. Then dozens of fireballs hurled toward the trio, lighting up the dark night in the process. "Holy shit, what the fuck are these? Who the hell is this guy? It seems that we have meddled with the wrong person's affairs this time. TSK, we shouldn't care anymore. One shall rise, one shall fall. Let's leave everything to God and give our best." Chapter 387 Martial Artists Assembled. Chapter 387 Martial Artists Assembled. Mountain Resort. It was autumn, the off-peak season for the resort. The business was not particularly busy now, as the wind on the seashores was too cold for people to bear, causing a drop in the number of tourists willing to come for surfing or sunbathing. The night was chilly. However, the mountain resort was extraordinarily lively. From time to time, a few shadows would leap in the mountain resort from different directions. Some of them came in groups, while others came alone. They did not rush toward the hotel for a stay, nor stop by to admire the scenic view. Each and every one of them purchased boats after they arrived at the beach and went toward Devil Beast Mountain at full speed. These people appeared as normal people, hiding in every corner of society and working as normal workers. Their daily routine was no different from an ordinary person. Work was from 9 to 5, and each had a family. However, each and every one of them had a common identity unknown to anybody else. They were the martial artists of the martial world. Every time they noticed a new mission or new information in the martial world, these people started to make their move and gathered in a sparsely populated area for a life-or-death battle. This time, everybody had come for Qin Feng. To be more specific, they all came to SNA away Qin Feng's orange-grade spiritual equipment. "Prince Wen, they are all here." A few hulks in black suits stood on the beach. They did not rush over to Devil Beast Mountain as they had just returned from there. In the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Qin Ye placed his cell phone on a desk and swayed on the loudspeaker. With a triumphant grin on their faces, Li Xiao, Jie, and Sima, two stood on either end of the table, listening to Qin Ye's instructions. Stay alert and keep an eye on the situation happening there. Report to me at once if Qin Feng is found dead. These martial artists could locate Qin Feng in such a short time only because Qin Ye informed them of Qin Feng's whereabouts. Bang! 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 Explosions echoed through the forest surrounding Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng was now standing on the back of the gallant horse, and he waved the spear of Rathalos frantically in the air, shooting blazing fireballs one after another at the trio. The trio couldn't do anything except flee in disarray. Rumbles. The fireballs exploded like crimson flowers blooming in the sky. The naturally gloomy and silent forest had apparently come back to life. Half of the sky was dyed red from the explosion of fireballs, while fierce roars and growls of beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest. The beasts were getting restless, and it felt like the whole mountain was shaking. Madness. This guy is crazy. We can't let him continue his tantrum like this. He will awaken the beasts in Devil Beast Mountain, and will be torn to pieces by them if they ever find us. We should not care about those beasts. We should concentrate on the beast before us. This Qin Feng is fucking crazy. Li Kuai-shou and his companions were fleeing for their lives while cursing Qin Feng. Each of them had an orange-grade spiritual equipment. However, under Qin Feng's relentless shower of fireballs, they did not even have a slight chance of retaliating. Qin Feng tapped the tip of his toes in the air. He was extremely fast, zooming freely like a phantom in the pie-black sky. Then, Qin Feng waved the spear of Rathalos, which was around 2 meters long, and hurled it toward Huang Bizi, who was sprinting in front of him. The spear passed straight through Huang Bizi's heart, entering his back and exiting through his front. Blood splattered all over the ground. Huang Bizi's face froze in fear, even after he was dead. He never expected that the spear of Rathalos could be used as a spear in addition to breathing fire. This is the cost for stealing this young master's spirit snake whip. Qin Feng pulled out the spear of Rathalos after he finished speaking. A jet stream of blood shot into the sky, and Huang Bizi fell to the ground like a rag doll. Following Huang Bizi's demise, Qin Feng hastily snatched away the spirit snake whip from Huang Bizi's hand. Crackles! Thunder rolled and lightning flashed as the spirit snake whip waltzed gracefully in the air. At the same time, Qin Feng discharged all of the 5 remaining fire bullets with the spear of Rathalos. Bang! 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 Qin Feng had brought great commotion to Devil Beast Mountain, breaking the tranquility of the forest. 5 fireballs and dozens of whip shadows blotted out the sky, covered the land, and traveled at lightning speed toward Li Kuai-shou and Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin was hit by the fireball as soon as he leapt in midair. The blazing fireball exploded on his body, completely incinerating him. Demon! You're a demon! Qin Feng effortlessly smoked both Huang Bizi and Zhang Jin, which was totally unexpected for Li Kuai-shou. He never thought Qin Feng would be so powerful. Terrorized by Qin Feng's great strength, Li Kuai-shou's face blanched in fear, and he desperately ran for his life with all his might towards the exit of Devil Beast Mountain. If he had a chance to start over, he swore he wouldn't steal Qin Feng's spiritual equipment so daringly again. Somebody is getting close. Everybody stay alert. Look, he has an orange-grade spiritual equipment. He might be Qin Feng. Let's kill him first. A group of men in black suddenly appeared out of thin air. All of them were after Qin Feng's spiritual equipment. Hence, when they saw Li Kuai-shou, they immediately surrounded him without pretense. Then, all of them showered countless sword chi, silver needles, darts, and iron fans at Li Kuai-shou. Li Kuai-shou did not even have time to react, and he soon lay lifelessly in a pool of blood. It's an orange grade, treasured sword. I practice sword skill, so this is mine. Tisk, why should we give it to you? I can use a sword as well even though I use a battle axe. Humph. Our Amay sect is best known for her prowess in sword wielding. This sword should belong to this nun. Dozens of martial artists rushed toward the true steel sword since a treasured orange grade sword was a treasure that was hard to come by. Want to take away this young master's treasured sword? Go to hell. Rumbles. A few blazing fireballs suddenly appeared in the air and descended from the sky. The fireballs moved with great speed. With a single glance, one could see that each fireball carried an otherworldly destructive force, and it could vaporize them if they ever touched one. As such, all of them ran in different directions out of fear. There was one elderly artist who was startled by the fireballs and yelled out in despair. True essence cultivator? There is a true essence cultivator here. The martial artists cultivated inner Qi, and one was considered to be halfway into the realm of comprehension when he reached stage 9 inner Qi. The martial artists could begin to cultivate true essence after he had broken through stage 9 inner Qi, and these martial artists were known as true essence cultivators. The true essence was purer and more flexible than the inner Qi. The true essence cultivator was able to draw energy from the environment and shape elements into other forms to conjure fireballs or create icicles. So, when these martial artists saw the sheer amount of fireballs that obscured the sky, they all assumed it was the fireball spell casted by a true essence cultivator. All of them were so frightened that they almost fled Devil Beast Mountain. After all, there were only a few true essence cultivators in China. None of them had ever met a true essence cultivator before. Don't be afraid, everybody. We still don't know where these fireballs came from or who cast them. Perhaps the caster is not even a true essence cultivator. Besides, not only can a true essence cultivator conjure fireballs, a devil cultivator could release fireballs during inner Qi stage as well. It's just that the effect and damage is not as great as the true essence cultivator's fireball spell. So let us get the situation straightened out first before making our move. 10 or so martial artists concealed themselves around the forest and vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Holy fuck! What is that? Suddenly a person screamed. Everyone turned around and were shocked. A tall, majestic, gallant horse suddenly appeared in their field of vision. That gallant horse was coated in a fiery red fur and gave off the vibe of a dazzling flame when it ran wildly in the wind. There is someone on the horse. It's Feng. He is the one we've been looking for. The situation reached a standstill as everyone discussed Feng and the flaming dragon horse. All of them coveted Feng's orange-grade spiritual equipment. However, they were all stunned by the fireballs that covered the sky and the flaming dragon horse before them and did not dare to engage him. Fuck! What are you guys waiting for? There is nothing to worry about. Since we've come, we should not go back empty-handed. The spear in this guy's hand is mine since I practice the art of cavalry, and it is hard to find an orange-grade spear in China. A dark figure suddenly leapt out of the forest. He was a gray-headed elder, and he had a silver spear in his hand. His was merely a white-grade spiritual equipment, so it was natural for him to be so wired when he saw an orange-grade spear. A change in grade could mean a large difference in the overall strength of the wielder. I have taken a liking to this horse. I heard that some of the master martial artists will capture spirit beasts to tame them as their battle mounts or battle pets. I want to rear a spirit horse too. Not long after, a few people stepped forward under the temptation of obtaining spiritual equipment and spirit pets. Soon, more and more people started stepping forward. 10 or so dark figures floated in midair, and all of them wielded different weapons. They all unleashed their strongest moves and attempted to bring down Feng in one strike. Feng was wary. He noticed that these martial artists had different levels of strength. Some of them were only Stage 3 external strength experts or Stage 2 inner Qi experts, while others were Stage 6 inner Qi experts or Stage 7 external strength experts. What amazed him the most was that there were even a few Stage 8 inner Qi experts amongst the group. It was natural for Qin Feng to be able to withstand the joint strikes of so many master martial artists at once. A widespread number of hidden weapons suddenly appeared in the air, and all of them furiously showered down on Qin Feng like a weapon storm. Qin Feng held the spear of Rathalos in one hand while he brandished the spirit snake whip with his other hand. Crackles! The spirit snake whip swayed in the air and fell on the backside of the flaming dragon horse. The flaming dragon horse raised its 2 front legs and neighed. Hiss! After a deep growl, the flaming dragon horse turned and took off running. With its 4 muscular legs, the flaming dragon horse broke into a furious gallop, vanished before the group of martial artists, leaving only a crimson trail. See, this fellow is just pulling our leg. He is scared by us. Quick, go after him. As their confidence returned, the group of martial artists morphed into dozens of dark figures and leapt around the forest to pursue Qin Feng. Since their strengths were all different, their speeds varied as well. Some of them were already closing in on Qin Feng, but most of them were far behind and trying with all their might to keep up. The flaming dragon horse was incredibly fast. The wind whistled loudly in Qin Feng's ears as it blew them. Qin Feng felt that this flaming dragon horse was even faster than Qin Feng when he rode his 28-inch bicycle at full speed. The fluttering wind ruffled Qin Feng's hair, and even his eyes teared up because of the wind. Da, da, da. The flaming dragon horse had very high endurance. It did not show any sign of fatigue nor slow down, even though it had been running for more than 10 minutes, and continued to run forward at top speed. As they went deeper into the forest, the area became gloomier and gloomier while the trees were getting taller and more crooked. The huge leafy trees even covered the dreary moon and allowed only a few scattered beams of light to penetrate through the trees and shine on the ground. Roars! Aside from the sound of the wind, the growls of the beasts were getting clearer. Qin Feng could feel the atmosphere become much denser and suffocating. Pairs of greenish eyes lurked in the deepest part of the forest, waiting for the perfect moment to attack Qin Feng. Shroom! Suddenly, a strong gale wafted past him. Before Qin Feng could react, a dark figure suddenly threw itself on him. The size of that figure was twice the size of the flaming dragon horse, and there were 3 light green dots on its face. 2 of the spots were its eyes, and so was the third. Fuck! It's the 3-eyed elephant boar. Qin Feng immediately recognized this creature as soon as he saw the 3 eyes on its face. This creature was the ferocious wild boar he met the last time he was at Devil Beast Mountain. When it went into a frenzy, it was as if it had eaten stride chewing gum. It just couldn't stop. Chapter 388, Rain of Fire. Chapter 388, Rain of Fire. Shroom! Qin Feng tapped on the back of the flaming dragon horse and evaded the 3-eyed elephant boar's ambush in the nick of time. The 3-eyed elephant boar's attack had enraged flaming dragon horse. It stopped abruptly and kicked its 2 legs in the air. After a deep growl, it rushed towards the 3-eyed elephant boar. Come back, flaming dragon horse! Qin Feng marveled at the flaming dragon horse. He knew the actual battle strength of this 3-eyed elephant boar very well. It was like a small tank. Its skin was impenetrable and as tough as a bastion. What chance did the flaming dragon horse stand at defeating it? Roars! Qin Feng was too slow. The flaming dragon horse had already thrown itself at the 3-eyed elephant boar. Its long fiery red fur fluttered in the wind while it leapt into the air with a simple bounce. Then it blasted 3 huge fireballs at the 3-eyed elephant boar below. Bang! 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 3 fireballs exploded on the 3-eyed elephant boar's head, greatly angering it. Its 3 greenish and obnoxious eyes instantly went bloodshot. Howl! More beasts came from different directions. Qin Feng still couldn't see their features, but only heard their roars and felt the stampede that shook the ground. Qin Feng hastily jumped to a large tree. As soon as he reached the treetop, he saw 3 smaller-sized jackals come out from the bushes. All 3 jackals' eyes were gleaming with green light. As they surveyed the ground, they slightly opened their bloody mouths and revealed their sharp fangs. Even though they were smaller in size, the rows of sharp fangs and ferocious looks sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine. Chi! Chi! Not long after, another 2 three-eyed elephant boars emerged and confronted the 3 jackals. Roars! A strong gale wafted past from deep within the forest. After a long howl, a snow-white jaguar ran at lightning speed towards them, trailed closely by a puffy lion. With these 2 large beasts joining in on the skirmish, the formation of the team changed once again. The situation reached a standstill. Now, nearly 10 beasts in different species glared at each other warily while growling deeply, as if a life-or-death battle would spark at any moment. Ow wow! Another roar caused the earth to tremble and the mountain to sway. It echoed from the deepest part of the forest. Qin Feng hastily stood up to see what creature was charging at them this time. He searched for a few minutes before he saw a huge gorilla beating its chest and bellowing excitedly as it ran out from the depths of the forest. The ground below Qin Feng was packed with many different species. Meanwhile, more and more savage beasts on a rampage from the depths of the forest came to their side. That gallant horse is here. Let's capture this horse first. Without the horse, Qin Feng will no longer be a threat to us. Voices of the martial artists drifted from the forest, not far from Qin Feng. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qin Feng's mind as his mouth curled into a devilish grin. Then he raised the spear of Rathalos and shot 5 large fireballs in the direction of the martial artists. Rumbles. The fireballs exploded in the air. The scattering sparks instantly aroused the beasts, scaring them so much that they began to engage each other in an intense battle. Flaming dragon horse. Qin Feng's sonorous sound traveled far into the forest. The next second, the flaming dragon horse suddenly appeared out of thin air and landed on the midsection of the tree. Here! Qin Feng jumped and landed on the flaming dragon horse's back. Then he hit the backside of the flaming dragon horse using the spirit snake whip and spurred it forward at top speed. Roars! The beasts that were fighting at close quarters stopped. They were attracted by Qin Feng and the flaming dragon horse. The fiery red fur on the flaming dragon horse acted like a beacon in the dark, leading the beasts wherever it went. Haha, you despicable villains! Since you want to steal this young master's spiritual equipments and skill book, then you all shall be buried in this mountain. The direction Qin Feng headed was the same direction the martial artist came from. The flaming dragon horse was running like a bat out of hell, and soon enough, it led a large group of beasts toward the martial artists. Qin Feng, he is coming! Somebody exclaimed. Hold on a sec, something is not right. What are those dark figures trailing behind him? Are those beasts? Fuck! This brat is crazy. Hurry up and run for your lives. This brat has lured all of the beasts in this mountain out from their lair towards us. 1 second, they were happy the moment they saw Qin Feng. The next second, they were frightened out of their wits after they saw the horde of beasts behind him. Some of the lower-tier martial artists were scared stiff when they saw the ferocious, rampaging beasts charging at them. As such, they were trampled to ground, and their heads were chopped off by the beasts with a single paw stroke. We can't keep running. Let's assemble our strength and kill the beasts. Somebody stopped as the beasts surrounded them, and they ran out of ground to continue running. Around 40 to 50 of the martial artists gathered together, standing back to back. They formed a small circle and looked warily at the beasts that roared at them. Wah, my spear! Rain of sword! Chaotic winter iron blade dance! They did not have much time to think. Immediately, the martial artists launched a full-scale attack on the beasts that surrounding them. Some of them even brought out their guns. Guns rang out in the forest, causing some of the beasts to scatter in fear. Normally, these martial artists would fight with cold weapons. They seldom used thermal ones. Since they brought guns with them, this could be a sign that they were willing to steal Qin Feng's spiritual equipment by any means necessary. Clank, 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 bang, bang, bang. All sorts of hidden weapons, blade flurries, and sword shadows fell on the bodies of the beasts. Some of the beasts were immediately chopped in half, while some of them just let out a few roars and continued their relentless attack as if they were not injured at all. Room! Suddenly, a weird sound resounded from the deepest part of the forest. The trees swayed in the wind. A dazzling golden radiance flashed out from the darkness like a rising sun, showering its sacred radiance on the people. What is that? It is flying. Could it be Phoenix? Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded by the incredible scene before him. Suddenly, he felt a familiar sensation from that huge golden beast. That beast seemed to be something very close to him. Room! The weird sound echoed once again. It was the sound produced by the huge golden beast when it flapped its wings. The golden beast beat its wings slowly. Every time it flapped its wings, it raised a huge tempest. Plus, it was flying fast like a high-speed jet. Ow! 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 The golden beast was getting closer, and the blinding golden radiance intensified. The golden radiance came from the reflection of its glittering golden feathers. Meanwhile, another beast covered in green fur came into view. It looked like a hybrid between a snow leopard and a mastiff. While running, it opened its bloody mouth filled with rows of sharp fangs and howled into the sky. Its presence was too intense, and it released a menacing aura that could make a person's blood run cold. Everybody held their breath as their minds went blank. They had forgotten to attack or flee for their lives. They merely planted their feet on the ground and stared in awe at the two beasts that were moving fast and headed toward them. Unlike the martial artists, Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, he knew who those two beasts were. They were the flaming golden falcon and the glacial snow mastiff that he had fused together 2 months ago at Devil Beast Mountain. 2 months ago, these two fellows were only as large as a basketball and had surrounded him, pleading for foods. Now, within a blink of an eye, one of them was as large as a small helicopter, while the other had grown to the size of an adult snow leopard. It wasn't hard to tell that both of them were obviously the kings amongst the beasts. Rumbles. The flaming golden falcon arrived first. As soon as it arrived, it immediately shot about 10 fireballs from its mouth. The fireballs rained down like heavenly maiden scattering blossoms, causing the martial artists on the ground to cover their head and run around haphazardly. Howl! Following the flaming golden falcon, the glacial snow mastiff arrived and immediately threw itself at Qin Feng. Qin Feng then sent the flaming dragon horse and spear of Rathalos into the system and jumped on the back of the glacial snow mastiff. Howl! Howl! The glacial snow mastiff was so happy to see its master. It went crazy and ran in a circle around the forest, showing off its great strength and growth to Qin Feng. Clank! The glacial snow mastiff suddenly stopped in midair and shot out dozens of icicles from its mouth. The icicles stabbed the bodies of multiple beasts and martial artists and quickly spread over their bodies, completely encasing them in ice within a few seconds. The flaming golden falcon arrived at Qin Feng's side. With a simple leap, the glacial snow mastiff brought Qin Feng onto the back of the flaming golden falcon. Swoosh! The flaming golden falcon flapped its wings with all its might, raising a windstorm as it flew up a few hundred meters. Qin Feng felt like he was on top of the world when he looked down at Devil Beast Mountain from the back of the flaming golden falcon. Little pig, I think the flaming golden falcon and glacial snow mastiff have the power to conquer the whole mountain. Master, you've underestimated the beasts in Devil Beast Mountain, replied Little Pig disdainfully. These beasts Master is seeing now are just the beasts that inhabit the outskirts of Devil Beast Mountain. They are the lowest level and weakest beasts in the mountain. In the deepest part of Devil Beast Mountain resides many more transcendental beasts that are not known to any martial artists in the martial world. These transcendental beasts have existed for more than 100 years. Some of them have even lived for thousands of years. They absorb spiritual essence from the sun, the moon, the earth, and the heaven. They have developed their own consciousness so they could cultivate and evolve on their own. To be honest, with the golden falcon and snow mastiff's current strength, they can only move freely around the center region of Devil Beast Mountain. They will be dead as soon as they venture deeper into the forest. Little Pig's answer stunned Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought the flaming golden falcon and glacial snow mastiff would be invincible if they teamed up. He never expected that his two battle pets' actual strength were only considered lower middle tier across the entire Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng stood on Snow Mastiff's back and re-evaluated Devil Beast Mountain from an altitude of several hundred meters. He realized that the sky of the deeper part of the mountain was shrouded by a dark, heavy mist, and he could not see through it. The mission, Beast's clan disturbance, will be a tough one. Qin Feng started to worry. He asked about the strength of flaming golden falcon and glacial snow mastiff because he wanted to gauge the difficulty of the mission. According to the mission, he had to search for the king of the beasts and rule over the beast clan. Qin Feng felt that the system was playing a cruel joke on him. Golden falcon, eliminate those martial artists. Qin Feng communicated with the falcon through telepathy as he shrugged off his indistinct ideas. He felt that he should focus on clearing the mission martial world disturbance, whereas the beast's clan disturbance had no time limitation, so Qin Feng looked at it again after he had improved his overall strength. After letting out a loud cry, the golden falcon tucked its feet and dove straight down. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who was on its back, felt like he was on a roller coaster ride. Rumbles, rumbles, rumbles. The golden flaming falcon was enraged that the people had bullied its master. It wanted to pay them back and make them regret ever being born into this world. Countless fireballs mercilessly fell from the sky like a meteor shower. When the fireballs landed, they left large craters on the land, scorching everything in their path. The martial artists couldn't do anything except run around helplessly to avoid being hit by the fireballs. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts retreated into the forest. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for clearing the first side mission of Beast's clan disturbance by successfully fending off the enemies with the beasts. The system will reward host Qin Feng 500 Hedonist points. The system notification beeped. Qin Feng took a look at the Hedonist points, and he realized he now had 8,300 Hedonist points. He still had not finished absorbing the spiritual Qi from the red elixir flower. Qin Feng believed that he must be able to break into stage for inner Qi after he finished absorbing the spiritual Qi. The flaming golden falcon circled around in the sky and intermittently shot a few fireballs or flapped its wings to create a destructive storm wave. Riding on the back of glacial snow mastiff, Qin Feng admired the breathtaking scenery from the top of a large tree. The martial artists were no longer a threat for Qin Feng. He calmed his mind and started to comb through the series of incidents. The financial crisis had exposed Han Ying's true intention, and the martial artists were summoned by Li Xiaojie. This time, Qin Ye and his two companions gone all out and executed a huge plan in an attempt to bring down Qin Feng. They all thought Qin Feng must be dead this time, but in reality, Qin Feng's courage mounted after every battle. Qin Feng gazed at Acropolis City from the 10-meter high treetop. With a grim expression, he said, "It is time for me to go back and put an end to this long-cherished plot. Chapter 389. Qin Feng vs. Uncle Ghost. Chapter 389. Qin Feng vs. Uncle Ghost. If you have any issue with such content, please skip this chapter and continue reading with Chapter 390. Under no circumstances does this mean that the translator, editor, or Gravity Tales condones or encourages any kind of rape. It was a dark and stormy night beneath the raven moon, the perfect timing for a mass massacre. It was 2 a.m. Nevertheless, there was a villa in Acropolis City with its light on. A charming and gorgeous lady clad in a silk gown held a glass of red wine and stood before the French window on the 3rd floor, admiring the scenic night view of Acropolis City. The beautiful lady's expression was lonely, as if she had merged with the quiet and solitary night. She slowly placed her alluring cherry lips on the wine glass and took a sip of red wine from it. However, she could not taste anything. Bang! Suddenly, her room door was shoved open, followed by a tall, muscular man entering her room. The man was angry. His expression was fierce and malicious. Qin Feng! The beautiful lady was shocked. You never thought I would still be alive, right? Ying, you dishearten me. Qin Feng arrived at the lady's side in one large stride. The young lady was the first beauty of Jincheng City, Han Ying. Swoosh! Qin Feng took away the red wine glass in Han Ying's hand and splashed the wine on her face. I struggled in a life-or-death battle, and you're enjoying your life here. Han Ying, death would be a much too kind punishment for you. No, I want you to suffer, to live a life that is worse than death. Tonight, I want you to remember that you should not betray me. Qin Feng threw away the wine glass and clawed Han Ying's silk nightgown. With little effort, he tore apart her nightgown. Shriek! Her nightgown could not hold her voluptuous body anymore, and revealed it before Qin Feng. Han Ying hastily covered her breasts with her hand and shouted loudly, Qin Feng, I can explain. Explain? What is there to explain? That you wished I was dead right now? Qin Feng ignored Han Ying's plea. He pulled her to a large bed and began to grope her body. Qin Feng, please stop. I was just carried away by desire. Please give me a chance to explain myself. Han Ying struggled for all her worth in Qin Feng's arms. However, Qin Feng did not allow her to escape his seiyuu. His 2 large hands clung tightly to her, and his eyes went bloodshot, just like an enraged beast. He enjoyed Han Ying's body wholeheartedly. This woman was too arrogant, and only through this kind of punishment could he humiliate her. He wanted Han Ying to regret betraying him and become his toy. Qin Feng's tireless and vigorous movements muted Han Ying. Besides, this was the first time she had engaged in this kind of affair. She moaned incessantly as she lifelessly lay on the bed. Half an hour later, Qin Feng dressed himself and looked at Han Ying. He felt he still had not had enough of her. This lady was too great. If it wasn't for Qin Feng still needing to get his revenge from Qin Ye and his 2 companions, Qin Feng swore he would have ravaged and played with her body the entire night. Qin Feng! Han Ying's voice wafted into his ears as he reached the doorway. Her voice was devoid of any emotion. Her hair was disheveled, and her naturally snowy skin turned red and purple from Qin Feng's beating. She no longer had the air of a prideful queen, and she lay lifelessly on the bed. It is true that I betrayed you, but I regretted it soon after. I've retrieved all of the royal group's shares. If you want it, I can give it all back to you. Qin Ye is at the Amethyst Dragon Palace now. They have deployed many master martial artists to protect them. Please be careful. A mix of emotions flooded Qin Feng's heart. At last, he did not say anything and left Han Ying's villa. The night was getting gloomy and the piercing cold wind was getting stronger. Qin Feng cantered down the street on the flaming dragon horse, and very soon he arrived at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Rumbles. A loud explosion echoed throughout the whole amethyst dragon palace, causing the palace to shake endlessly. What's going on? Qin Ye and his two companions were shocked by the explosion. Li Xiao Jie then rose to his feet and looked outside. The three of them were drinking wine and celebrating their success while waiting for the news of Qin Feng's death. It was just that they had waited a long time, yet still had not received any news. What the hell is that thing? Li Xiao Jie was so frightened that he fell down when he saw the thing outside. Qin Ye and Ximen too were instantly on alert. However, they were stupefied by the sight before them. Qin Feng rode on a fiery, red gallant horse, and he held a long crimson spear in his hand, galloping his way toward them. The gallant horse spurted fireballs while running. The fireballs immediately exploded once they touched the pillars. The great impact had caused the pillars to tremble, raised a storm of dust, and littered the palace with debris. Qin Feng is still alive, yelled Ximen Tu and Qin Ye. Qin Feng leapt from the back of the flaming dragon horse and zoomed toward Li Xiao Jie with a spear of Rathalos. The spear of Rathalos was incredibly sharp. It passed straight through Li Xiao Jie's heart, entering his back and exiting through his front. Li Xiao Jie's face froze in fear. He did not even have a chance to yell for help before he was killed by Qin Feng. Qin Ye, you traitor of the family, go to hell. Qin Feng maintained his momentum, raising his spear and bolted towards Qin Ye. Help! Somebody please come! Qin Ye was ashen-faced. He recoiled in horror and yelled for help. He was the first genius of Jincheng City and bore the name of Prince Wen. He always devised strategies that would assure him of victory and finally kill off his opponent in his wondrous and surefire plan. It was wholly unexpected that he could not trap Qin Feng in his heinous plan. And now he came back for them. Shroom! 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 10 or so dark figures appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Qin Feng in a circle. These people were looking sharp, and they all possessed extraordinary aura. Qin Feng scanned them, and he found out that weakest among them were stage for inner Qi experts, and there was 2 stage 6 inner Qi masters. Qin Feng always had a hard time facing a stage 6 inner Qi master alone. Now that he was surrounded by so many powerful master martial artists, his expression became graver. He still had yet to finish absorbing and merging the spiritual Qi with his inner Qi, so he could not break through stage 4 now. Without having a stage for inner Qi, Qin Feng felt that he did not have the slightest chance of winning against so many martial artists. The situation had come to a standstill as nobody dared to make the first move. Room. While Qin Feng was formulating his plan, a gray-headed elder in black clothes charged at him with a sword in his hand. Although it was a wooden sword, one couldn't belittle it. The wooden sword moved freely in the gray-headed elder's hand and instantly shrouded them in a dome of dense sword qi. Basic sword technique. Qin Feng hastily withdrew his true steel sword and brandished it in the air. Orange-colored sword qi pervaded the air and clashed with the elder's powerful sword qi released by his wooden sword. The collision between their sword qis detonated in the air, causing a series of explosions and impeding Qin Feng's escape. Die now! The elder let out a loud battle cry as he moved his hand like an illusion, and the wooden sword in his hand morphed into sword flash. Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill from his back. Immediately, he spun his body around. He realized that the wooden sword in the elder hand was traveling at him like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The long sword rammed into Qin Feng's chest and sent him flying. After this attack, Qin Feng realized that this elder was clearly a stage 6 inner Qi master. His sword skill was enigmatic, and the course of his attack was impossible to predict. It was far stronger than Qin Feng's basic sword technique. Qin Feng covered his chest with his hand and vomited a mouthful of blood. Ximen Tu and Qin Ye hastily went forward. Meanwhile, the elder landed in front of Qin Feng with a leap. How is that even possible? The elder's face was washed with astonishment as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Ye did not practice martial arts, so he did not know what was going on. On the other hand, Sima too was a stage 4 inner Qi expert. He too had a puzzled expression as he looked at Qin Feng. You blocked that strike with your mortal body? How is that possible? With a beaming grin on his face, Qin Feng goggled at Sima too and Qin Ye. Why not? What can you do to me? So what if I blocked that strike with my mortal body? The attack cast by the elder amassed insurmountable inner Qi from a stage 6 inner Qi expert. By right, the wooden sword should have pierced Qin Feng's heart and killed him in one strike. Little did they know that Qin Feng had donned the flying dragon armor. How could an ordinary wooden sword penetrate it? Uncle Ghost, hurry up and kill Qin Feng. Qin Ye yelled loudly to Uncle Ghost. He never expected that Qin Feng would make a comeback and come after him, nor that Qin Feng had already figured out his true identity. Qin Ye was apprehensive just by standing in the same room as Qin Feng. He must see his demise with his own eyes. Brat, can you take another one of my strikes? Uncle Ghost suddenly leapt into the air. He hovered in midair while the wooden sword wheeled around him. It was spinning fast. The wooden sword spun faster and faster, leaving only trails of afterimages around Uncle Ghost. Within a few seconds, the solid wooden sword had split into dozens of sword flashes. Dozen sword strike. Following Uncle Ghost's order, the dozen of sword flashes turned their blade points and rammed into Qin Feng. Qin Feng had purchased a bottle of elementary grade golden sword medicine and applied it to his wound. On top of that, he still had the dense spiritual qi inside his body, so he had already restored his health. Crackles! The spirit snake whip descended from the sky and formed layers of innumerable whip shadow, acting as a barrier for Qin Feng. The sword flashes fell on the whip shadow and immediately vanished. Concurrently, the whip shadow conjured by Qin Feng became dimmer as well. Phantom whip technique. The spirit snake whip danced madly in the air again, reinforcing the already dimmed whip shadow, and slammed toward Uncle Ghost. Uncle Ghost was shocked. He marveled at how Qin Feng forcibly endured his attack and still remained alive. What amazed him the most was that Qin Feng seemed totally unaffected and did not receive any damage from his attack. I've underestimated you, brat. Uncle Ghost was greatly enraged by Qin Feng. His long gray hair fluttered wildly in the air. Every hair stood straight up on his head, just like a gray-haired devil. His aura became denser and more barbarous. Those sword flashes that orbited around him merged together and became the original wooden sword again. Go to hell now. The wooden sword turned into a streak of light, traveling at lightning the speed, and arrived in front of Qin Feng within a blink of an eye. Qin Feng did not have enough time to parry this attack. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed as he recognized this elder was the master that took Madahu away on that dreadful night. Bang! This time, the sword still struck Qin Feng's chest. It did not pass through it. However, the collision was so great that it pushed Qin Feng back, destroying a few pillars and a glass door along the way, and slammed him into a wall. Uft! Qin Feng vomited another few mouthfuls of blood. If he wasn't protected by the flying dragon armor, Qin Feng was certain that this attack would have killed him. Even if he had managed to parry the attack, he still would have sustained severe damage. Sima too and Uncle Ghost were yet again dumbfounded by Qin Feng's great power. This man was like an indestructible cockroach. He just couldn't remain dead. He's just a stage 3 inner Qi expert. How could he endure this attack? This was an attack released by a powerful stage 6 inner Qi master. Even a stage 7 inner Qi master would be panic-stricken and desperately dodge the attack. So it was you. Qin Feng sat with his legs crossed on the floor. He purchased another elementary golden sore medicine and applied it to his wound and simultaneously circulated the spiritual qi in his body to replenish his inner qi. He put on a smug grin and looked at Uncle Ghost. 3 months ago, you rescued Ma Da, who from my CLU in that abandoned factory. During that time, I was not strong enough to prevent you from rescuing him and did not have a chance of winning against you. After 3 months, our paths have crossed once again, and now it seems that you are not that powerful after all. Chapter 390. You're the only one behind me. Chapter 390. You're the only one behind me. Qin Feng survived Uncle Ghost's 2 strikes. He sat with his legs crossed. He wore a wicked grin on his face, sending chills down Uncle Ghost's back. They all believed that Qin Feng was a mysterious and terrifying demon who crawled out of hell. How did you do that? With a simple leap, Uncle Ghost stood before Qin Feng. A psychotic look crossed Qin Feng's face and distorted his mouth. He looked at Uncle Ghost and sneered. It's simple. Because you're too weak. When he was hit just now and sent flying into the air, the hedonist sovereign system had beeped in his mind. Qin Feng had just dominated Han Ying's body in her villa and accomplished the mission regarding Han Ying within a mere 30 minutes. He never expected to finish it so quickly. After completing the mission, dominating Han Ying, Qin Feng had 10,100 hedonist points, and he had used 10,000 hedonist points to purchase the sovereign sword technique, Sword of Dugu. And now, vast and ancient memories surged in Qin Feng's mind as the perplexing and profound secret of the Sword of Dugu had firmly been imprinted on his mind. Uncle Ghost, stop talking nonsense with this fellow. Hurry up and kill him, Qin Ye suddenly yelled. He wouldn't feel content as long as Qin Feng stayed alive. Little brat, your arrogance will be your downfall, Uncle Ghost yelled loudly. He was filled with hate and loathed Qin Feng's arrogance. As such, he levitated the long wooden sword in his hand again, and this time he sent it directly towards Qin Feng's head. I don't believe that your head will be as tough as your chest. Bang! The long sword zoomed like a lightning bolt and arrived right between Qin Feng's eyebrows in a blink of an eye. A heavy thud resounded. Qin Feng remained seated with his legs crossed, not even in the slightest trying to evade the attack. The wooden sword stopped an inch away from the space between his eyebrows, buzzing and hovering in midair. It could not pierce Qin Feng's head. How can that be? It's impossible. Large droplets of sweat beaded off Uncle Ghost's forehead. His expression was grotesque as his eyes widened. Fear overtook Ximen too. He involuntarily stepped back a few paces. He had a bad hunch in his heart, and it was getting stronger by the second. He was now planning to escape. Young master, Prince Sima, please go now. Leave him to me. I'll certainly take his head off and report to you. Uncle Ghost was Qin Ye's ace, and Qin Ye was stunned when he asked them to leave. Originally, he wanted to see the death of Qin Feng with his own eyes, but now, given the bad situation, he had to flee for his life first. Want to leave? No way, Qin Feng suddenly exclaimed. The techniques from the Sword of Dugu had thoroughly permeated his mind, and now his body was overflowing with a dominating aura. He yelled, sending the dominating aura at Uncle Ghost and causing him to flinch. With an orange-grayed true steel sword in his hand, Qin Feng felt like he could split the heavens and shatter the earth. He casually waved his hand. Then, the true steel sword left his grip and flew into the air. The orange-colored sword formed numerous sword flurries and even slashed open the void space, leaving tons of afterimages wherever it went. The air above the parlor was now filled with innumerable sword afterimages and rained down on the people below. It was as if each and every one of those afterimages had been granted life, and all of them homed in on their targets, slashing and piercing across each target's body with perfect accuracy. Uncle Ghost was frozen by the scene before him as he stared at the barrage of sword chi with his glassy, sunken eyes. he could no longer keep his composure and yelled, "Young master, be careful!" He cultivated the sword technique as well, a kind of secret martial art in the carefree sect, the sword styles of Xiaoyao. This sword technique was a high yellow grade sword technique. It was all thanks to this sword technique that Uncle Ghost could stand his ground against a stage 7 inner Qi master. His sword style of Xiaoyao was obscure and considered the quintessential sword skill. It was extremely powerful. However, after seeing Qin Feng's weird and monstrously strong sword style, only then did Uncle Ghost realize this was the true way of the sword and his own sword style was out of its league. Shroom! 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 Countless illusory sword flurries waltzed in the air and raised a gale that sliced through the air. Dozens of men in black hastily surrounded Qin Ye in a circle to protect him from the sword flurries. To their dismay, the sword flurries were too powerful and too great in number. It covered the entire air above them, and very soon, all of them were overwhelmed. One after another dropped to the floor lifeless. The whole parlor was dyed red by their blood. Go to hell! Qin Feng vanished and reappeared beside his true steel sword. He commanded the true steel sword back to his hand, and with the true steel sword in his right hand, he conjured a heavy, dense orange sword Qi and mercilessly waved it down. Uft! A crisp resounded. Uncle Ghost glared at Qin Feng with a reed look as his head started to fall apart. Soon enough he was split in half. Uncle Ghost! Qin Ye moaned as he fell to the floor, unable to receive the truth that Uncle Ghost was dead. Qin Ye moaned not because he cherished Uncle Ghost and he would mourn his death, but it was only because this geezer was his best and strongest fighting force. And now even his most elite force lost to Qin Feng and died at his hand. Qin Ye was beyond hope. It's your turn now. Qin Feng turned and stormed toward Qin Ye. The remaining 6 men in black hastily went forward to halt Qin Feng's attack. Once again, Qin Feng waved the true steel sword in his hand and sent dozens of violent sword Qi across the parlor, filling the parlor with a metal jarring sound. Qi! Uft! From time to time, the sound of the long sword chopping down bodies echoed throughout the whole parlor. The martial artists did not even have a change to scream, and each of them lay lifelessly in a pool of blood. After learning the sword of Dugu, Qin Feng became invincible, and he could sweep away anything before him. Not even a stage 6 inner Qi master could stand a chance against him now. Within the time span of a few breaths, Qin Feng arrived at Qin Ye's side. Meanwhile, those 10 or so martial artists who were supposed to protect Qin Ye were now all dead in pools of blood. Nobody would come to his aid now. Qin Ye never anticipated this would be his end. He now looked earnestly at Qin Feng and pleaded, "Qin Feng, please spare my life. I'm your cousin, and my dad is your third uncle. We shared the same bloodline, and we are siblings by blood. We're a family. You wouldn't kill your own family, would you? I beg you to spare my life and let me go." Qin Ye began to entice Qin Feng with their family relationship in his life and death crisis. Qin Feng went blank for a second before he regained his thoughts. Then he firmly gripped the long sword in his hand and looked at Qin Ye with a reed look. "Now you know we are family? Huh, you're too late." Qin Feng raised the true steel sword and drew a perfect arc of orange radiance in the air. Meanwhile, Ximen too flinched and remained still in his position, his mouth gaping wide. "Qin Feng." While he was about to slice Qin Ye in half, a familiar voice drifted into his ears, causing his expression to turn vile. The true steel sword finally stopped above Qin Ye's head. The domineering aura released by true steel sword disheveled Qin Ye's long hair, causing it to fly madly in the air. "Woo woo! Qin Feng, hurry up and leave." "Leave now," sobbed the lady. She was so grieved that she wished she was dead. Qin Feng waved his hand and withdrew the true steel sword. He deliberately forfeited his chance to kill Qin Ye after the lady appeared. He slowly turned and saw a tearful Ruo Rou. She was marched forward by two men in black. Her tears had killed her speech. She could only desperately shake her head at Qin Feng. "Release her!" Qin Feng yelled coldly to Qin Ye, who was behind him. "You can do whatever to me as long as you release her." Seizing his golden opportunity, Qin Ye hastily crawled toward Ximen Tuesday. Both of them shared the same puzzled expression as they looked at each other. They did not know why Ruo Rou would be here. Qin Ye thought Qin Feng would certainly die this time, so he did not prepare a backup plan. They never captured Ruo Rou, so who did? "I asked you to release her now." Seeing Qin Ye did not reply to him, Qin Feng ran out of patience and roared at him. He placed the true steel sword on Qin Ye's neck and stared at him with reddened eyes. Then he said angrily, one word at a time to Qin Ye, "If you dare to lay a single finger on Ruo Rou today, I swear I will demolish the Qin family in Jincheng City." Qin Ye was stunned by Qin Feng's hideous expression. He hastily turned over and signaled with his eyes to Sima Tu as if he was saying, "Release her now if this is your doing." On the other hand, Sima Tu was perplexed by Qin Ye's reaction. It wasn't his doing. He thought it was Qin Ye who caught Ruo Rou. "Qin Feng!" Ruo Rou suddenly called to him from the back. Qin Feng spun his body around and noticed Ruo Rou had freed herself and she was running towards him. Immediately, Qin Feng recoiled, pulled Ruo Rou to a safe corner, pushed her behind him and guarded her. After securing her safety, Qin Feng once again lifted his true steel sword and glared coldly at both Sima Tu and Qin Ye. "Qin Ye, I make allowance that you're one of the Qin family, so I want to end your life without having you to suffer much. But I never imagined that you dare to capture this young master woman. I've decided, today, I must make your death beyond your imagination." Qin Feng became even angrier after he had rescued Ruo Rou. He threw the true steel sword into the air, and dozens of afterimages started to manifest in the air, scaring Qin Ye and Sima Tu so much that they turned their head and fled for their lives. The sound of a dagger stabbed into body resounded. The true steel sword that hovered in the air suddenly stopped moving and caused the soon-to-be materialized afterimages to fade away. The true steel sword fell to the floor like a soulless toy, stunning the duo. Sima Tu and Qin Ye stopped and stared dumbly at Qin Feng's pained expression. The scene before them was completely incomprehensible. They did not know what Qin Feng was doing. The dagger was pulled out by someone and left a large perforation at Qin Feng's waist. A jet of fresh blood gushed out from the perforation, and the pain was too hard to bear. However, Qin Feng ignored everything that was happening around him and ignored the sensation of pain. He could not summon the nerve to cover the perforation at his waist, nor turn around to look at the one who ambushed him. He did not even dare to look at the person. There was only one person behind his back, and that person was none other than Ruo Rou. Why? Ruo Rou, why? Still, Qin Feng did not turn his body around as he did not want to see the ugly side of her. This battle had always been in Qin Feng's favor. He had solved all of the plans formulated by Qin Ye and caught him unprepared. He braced himself and faced off every dangerous situation adamantly again and again. He never failed. However, he failed twice tonight. First, he was betrayed by Han Ying, and now he was stabbed by Ruo Rou from behind. Clank! The dagger in her hand fell to the floor. She had dissolved into tear, so she couldn't speak. "Qin Feng, don't call my name. Just tell me why." "I'm sorry, Qin Feng. Please forgive me. Please, I beg you, kill me. Please kill me." Ruo Rou fell to the floor like a soulless doll. Her eyes were filled with incessant regret and pain as her frail body trembled nonstop in despair. The moment she stabbed the dagger into Qin Feng's waist, she felt her heart shatter into pieces. She did not want to do it, but she had no other option left. The atmosphere dropped below zero. Sima too and Qin Ye finally came to their senses. Suddenly, Qin Ye's expression changed dramatically, and he yelled harshly, "It is you! Ruo Rou worked for you." Chapter 391 Ximen Chui Shui Engage. Chapter 391 Ximen Chui Shui Engage. Ha ha ha! What a lovely night! How could you all not invite me? A sinister laugh sounded. Two dark figures suddenly appeared in the bright parlor. These two people were shrouded in large black robes, and their faces were concealed by a big hat. Nobody could see clearly their features, ages, and figures. The two of them appeared out of thin air, and none of the people in the parlor noticed their presence. The black robes on their body were pie black and swallowed all light that shone on it, dimming their surroundings and exuding a mysterious and ethereal vibe. "It's you, so this was your doing." When he saw the man in the black robe, Qin Ye was so stunned that his eyes almost popped out. "Who would have thought that you'd recognize me even after I cloaked myself and changed my voice? You really are the #1 genius of Jincheng City," chaffed the man cloaked in black robe. Then he sneered, "But you'll be ruined by your own wisdom, kid. Don't you know that the more you know, the quicker you die?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sleeve of the person behind the man cloaked in the black robe fluttered. With the flash of a sword, Qin Ye fell to the ground before anyone could react. Then, blood pooled from his body, dampening his clothes. Feng and Sima too gasped at the speed of the man. He was too fast. None of them could see clearly how or when he attacked. "Ha ha ha! Such a weakling. I thought you'd be a worthy opponent for us. It turns out that I've overestimated you," said the man cloaked in the black robe. He did not move an inch, and his appearance was veiled by his overly large black hat, completely concealing his current expression from everybody. Suddenly, that man turned to Feng. "You're Feng, right? It's your turn now." Following the man cloaked in the black robe's order, the person who killed Qin Ye moved again and shot yet another streak of orange light from his sleeve. Feng could see only a silhouette blur before him and a sword ray rammed into his chest. A massive air stream suddenly exploded, sending Feng flying into the air with a huge bang. "You are not dead yet?" asked the man who attacked Feng. This was the first time he opened his mouth, and his voice was kind of hoarse. He should be an elder. The face that obscured beneath the black robe was filled with astonishment. He tapped lightly on his feet and arrived before Feng in the next second. "I would like to see how long you can endure my attacks, brat." Bang! He lifted his palm and struck hard on Feng's head. Carrying a ferocious gale, the palm strike erupted in an incredibly dense and powerful aura, and the suppression from the aura made Feng feel suffocated. It was so powerful that he was unable to gauge the exact strength of this elder, as this was the first time he had come across such a dominating opponent. He was strong, so strong that Feng had no room to retaliate. Kaboom! It was a simple yet normal palm strike, but it heavily injured Feng. He became dizzy and his eyes dimmed. He leapt into the air and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, a cracking noise sounded out from his flying dragon armor, and Little Pig called out to him nervously. "Master, the flying dragon armor has reached its limit, and it will break down at any moment. We have to retreat now." Even the usually laid-back and prideful Little Pig became nervous. This could only mean one thing: the elder before them was too powerful, and his strength was off the charts. The crack on the flying dragon armor was getting larger, and finally it broke in two, leaving Feng completely vulnerable to any attacks. At this moment, a dark figure flashed before Feng. It was that orange color sword ray that charged at him once again. Bang! Feng shed the flying dragon armor and became extremely light. He shot a few meters backward into the air. Then he swung his true steel sword and drew layers of orange radiance in the air before slamming it downward. "Sword of Dugu!" The materialized, condensed, powerful sword Qi morphed into a large net of sword energy and crushed down at the elder who was cloaked in the black robe. "Humph, is this the best you can do?" The elder scoffed and retreated a few paces while a long orange radiance sword flew out from his sleeve. The radiance it exuded was not inferior to Qin Feng's true steel sword. It was even brighter than his. The long sword stopped in the air for a moment before flying toward Qin Feng. The stench of death pervaded the air and rushed at Qin Feng. The sword Qi pierced through Qin Feng's net of sword energy and flew directly above Qin Feng's neck. Uft! Qin Feng hastily spun his body around in the nick of time. The long sword missed its target and did not pierce through Qin Feng's head. Instead, it pierced through and left a large gash in Qin Feng's shoulder. Blood surged out of the gash, and an excruciating pain filled his mind. "Qin Feng!" Ruo Rou, who had been laying on the floor, screamed. She fell unconscious after seeing a gravely injured Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not spare a single glance at Ruo Rou. He wanted to keep and treasure the Ruo Rou that he knew deep in his heart, while for the woman that lay in the corner, Qin Feng just regarded her as a stranger. "Humph, can you take my attack once more?" asked the elder cloaked in the black robe with a voice filled with killing intent and mockery. He then waved his hand and sent his long sword glittering with snow and frost at Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng was not protected by the flying dragon armor. Plus, he was gravely injured, and he was certain that he could not parry this attack in his current miserable situation. As the sword ray neared his heart, Qin Feng yelled soulfully in his heart, "Ximen Chui Shui, engage in battle!" Rumbles. A massive explosion erupted, and a young man descended out of thin air. The man wore a long snow-white robe. His face was solemn, and he had an impressive appearance. He held a thin, ancient, long sword in his hand. Nobody knew the name of the sword, as all who saw the sword had perished. The man named the long sword Wushao sword. He was Ximen Chui Shui, who bore the title of the god of sword. "Who are you?" The elder, cloaked in the black robe, was stunned. It was totally out of his expectations for his last attack to be effortlessly blocked by the white-robed man before him. Before making his appearance, he had already scouted the surrounding area, and he was certain that there were no people hidden around them. Then where did this cold and handsome young man come from? "Master, please punish Chui Shui for being unable to protect you." Ximen Chui Shui ignored the elder cloaked in the black robe. He spun his body around and bowed slightly at Qin Feng. "You've been exculpated, Chui Shui. Now, just help me get rid of those two men cloaked in black robes over there." Qin Feng was still in the midst of shock. He could sense the aura of Ximen Chui Shui. It was dense and pure, as if it was carried down from the ancient times. "How dare you lowlifes injured my master? Accept your death now." Ximen Chui Shui was a man of action. He brandished the long sword in his hand and shot out a ray of bright white light. The ray of light looked ordinary, but in fact it was extremely threatening, and it could alter the magnetic field around it. "Careful, young master." The elder cloaked in black robes lost his arrogance and his composure as he was startled by the almighty power portrayed by Ximen Chui Shui. He pushed away the young man cloaked in black robes and simultaneously swung around his long sword, releasing dozens of orange sword chi in the air and forming a sword chi barrier dome around him. The barrier was filled with inner chi and was impenetrable and indestructible. Screech! A very slight sound of something piercing through a barrier sounded. It was hard for an ordinary person to notice it. This was, however, not the case for the elder cloaked in black robes. Cold sweat started to ooze and bead from his forehead as he never expected his barrier of sword chi would be easily penetrated by Ximen Chui Shui. That fine hole became larger by the second until finally the whole barrier of sword chi corrupted. Uft! That ordinary long sword owned by Ximen Chui dug into the stomach of that elder cloaked in black robes, going in from the front and exiting from the back and leaving a fist-sized hole in his stomach. Seeing this horrid scene, the face of that young man cloaked in black robes changed dramatically. His face was flooded with fear. It was hard for him to swallow the fact that his opponent was able to easily and gravely injure his strongest companion. "Young master, leave now," the elder cloaked in black robes roared. Then he hastily pulled out a jade bottle and poured the powder on his wound. The hole instantly stopped bleeding and began to heal at a pace visible to the human eye. "You're looking for death, little brat." The elder cloaked in black robes was completely enraged. He jumped and flourished his long sword nimbly in his hand. The air above Qin Feng and Ximen Chui was filled with dozens of barbarous sword chi and instantly enshrouded them. "What an impudent lowlife! How can you show off your incompetence in front of me, the god of sword?" Ximen Chui remained calm and composed. He did not even spare a glance at the elder cloaked in black robes. As a god of sword himself, he was a prideful man, constantly exuding a kingly aura, showing off the supremacy of his finely honed sword skills in relation to the masses. Even if he was on Earth now, and he only had a stage 8 inner chi at the moment, he still retained his sense of superiority. Shroom! Ximen Chui clasped his hands together with his long sword in between his palms. He circulated his inner chi around, and suddenly a loud hum sounded. Layers of strong and solid aura filled their surroundings, doming and protecting Qin Feng and Ximen Chui from the elder cloaked in the black robe's relentless sword strikes. The barrier was unassailable. The elder cloaked in black robes could not penetrate it no matter how hard he tried. "Master," Ximen Chui's magnetic field was heavily disrupted by the Earth's magnetic field. He was at stage 8 inner chi when you summoned him, and he dropped to stage 7 inner chi within the span of 5 minutes. I estimate that Ximen Chui's strength will drop even further to stage 6 in the next 10 minutes. And at that time, Ximen Chui will not be an opponent for that monster, even if he teams up with Master," said Little Pig. Qin Feng raised his brows after hearing what Little Pig had said. He never imagined that the disruption from the Earth's magnetic field would affect Ximen Chui so greatly. He was originally a Stage 9 Inner Chi expert, who completely mastered Stage 9 Inner Chi and was halfway stepping into the realm of comprehension. It was hard to believe that he only had Stage 7 Inner Chi after spending most of his power to counter the corrosion of the Earth's magnetic field. The cost of summoning him was simply too huge. The standoff between Ximen Chui and the elder cloaked in black robes had come to a standstill. It was obvious that they could not hold it any longer from their thinning sword chi. "Quick, Ximen Chui, bring me away now." Qin Feng was planning a retreat. Ximen Chui was his last ace in the hole. If he lost, Qin Feng felt that he'd die here today. Ximen Chui did not persist on fighting after receiving the order from Qin Feng. He waved his long sword, pushing the elder cloaked in black robes a few meters back, and hastily grabbed Qin Feng and escaped. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the second side mission of Martial World Disturbance. Host Qin Feng has bought the hero Ximen Chui from the Elysium of Heroes and made him battle once on the Earth. The system will reward host Qin Feng 5,000 hedonist points. The system beeped as soon as they retreated from the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Qin Feng yelled in his heart to summon the flaming dragon horse out of the system. Ximen Chui then leapt onto the flaming dragon horse and brought Qin Feng away on it. "Little Pig, give me the elementary grade golden sore medicine." Qin Feng was gravely injured. He felt as though he was going to vomit his internal organs out just by sitting on the flaming dragon horse. "Master, you've suffered very bad internal injuries, and the elementary grade golden sore medicine can no longer save you. Master has to buy the meridian pills to restore your damaged internal organs and meridians. How much does it cost? It costs 2,000 hedonist points for one bottle. Give me one. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng fell unconscious. Without warning, he was stabbed by Ruo Rou and received 3 consecutive palm strikes from the elder cloaked in black robes. It was considered a miracle that he could hold up until now.